Folks, we are back here for Calling Manila Day 2. And we have a bunch of exciting games. 4 rounds for our Swiss into that top 8 cut. Joining me today, Newson. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, Elliot. How about yourself?
I'm doing great as well. We had such fantastic games watched yesterday, and even more so today. We have our featured match. They're getting ready, and it's going to be a real banger. Really interesting one, especially this Azalea list with a New Horizons coming up. But before we do that, let's talk a little bit about how you yourself, if you're interested in playing at the highest level of Flesh and Blood, we have some events just for you. So, well, I guess in some ways you can play at the highest level, but first, let's get some new players in. August 16th to 18th, we have a Los Angeles Learn to Play at LDXP. Following which, Battle Hardened Osaka, where August 23rd to 25th, we'll be having that classic constructed format. August 24th to 25th in San Diego, another Battle Hardened Classic Constructed. And then at Gamescom, Cologne, we'll be having a Learn to Play from August 21st to 25th. So bring all your friends down, try these new First Strike decks, which have been absolutely such a blast to play. Especially, I think, like because they introduced a new hero with Terra, an Earth Guardian, just stellar stuff. After that, we'll be going to PAX West, August 30th to September 2nd at Seattle. We have another Learn to Play just to bring new flesh into Flesh and Blood. And August 31st to September 1st, we're heading to Lisbon, Battle Hardened, another classic constructed format, before the big whammy, all the way in Tampa Bay, Florida, we'll be going for the world premiere Rosetta. And this is one that you do not want to miss, folks. There's so many cool goodies, exclusive merch. We'll be seeing the new cards for the first time. I believe we're not doing much this spoiler season, right, Newson?
No, not much. I think most Majestics, and all the legendaries, Marvels will be revealed at the world premiere Rosetta.
That's actually fantastic. Even for myself, you know, we've been 1-2 Juice has been spoiling cards like most seasons. This is something for even for myself to get excited about, because we probably won't be seeing all these key power cards, these big legendary cards as well, until we head up to the world premiere of Rosetta. After which, we're going to Sydney for Calling. Oh, well, we'll go to Sydney for Calling, and this will be for Rosetta, the first sealed deck Calling. After which, so it'll be the second one. Of course, the first one will be in Tampa Bay that same weekend. But, you know, we'll get to experience how that meta is evolving, especially as we're building up to a really big event in October. I'm not sure if you've heard about it, but, you know, we'll talk about it in a while. So there's that. We'll move on to Tokyo for Battle Hardened Classic Constructed, September 27th to 29th. A Calling in Leon that same weekend, also Classic Constructed. After which, that same weekend as well, Milwaukee, another Battle Hardened for Classic Constructed. All these Classic Constructed formats, just so that we're building up to the big one in Osaka. And then we're wrapping it up October 4th to 6th, Battle Hardened Washington, D.C., Classic Constructed. All right, I think the players are ready. They've shuffled up. We'll talk more about these events later on, but in the meantime, this is Khoi Dinh from Vietnam representing, and he's brought his signature Azalea ace in the hole, going up yesterday's only undefeated player, Pudding Tam.
So, funny thing about Khoi is, Khoi used to live in New Zealand.
Oh,
he was a Wellington local player.
Wow.
Then I've heard he's moved to Vietnam. And
Nice.
He's become the 2-time, he's won nationals twice in Vietnam. So he is the current national champion, and he won nationals last year as well.
That's absolutely fantastic.
As well, he was the runner-up at the Call in Queenstown this year as well.
Yes, that's right. That's right. When we were there during the celebration that weekend, he came in second after Darren, I believe.
Yeah.
So Khoi Dinh's list, I think you'll see it as quite an interesting one. I was talking to him a little bit yesterday about it, because we didn't see that many Azaleas convert from yesterday. But his list, very interestingly enough, runs some of the new pieces from the Azalea Armory decks, which are out now. So if you need some of these pieces, you gotta get it from the Armory decks. A lot of the times, we see the Skullbone Crosswrap as the main hit piece of choice. But for Khoi Dinh, most of the time, he's gonna be rocking out that New Horizons, trying to do some Lexi-esque kind of maneuvers. And very interesting enough, the arm piece of choice here is going to be the Sharpshooters coming in from that Azalea deck. For those of you who are not familiar with Sharpshooters, well, we'll talk about it later. It's kind of like Bullseye Braces, just that it gives you that aim counter on top of it. So Really, really powerful stuff that you can activate, especially for the new cards that care about aim counters. I don't think he's running Stone Rain, but, you know, Judge, Jury, Executioner, yeah, that's a card that says when you have an aim counter, you're going to do some massive hand disruption during that turn.
Yeah, Khoi's list is definitely not standard, right? His Azalea deck is based a lot on aim counters.
Yes.
So he plays cards like, you know, the Barbed Undertow.
He has one Stone Rain, I think, in the list. Judge,
And
Jury,
I was talking to
Executioner.
him, the most powerful card in his deck was a mobilizing shot.
Yes, yes, yes.
He said that card won him so many games because people don't know what it does, and it just caught so many people off by guard.
Yeah.
He thinks his deck is so favored into Zen.
I think that's fantastic. Like, coming in with this sort of tech at the calling is exactly where you want to show off your new tools. I also love the fact that because of New Horizons, one of the really interesting things you can do here is that you can blind Azalea more often than not and not have to worry about whether it's a hit or a miss. You're not punished by that as much. And in fact, allows you to try to capitalize on Crow's Nest a lot more. So those aim counters got to be very relevant. The more you can get them, the wider a margin you can create between him and Pudding. So,
And speaking of his list, he plays 9 codexes. He plays every single codex in his deck.
Yes. It's all about getting those tokens out. So New Horizons, Sharpshooters, as you guys can see, but also the standard Death Dealer, so he can still get an effective hand. Pudding, however, you know, this is Team Blue Pitch we're talking about. Someone who's shown us time and time again, he understands how to maneuver these matchups on the fly, adjust his game plan accordingly, and find these little windows where he can punish his opponents for kind of underestimating or thinking that they have a linear game plan. So, very interesting. Pudding, our undefeated player, 7-0 on day 1, going into Khoi at 6-1 coming to day 2. Both incredible start today. This is table 1, which is also our featured match. On Pudding's side, nothing too out of the ordinary. We're using the Zephyr Needles because Azalea doesn't like to block that much anyway. The Zephyr Needles, very premium. Everything else in the kit, just good old armor.
I think it's very important that after looking at Pudding's list, he does play defense reactions in his list. He plays 3 red flick flags. Those flick flags will be very crucial to get into the arsenal this turn to stop mitigating those on-hit dominated attacks. You know, you're red in the ledges, you're mobilizing shots. You do not want those attacks to hit because you can't do Zen things if those attacks hit.
Absolutely. The New Horizons here, unfortunately, Azalea into one of the cards that you really don't want to Azalea into, Knock the Death Whistle. Thankfully, he's got New Horizons, so he's just able to make a 6-card hand, Arsenal Pass. That's 2 Arsenal cards. We haven't seen that in a while. And then drawing up, passing right to Pudding.
Has been a while since we've seen a double Arsenal.
Double
right?
Arsenals, man. I miss the double Arsenal era.
Oh.
Made the CNC so much better. Oh, the Ancestral Harmony and hitting the Bonds of Ancestry. Now, not the card that you want to see too early on because, well, Pudding just doesn't have any cards.
Your graveyard's not set up as well, right?
Yeah.
So,
And you can't break the combat chain, so this is going to be not an easy one to figure out.
so it's essentially a 4-go again.
Essentially a 4-go again. That's really about it at this point in time. So we're starting with the blue 100 wins. That's going for 2, right? Ancestral Harmony, giving that +1 to all the combo cards. I think Khoi already, you know, look at his body language. He's saying, send me the bill, sir.
Oh, I don't think this game there will be a lot of blocking Elliot's.
I don't think so, too.
Racing and disruption from the Azalea.
It's really on the Azalea player. It's really on Khoi to present those on-hit effects that are just so pesky to deal with. So now we're sending out that Zephyr Needle for 1. Without the Descendant, that Bonds of Ancestry is actually quite expensive to pay for, right?
Yes,
Comes to 2.
It's interesting though, Elliot. He did pitch a blue Descending Gust Wave.
Yeah.
So he had the line available to him, but
Unless he has another Descendant in his hand, he closed the combat chain for the 100 wins, and that could say quite a fair bit of things. It's either he's baiting out the fact that, hey, You never know. After this Zephyr Needle, I might be throwing another Descendant into the Bonds, into 100 wins to end off the chain. That's going to be a huge turn, right? Would have been 2 into this Zephyr Needle for 2, into a Descendant Gust Wave for, it could be 5, it could be 3 or 4.
Or-
Yeah, or 2 or 4, I guess, depending because he's running blues and reds.
So-
And then into a 5.
So-
And into another 4. Wow.
So Khoi really thinking about the 7 needle hit. He does have 6 cards to play with. Is it worth it to just commit a free block to destroy one of the needles already?
Mm-hmm. If that was the case, that would be very, very interesting. Yep, and
so
there we go. He really found the red Descendant
red?
Gust Wave from hand. This is a painful turn. Like what looked to be a bit of a miss from the Ancestral Harmony turned out to be really, really good.
Yeah, I think Pudding just had the right cards at the right time, banishing that bonds. Just having double Descendant and 100 wins available to utilize the bonds ancestry from Ancestral Harm.
Yeah, that was really, really good. Not having an arsenal also means that Pudding doesn't have like a setup card. I think Khoi doesn't have to worry about keeping a setup card in that arsenal. So any sort of disruption in this case, say for example, we're going to try to lace with inertia, try to put cards that have those outsider status effects and debuff him for a little bit. Any of those, like Seek and Destroy, also help him kind of gain that tempo back into the game. You can see Khoiden's already at 25 health. That's a huge gap for turn 1.
Yeah, 100%. But I would also be scared of Pudding. Khoi has 6 cards to play with. He's not blocking for a reason.
Yeah, 6 cards with Knock the Death Whistle.
He's going to fire off one of those disruption arrows that will force Pudding into a very uncomfortable spot. Maybe not being able to play much cards, or maybe just an insane output of damage.
Mm-hmm. If with the Knock the Death Whistle, you could imagine he's going to find like a Judge, Jury, Executioner.
Red and Ledger.
Red and Ledger. The Azalea activation is free at this point in time just because there is another Arsenal card already.
It's also important to know that Pudding didn't find the Transcend card turn 1. That reverse, if he needs to use it pretty early on,
Yep.
not being able to find A energy, that can be very, very painful.
Still deactivated. That is wonderful.
Oh, blocking with sharpshooters, we might see the activation this turn.
Anytime you can use those sharpshooters just to gain some value before you activate it, that's great. It is a battle-worn piece, which in a way has its advantages compared to Bullseye Bracer. But here we go. Seek and Destroy being played from Arsenal. We're going to start using this Knock the Death Whistle. JJE into Seek and Destroy can be some of the most devastating things you can do.
He does have JJE
In the hand.
hand.
Oh, unfortunate for that. But still, Azalea is never short of cards to find. Good arrows are abundant within this deck. Now the question is, what is he going to do? He might want to find something which might not even be JJE, right? Oh, no.
Looks like he's eyeing out the Red and Ledger, his Codex in hand. Might be seeing the Snapdragon Scaler's usage this turn as well. Just trying to load up 2 arrows.
Really have to think a little bit about
Oh,
what
it has
does
the
he
Rain
wanna do?
Razors too.
So sneaking in damage and going for that big turn, I can see why he used the sharpshooters to block, because this means we have 1 extra reload and the Death Dealer, right? We can do a 3-card attack this turn with some serious on-hit effects. This Seek and Destroy, extremely potent in shutting off whatever setup that Pudding might have wanted to do this turn. Is at 22 health. Well, that's really within the kill range of Zheng.
Oh, 100%. Especially with Azalea not having much access to armor.
Absolutely, absolutely. So here we see the Red and the Ledger coming in.
So it looks like he reloaded the Judge, Jury, Executioner, uses it as effect to spin, to put that to the bottom and grab Red and Ledger. So it is dominated now.
We're putting a lot of pumps on this Red in the Ledger.
Currently +6. He will have to pitch the Rain Razors to play the to play pay for Red and Ledger.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So there's a way Khoi can double Red and Ledger this turn if he chooses so, because he does have access to Codex of Frailty in his hand.
And that Codex will be really good in refilling the arsenal as well. In this case, yeah, pitching the Rain Razors will give us a lot more information of what he wants to do.
Okay.
So pitching the Codex instead, probably not going for one of those really big turns and hoping to arsenal the Rain Razor for a wider turn. This suggests to me he's not trying to activate Death Dealer and use the Snapdragons on the same turn. I mean, there isn't an additional arrow. I think if there was one more arrow for him to use, that would have been possible. But 11 Dominate, pretty good, pretty good.
Not too shabby.
Not
right?
too shabby. I mean, against Zheng, and this hand is, it could have been so good for pudding. He had the levels, he had the double transcend and the last blue. That would have been a really powerful turn.
Yeah, 100%. This Red and Ledger hitting at the right time.
Biting Breeze in hand with a Rising Sun Setting Moon, and then into the Sacred Art itself. And at levels, the sky's the limit of what you can really, really do with this deck. You have activated all 3 modes on the spot.
Luckily for playing this turn, it's not the worst Red and Ledger turn. He can, now that he has access to the Transcend cards and a blue, he can get that rolling, do his kind of setup, arsenal the Sacred Art, and now his...
Well, he can't arsenal the Sacred Art anymore.
No, he cannot, because Seek and Destroy is active.
Yeah, Seek and Destroy really put a little bump in his plans here.
I guess he can pitch it for the Blood Rod,
Yeah,
right?
he has to pitch it for the Blood Rod now. Just anything to stem the damage. It's really on Khoi Dinh to keep applying this pressure, to keep doing these disruption effects to hold Pudding at bay, right? Kind of choke him out of this game. But if Pudding finds that one little leeway at 22 health, Khoi Dinh's in real trouble. If Pudding keeps drawing hands like this, and this is an instant that we're looking at,
Okay,
double transcending on this turn.
Double transcend.
Double transcend, but with the Red and Ledger effect, we're not going to see any big attacks per se. We probably won't be searching and fizzling out a card. Or even if we are doing that, it's just for a single attack.
Oh, that is not
what he wanted to see
the
here.
best card to see.
In particular, so because it's Seek and Destroy's effect on the stack. So when this Chi comes back, he has to either pitch it and then, not search a card, and then after which one of these cards might have to be discarded.
Honestly, Pudding's probably looking for a big attack, right? Like, your Command and Conquers, your Land Strikes, your Mauling Cheese.
Mauling Cheese, yes.
Just to output some little damage, because currently his output is 1 Crouching Tiger. Or 1 Zephyr Needle.
Or 1 Zephyr Needle, exactly. If he activates Zheng here, he can probably pitch that last blue in his hand, which is the grain that tips the scales, in order to at least attack with something. You're not wasting any of your activations per se. So it's just going to be Crouching Tiger. Well, he can't be Crouching Tiger. He can only Mauling Chi in this case.
So I'll be losing those Crouching Tigers thanks to Seek and Destroy, because...
Yep. Well, it's ephemeral, so goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye, yeah. Because he currently has 3 Crouching Tigers in his hand that he cannot play out. And they will be seeked and destroyed at the end of this turn. So just all Crouching Tigers. 4 cards.
4 cards, including the grain that tips the scales. There's 3 Crouching Tigers. 2 made from the Sacred Art, 1 made from the Zheng activation, and then the card that he just drew. But yes, so finding this Mauling Chi will allow him to just pitch away the grain that tips the scales so that he doesn't have to discard it at the end of the turn. Oh, he has the 1 floating? Yeah, sorry, he had the 1 floating from the Transcending, yes. And using this grain that tips the scale just to pump it by 1. It will also Transcend, of which he can then now use to pay for the Blood Rod. So all in all,
not the worst turn.
Like Pudding really using this hand, And such a devastating effect from Khoiden to still send 6 damage to the face. A 6 damage retaliation off of it is as good as, eating some damage and sending back a weaker Slink, a CNC.
Especially with the life differences so far apart.
It's so far
Pudding
apart.
is double Khoi's
Oh
life
yes,
total
exactly
right now.
double at
But
the moment.
that can change at any time. Like right now, with a Rain Razor Bolton shot to get started, it does have immobilizing shot too, with a lot of pumps.
With a lot of pumps, the sharpshooters at the ready. We won't be able to see probably a 3rd attack in this case, but 2 attacks might be necessary if you want to be able to put Pudding in a corner.
I believe that card in this hand is line it up from the Azalea deck.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, we have Lace with Frailty and Lace with Inertia in this. Particularly strong cards. I mean, Lace with Inertia, honestly, one of the key cards in this matchup in order to stop Pudding from having any sort of big setup. But looks like we want to spread this apart, right? So we're getting a plus
Here's
5
9.
on this Bolton shot. And if a 9 reload, Pudding really has to worry.
9 go again.
9 go again.
Not on her inertia, on her reload. Not bad at all.
Yeah, and I think Pudding might be considering, is it time to block with the armor? If he can stem out this 9 damage, there's no reload. We are forced to use the sharpshooters for any additional effects, but it could also just be, end turn. It's always that little gambit, that little dance you have to make with the Azalea player. Is this the right time to block everything out? Maybe it's not as important as the next attack that might come in. If I block this out, am I going to get baited to being hit by an even stronger on-hit effect that's going to tear me apart?
These decisions are very crucial when to use the equipment. He does have the Flick Flack in hand.
Yes, has the Flick Flack in hand, a nice blue, a Tiger Swipe as well, and that CNC. You can see Khoiden's coffee at the side. Yeah, this is not an easy spot for Pudding to be in. It's this moment where you have to consider, doesn't seem like such a big deal at the moment. I mean, yes, frailties do kind of like, neuter the power of the Zephyr Needles, but at the same time, 9 damage
I think it's
and a
more
reload.
of the reload.
Yeah,
The reload's very important here.
it's a damage you do, damage you don't kind of moment, because whether or not we reload from the Bolton shot, Khoiden might have already planned the contingency of using those sharpshooters anyway. He doesn't know what's in Khoiden's hand.
But does he want to force him to use sharpshooters?
Sharpshooters? Yeah.
Once you use the sharpshooters, you don't have access to that aim counter and another arrow to in the arsenal, right? So maybe he's thinking, if I block it out, he has to use sharpshooters, and that's done. I've dealt with that. But if he doesn't block this 9, which he won't be, just probably the best card to block with, because as we know, Flick Flack, the next combo card that he blocks with,
Gets plus 2.
so he'll be most likely blocking for 5 in the next arrow, right? So it's not the worst.
Yep, if there's no pump on this one, then, you can block with 1 card for this 5. But Khoiden going to do, some super heroic things here, activating that Azalea to blind it out. We find a Codex in this case, which is not the worst because we have a pump in our hand, but still, we could also use the sharpshooters to load in a shot first, the immobilizing shot. Use the pump, then use the Codex to find another card. We have a face-up Arsenal card, so the Ponder will still allow us to second Arsenal the same turn.
So he is using the sharpshooters this turn. The thing with his Khoi's Azalea list is he doesn't always have to play the cards in the arsenal, right?
Yes.
He has New Horizon, Codex being in is not bad for the following turn.
This immobilizing shot also very interesting at the moment.
Even Pudding
Has to read
has
the card.
to read the card,
He
right?
hasn't seen
So
this in a
no
while.
one actually knows what this card does.
Yes.
But
It's a really powerful.
when they hit
and-
it, you can only play one attack and one non-attack. So it's basically a pseudo Red and Legend.
Yeah, it kind of has that Red Legend effect, but it also is a zero-cost arrow, which is one of the big things here. Not only will we use the Codex to find,
A
say,
bolt and shot.
a bolt and shot
Yeah.
for that free go again, right? We play the Lace of Inertia. We have the Rain Razors on top of this. We're pressuring this
So
deck.
this is coming in for 9 again.
A 9 again, yes.
And then into a mobilizing shot.
Absolutely. So this is another 90-4 without having to commit the Snapdragon Scalers in this case, which is just excellent. But it's all heads up from here. So Pudding can do the math to decide what is the best form of blocking.
And it's forcing a card from Pudding's hand with the Codex, right? So forcing him to get an arsenal.
Yeah, right now, yeah, Pudding still has to make a decision. What card am I dropping and replacing within my arsenal?
And it's so hard for Pudding. He has Command Conquer, he has Homage, and he has Tiger Swipe. He wants to keep the Tiger Swipe for the Flick Flag. He wants to keep the Command Conquer to fire back maybe next turn. But this Codex really ruining that hand.
Really ruining the hand. And I mean, I think it's going to be so difficult to block out this entire attack wave coming in from Khoi, right? This is going to be a 9 bolt and shot into a 6 immobilizing shot. That's another 15 damage that Pudding needs to account for at this point in time.
And he's already done 9 this turn.
He's already done 9.
So this is a 24 damage turn with this very disruptive on hit.
Oh,
with
yeah.
the immobilizing shot.
We did 24 damage. We placed 2 frailties because of Codex and the Lace with Frailty. We're going to give Inertia, so no following setup for Pudding. And the immobilizing shot, it's going to neuter any go-wide plan that Pudding was going to have.
Khoi is going to have that ponder for next turn as well.
For next turn,
another
yeah.
5-card hand.
Another 5-card hand. This is very reminiscent of the old Lexi lists where on your Rain Razor's turn, it's like 3 arrows is the minimum you want to have in order to maximize or even get more value from a yellow card like Rain Razors.
Rain Razor is an incredible card for the Ranger players to go wide, right? It has so much value. You play 3 arrows, that's +6.
That's +6. Getting a starter and one of the best starters for Pudding. Oh, thinking about getting the Descendant, but instead switches over to the 100 Winds Red here. A less committal card in this case. Right, a little bit more flexible. It is a 0 for 3, unconditionally go again. But 9 damage with
9.
Lace. Yeah, with Lace of Inertia, sometimes it might not matter.
That's blocking for 5. 3.
So this is blocking for 8 in total.
So it's just taking 1.
Just taking 1, the immobilizing shot will come for 6, and Pudding on his turn can fire off that 100 Winds Red for 1 damage.
Hey, one's better than none, right?
1 always better than none.
Now, the thing is, Khoi doesn't have to play this immobilizing shot, right? He can save it. But
It
it
has
has
the aim counter.
nothing in his hand. He knows that Pudding's just going to be passing. Oh, no, sorry.
He's going to be attacking for 1. Yep.
And then passing.
I think that's a really good observation, Newson. Over here, if we just say we're going to pass the turn, there's no need to push the damage. We want to control the board more. We'll just end the turn, let the Ponder pop, have a 6-card hand for next turn.
Khoi's Azalea really reminding us of Lexi Live Wire's time, right?
Yes.
6-card hands, double arsenal, multiple arrows each turn.
Yeah, and this is only the first Rain Razors that we've seen. Khoi still has a lot of options left in the deck. Of course, we always want to make the Rain Razors have 6 value because that becomes really so much more above rate for a yellow card. But 4 is still pretty good. 4 damage from a yellow pitch instant feels like a good trade to me.
Yeah, 100%. Just catches people, and that card catches people off so many times, just perfectly blocking there. Has the Rain Razors.
Has the Rain Razors. 18 damage is nothing to scoff at. And just with that, right, we've close that life gap to
Oh,
within like 10 points of each other.
So Khoi choosing not to utilize immobilizing shot. Happy to just pass his turn.
Yeah,
With
the
6
aim
cards.
counter does not leave at the end of the turn. So even on the next one, with this 100 wins for one, Khoi is happy to say like, hey, I did 18, you did 1, and I've got a 6-card hand. I think that sounds pretty value town to me.
Yeah, so Khoi choosing to take that one.
Choosing to take that one, no Arsenal for Pudding. So we're going to a 6-card hand into a 4-card hand this time. The Snapdragon Scaler is really the card that Khoi is probably looking to activate this turn if he wants to do something quite devastating. If there is another arrow in Arsenal that he pondered and placed inside, that's where these Snapdragons really bail you out of a crucial turn.
And here's Azalea.
Yep, so the blind
Probably looking for a
Azalea.
pump.
Oh my
Ooh.
goodness! So we're putting another aim counter thanks to the crow's nest. Now we're just thinking what to pitch.
So double immobilizing shot, and he can just play the one from the from the top of the deck. That is dominated.
It's
he can
dominated.
still keep the one that he's had from last turn or a later turn, right?
Exactly.
You don't need to commit 2 because name of a game, disruption.
But there's a second Rain Razors that we've seen in his hand. So do we want to maximize the damage this turn? We can also just
Codex of Blood Rot too.
Codex of Blood Rot also very good. You can just use it to give a Blood Rot Pox token. Also kind of forces Pudding to place a card into the arsenal, which makes it even harder to block this time. But there are some issues. We've seen that Pudding has had the Flick Flag as well. So if you Blood Rot Pox it now, if you use the Codex of Blood Rot, you can have him load that D-React into the arsenal. So definitely a pump that we're going to see. I believe it's a Lace.
Lace of Blood Rot, I believe.
That's right. So Lace of Blood Rot, really good pump. It's usually a 0 for 5, represented in value. But that dominated immobilizing shot. This is coming for 7 dominate.
On hit, Blood Rot, on hit, immobilizing shot.
Yeah. And what Pudding doesn't know is that even if you were to commit some armor in order to stop this, there's a Rain Razors
Still
just
2 cards
waiting.
in hand.
Still 2 cards in hand, absolutely. So if Pudding chooses to take this, well, that's 7 damage, and you can Arsenal the Rain Razors on this turn.
Luckily for Pudding, he does have a command and conquer. Probably wants to fire that off next turn to force some disruption.
That is very opportune, very opportune.
He knows Khoi is probably trying to set up double arsenal. Command and conquer is good at dealing with multiple arsenal cards.
Yeah, if you think threatening 1 Arsenal is good, threatening 2, always the bane of most Rangers' lives. Tough spot now. Looks like it's a straight 7. So question is, does
Do I
Khoi
commit?
want to?
And he does.
Yeah, I think he's going to commit some damage here.
Going up to 9.
Going up to 9, and
That's going to drop Pudding to 17.
yeah, and he can now Arsenal. He can choose to Arsenal the Codex of Blood Rot as well.
Or you can just play it out. Give him Blood Rot. Give yourself a Ponder.
Oh, but he needs to crack the Snapdragon Scalers. Yeah, without the go again, I think that's the more difficult bit. But if we keep the Blood Rot Pox, what we can do next turn is we can afford to blind Azalea and still keep the immobilizing shot with the aim counter in play, and hoping to find something else across the line. That's what I love about what Khoi has brewed so far for us, is that you can nilly-willy just activate Azalea, get rid of this face-down card that we don't really care too much about because we have a steady arrow at the back line, just waiting, and in the worst-case scenario, it'll all be hunky-dory.
And look at that, Elliot. He's dropped Pudding down to 17.
Yeah, he's closed that gap all the way. 2 health, 2 health.
So sending those different needles.
And I think that's the last Rain Razor in hand for Khoi Dinh. So he's found 3 rain raises in a row. And with this entire, with immobilizing shot, you can only play 1 attack action and 1 non-attack action, but it doesn't stop you from using your weapons.
Sending those 7 needles.
Really, really helpful at this
Very
point in time.
efficient, just 4 damage for 2 resources.
Yep, using the entire hand. The 6 from the Command and Conquer here,
Huge.
extremely relevant.
Basically a must block.
Yeah.
Basically.
And you can see, from having a kind of 7 damage turn, it's only 7 damage from Khoi Dinh's side, hoping to lock his opponent down, Pudding found 10 damage. Pudding found 10 damage with a relevant on hit that puts Khoi Dinh in a really tight scenario.
And so important, Pudding still has access to all his equipment. That is 7 block ready to go. Oh, has to use the tunic too.
I mean, the tunic is not the thing that he needs to play around that much. It's honestly the New Horizons that feels extremely powerful here. So he has to abuse that as much as possible. But with this 2-card hand,
Oh, the hands. So the Warmonger's diplomacy.
ooh, and here we go, blind Azalea time. And we have a Knock the Death Whistle, which is
Not
the
the-
second time that we've seen him do this, but without Azalea, Knock the Death Whistle doesn't really do that much.
Yeah, not the best hit. Probably save it for next turn.
Yeah. Of which, if Khoi Dinh wants to place just a little bit of pressure onto Pudding, he really does need to maybe commit the Snapdragon at this point in time. Oh, wow. This is just a 4 damage.
Hey, like, it is a break point. It is not on hit.
It is a break point, but Zheng, famously enough, has that Strides of Reprisal. A very simple, committing the armor
Committing-
suite here.
Committing the arms too. So we can in traverse.
Yeah, the question is that all he's committing?
Rain
Because
Razor will be devastating here.
this, yes, exactly. The
Oh,
Rain
he has
Razor.
it.
Oh, I think they're still in the blocking phase.
So, just checking with the judge. How's this gonna work? Is he able to keep blocking?
Yeah.
Just our judge is very professional, watching the stream at all times, making sure the game state is fair and everybody is playing to the rules.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, yes, Pudding has that additional information of the Rain Razors at the moment. But without Priority being passed back yet, I think the judges will be allowing Pudding to continue.
This is why it's so important to double check. Is that all you're
Is that all
blocking
you're
with?
blocking? Yeah.
Because you go into scenarios like this where he knows you have the Rain Razor down.
Yes. You don't want to give too much information, and you want to make sure that both players understand what step of the combat step are you at.
Still thinking about the blocks.
Still thinking about the blocks and committing additionally.
Death Dealer still available for Khoi.
And this is a pretty good hand if we're looking at Pudding's hand as well. Not only who to activate 2 modes, or potentially 3 modes with levels of enlightenment here. Because I think he wanted to make the extra crouching tiger. So only blocking for 5 here. Well,
does-
knowing that there's the rain razors as well.
He does have the drop in the ocean to -1.
Yes, that's true. That's true. He does have the drop in the ocean of -1. So a very well. It seems like a clean play here.
It's very unfortunate.
That Khoi already gave out that extra information.
Yeah.
Yes.
But we're still we've forced the fridge out. We're gonna force a drop in the ocean. That won't be transcending because he has not played a blue card
On this turn, yes.
and using the Snapdragons. I like this.
So getting that additional strides, the Crouching Tiger in hand from the Strides of Reprisal. Will we now commit a drop in the ocean? Not transcending since no blue is being played here, but Khoi didn't. Activating the Snapdragon Scalers, hoping for a follow-up that can punish this turn.
Probably looking for Codex of Frailty or something like that. Hell, only one card left, and yes, there it is. So, can't actually get red in Legends. He doesn't have any resources.
No additional resources here. It's very likely he can get an aim counter on any of these cards as well, since the Sharpshooter's already gone. We're not really dominating any attacks here. Azalea's already activated. So it's just going to be 6 go again.
6 go again. What's 6 damage, right? And then just
6
throwing
damage
cards.
is 6 damage. And since this is the last Rain Razors, we don't actually have a choice. We want to find something that is just relatively useful.
Been working out. Is this Bolton's not worth the block? Am I happy to drop to 9? 9 is a kill range for Azalea if the attack is dominated, right? Elliot, remember, Azaleas can do those.
Azaleas have evasive
15,
damage, yeah.
15, 17 dominated attacks.
And once you don't have your equipment suite, the New Horizons Azalea lists are so interesting because they have the either go tall options or the go wide options. We've seen some of these time and time again. Khoi has been doing like 7 into 7 into like a 4, right? Those are some really strictly good turns. 19 damage off of what is a 6 card hand is still very, very respectable. But I think, yeah, Pudding very happy to take the bill, eat up that 6 damage, ponder, place it in Arsenal, and then now he needs to hope to survive. Because 9 damage with the Frailty, yes, it does make the Zephyr Needles a lot less painful. It makes the Descendant Red also a little bit less painful. It's coming only for 2 at this point in time.
But we know a bonds of ancestry most likely to come after in this turn.
Yeah, it's really going to be baiting out the bonds.
He does have inner cheese. Pudding does have inner cheese in his hand. So you go fetch it. And there we go.
Finding the bonds of ancestry. And the turn is not over yet, folks. Afterwards, we'll still have probably a levels of enlightenment coming in with all 3 modes activated.
5, go again, draw a card.
Go again, draw a card.
Not too bad. So choosing the Tiger Swipe to go with the Crouching Tiger he just made from Sensei ability. So this damage is starting to add up, you know?
Oh, when you add these life
Khoi's on 9?
totals, yeah, when you both hit single-digit life totals, the person who has to block mandatorily first is the one who is clearly behind. And with the tempo sitting the way it is, Khoi really needs to pray that Pudding cannot output enough to get him to block. And I think he's just eating the 4 damage here. Going down to 5, this Crouching Tiger coming in for 0. and it's just a setup card. For this Tiger Swipe, which will be 4 go again. Everyone loves ninjas, love their 4 go again cards, I believe.
Oh. So 2 Crouching Tigers, Mauling Key, and 1 Mysterious card. Coming in with Tiger Swipe for 4 go again.
This is 4 go again.
Khoi is on 5. He can choose to take this and drop down to 1. But
Oh,
after that,
then
every card, he has
yeah.
to block every single card.
The good part about this
Oh,
is
and he's
that
going down to 1,
he's
Elliot.
going down to, he's taking 1 from this.
Oh no, he's blocked it out.
He blocked it out. He took 1. The good part is that there's no Shuko, so we don't have to worry that much about one pesky tiger trying to tickle us. We can go down to 1, and the follow-up a crouching tiger will not really be that much of a threat. And here we go, levels of enlightenment. This is going to be 5,
Go again.
and it should be go again in this case. Yeah, seems to be 5 go again.
So strong. It's forcing another card from Khoi.
Yeah, a blue 1 for 5 go again. That's really, really good. That's spinning wheel kick territory.
Who doesn't like 5 go again?
Hey, who doesn't like 5 go again, man? And Azalea, always in a kind of an awkward spot at times because you have to just pack all these 2 blocks into your deck.
So it's not the...
Blocking 5 is inefficient most of the time.
Yeah. Because you never know if you're going to have a hand full of 3 blocks or you're going to have a hand all full of 2 blocks. And that looks like he has a hand full of 2 blocks, Elliot. He
Yeah.
has 3 pumps.
And this is not great at the moment.
Leaking 1 damage again.
Leaking 1, and then
Sending those
this.
Symphonials. Even though they
Yeah.
attack for 1, they still... Every point of damage still matters.
That 1 damage more than anything else.
Oh, and a Warmonk. Oh, that is huge.
That is...
That basically shuts down Khoi's turn.
Yeah, he has to choose whether he wants to do war or peace, but it might be the case that if he chooses peace as the only option, that could be game.
I mean, he doesn't have access to the hero ability, so he can't actually clear his arsenal unless that face down arsenal is a arrow card. But
Yes.
is it actually that threatening? Putting still a 9, he still has the 12 pedal Kasaya of 2 block. So even if it is a red and ledger, all that needs is 1 free block from hand and the Kasaya to fully block that out. And then that would be the end of Khoi's hand.
100%. 100%.
So most likely choosing
I think he
war?
has to choose war, right? It has to be an arrow in arsenal. If not, that is probably it.
I know Pudding probably chose war, but
Would it? I would be surprised if he chose
oh,
peace,
it looks
because he's been violent the whole day.
like he's out of war.
This is the first out of war we've seen from Pudding's side as well. What can Khoi do here to inch even closer, or at least escape the clutches of death at this point in time? Pudding's first arsenal we've seen in a long time that's not been loaded by Codex of Frailty. This entire game, he's been playing like very fair 4-card hands and still outputting so much damage. Whereas for Khoi, it's been really...
looks like he played.
Yeah,
like he
I think he chose
chose
peace. I think he chose peace, and all he can do is knock the death whistle, set up his hand. It's kind of like tutoring a card and then passing the turn.
Yeah, but can't really afford to set up, right? You're on 2
Yeah.
life against Zen.
I mean, if he chose peace, it still allows him to use all the non-attack actions. So we can knock the death whistle, play something on top. Azalea in, flipping the card, and then hoping to get something on aim counter and pray for 1 more turn.
That's a big prayer to ask.
It's a big prayer. It's a big prayer.
So choosing to put Endless Arrow on top.
Yep, it's an endless arrow. So not one of them which really requires an aim counter. And, there's no real attack that's coming in. But doing the swap as per normal and just looking to try to set up a 6-card hand. That's really all he can do at this point in time. But at 2 health, every Zephyr Needle is...
Oh, those are
this is
gonna
the
put in
Benji
so
Kodachi
much
lock.
work.
Yeah. This is the Benji style Kodachi lock, right?
And he's out of war in hand too.
Oh my goodness, yeah. The Art of War really will push things over the line.
Only 5 minutes left in the round.
Pudding here, already starting to think about how you can just... Oh, yeah, and starting with the Art of War, not affected by Warmonger's Diplomacy. We have to remember, Pudding is also on War at the moment. So cards like Wind Chakra are turned off. Can't use those to blue Transcend. He can't use Ancestral Harmonies if he has any of those because of the Warmonger's Diplomacy effect.
I think Pudding should be able to close out this game. He does the drawn line strike.
We're starting with a
Tiger for 1.
Tiger for 1. Taking 1. Zephyr Needle for 2. We're going as low to the ground as possible on these, forcing out Khoi to drop cards from his hand.
It's not even going to break it, Elliot.
Yeah, it's not. Oh, that's unfortunate. It's not going to break it.
Oh.
More cards that
And
don't
strike
really
for-
break. This is a
9.
6 go
6
again.
go again?
I think it's a 6 go again. And then lastly, a aspect of Tiger.
And that, there
Yeah,
we go.
and that is game. Finding that few points of victory from behind in the last few chain links here, Pudding really going the distance with this deck, not getting too phased out. In fact, one of the turning points of this game we saw in Houston was the immobilizing shot being set for 7, getting the on-hit effect. Pudding said, "Send me the bill," and he made 10 damage out of the exact same turn.
He turned
got
a very
hit.
bad situation into a very good situation.
Yes.
That Command and Conquer was huge.
That Command and Conquer was really huge, forcing Khoi to start actively blocking to protect that 6-card hand.
Hey, props to Khoi. I really enjoyed looking at his deck. That aim counter synergy is very, very scary on those immobilizing shots and so on.
Yeah, the fact that it has so much access to these aim counters, especially with the new sharpshooters, that goes to show, I think there's a real deck concept that's being brewed here, and it's something that we could probably explore within this current season. But Pudding, once again, going undefeated, 8-0 now.
I think he has secured his place in the top 8 with this win.
Yes, exactly. I think this is a lock for him. Even if he'll drop the next 3 games, X3 will be the best
X3.
Yeah, so everything's going to be hunky-dory for him. Best of luck to Pudding as he enters the top 8. We still have 3 more games of Swiss to go. So we're going to go for a short break, and when we come back, we'll have 3 more rounds for y'all, so stay tuned.
defend the innocent and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden, and I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns. Wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racing to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun.
Everyone, we are back here for calling round 9 of our day 2 here in Manila. We saw Yuifan yesterday playing Victor Goldmain High and Mighty, and today he'll be playing against one of my kinsmen from back home in Singapore, Aloysius Go, currently 6-2 on Prism, Awakener of Soul. We haven't seen this matchup on stream just yet, so these players are still alive in the tournament. If any one of them wins this, they are still in contention. But someone here is going X3 and will most probably be out of the running for top 8.
So these two players are fighting for their lives right now.
Yes, they are right on the edge of staying in or getting out. So, very fun. I mean, we saw Yuifan's list yesterday. It is very much in that they got a lot of the aggressive package. We have out muscles in the deck, red pummels, but still, you know, and the zealous beltings and whatnot. Very, very good into the matchups that need control. But Prism is one of those tricksy decks all the time, right? If they have the Library of Solanas, all these Spectra auras, things that require Victor to play a very different game. Now, biggest question is, can they set up the Arclight loop?
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to ask you. If Prism's able to set up the Arclight Sentinel loop, and Victor doesn't look like he has the time skippers to out that, so setting up that loop.
once you set up that loop,
It's
and
basically impossible to win.
Yeah.
From up there, right? So
absolutely, absolutely. So it's on Aloysius really here to find those openings. There are many other ways, of course, to win the game. As Prism, you don't have to have the Arclight loop to win this matchup. You can get a lot of value from Angels, right? Forcing someone like Victor to manually attack them, and that's normally just skipping the turn. But with this package of like, Outmuscle, E-Strike, Zealous Beltings, we could probably see, and I think he has 3 rounds, the Ancients as well. Very standard in these lists nowadays. Sometimes you just present damage straight to the Prism's face, and 32 health is not a lot of health to deal with.
and getting the Figments out is so hard. It's a lot harder, right? Because
Yes.
Victor, you're playing against the Guardian. You have so many attacks that have more than 6 power in your deck, right? So
Yes.
that Phantasm trigger will be very important.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think part of Aloysius' plan over here would be to try his best to use a double aura turn. Depending on who goes first or second, that could be the real game changer. Double aura pass is always one of those things where it's like, oh, I really, really hope he can do it turn 1. And interesting piece of tech here, we're noticing the Dreamweavers.
Yeah.
The Dreamweavers here, that's going to force the issue a lot of the times when we're attacking with these Phantasm Heralds. And if there are any of the nice pumps, right, the Angelic Wraths, which I think we're seeing a couple of pieces from Aloysius' list. There are yellows and blues in this list. We're starting off with one of the more irritating ones, Merciful Retribution. And you find here being very respectful, bringing in that AB1.
Yeah, very respecting this Merciful Retribution, right? Does not want to just lose to random arcane damage coming. So
Yeah.
good start for Yufan. Zealous Belting. You want to go wide in this matchup, right?
Yeah.
Force cards, clear auras. That's the plan.
5 to the face and 4 to the aura. That's all you need. Aloysius doesn't have a very good blocking hand as well. We see only 1 Herald they can block with. But an Arclight Sentinel and a Light of Soul. Now, that's always very interesting for me. When you have the Light of Soul, not only are you able to activate Vestige of Soul a little bit more consistently. Ooh, and what a risky
That's
play.
so risky.
Yeah, that's such a risky play.
Not
If there's a
respecting
pummel, if there's a pummel coming into this, we're looking at the loss of your footsteps.
And that card is so crucial.
So crucial. And look at that. We're playing the Arclight Sentinel to protect the Merciful Retribution at this point in time. Filling up a soul with Light of Soul and allowing us to search for Figment. This is absolutely what you want to see as the Prism player in this moment. Punish the Zealous Belting, the greedy play of like hitting the face and then trying to go for the aura rather than clearing it up straight.
But that was such a risky play.
It's such a risky
Throwing
play.
their footsteps on a Zealous Belting, knowing your opponent has 2 cards left in his hand.
Absolutely, absolutely. He still wants to stem as much damage as possible, but wow, that's a gutsy move.
So the Sakurai will be dealt with the Zealous.
Yeah, and we're
And-
playing the Figment of Rebirth, the Figment of Protection, sorry. And because of the way Merciful Retribution works, well, next turn that Spectral Shield is gonna really be worth some damage. We filled Soul to 2 on turn 1. That's huge for Prism.
Yeah, I know that Prism struggles to get Soul, especially against Guardian, right? But having that Merciful, access to that Merciful, huge.
Yeah, that is massive. And the fact that the Merciful stayed on board means it also represents 1 soul itself. It has to be cleared, it has to be dealt with, and it always goes to soul.
So just a pass from the Prism back to Victor. Can he find those go again attacks? That's the name of the game here.
Yeah. Unfortunate that the Arclight really just stalled and protected 1 Merciful Retribution and the turn is passed back to Yufan. But if Yufan doesn't have a go again attack, this turn might just be, pitch 3. Swinging Miller's Grindstone, hit that Merciful, take 1 Arcane. Or filter, he has the AB1.
He won't be taking any Arcane.
Yeah.
Not
anytime
still
soon.
has 3 cards left in his hand if he chooses that play.
Yeah. But this AB1 also suggests that there might come a point in the game where
yeah.
Sekhem would be, yeah, looks like we're just using the Miller's Grindstone, filling up that soul, pitching for that one arcane
Three
damage.
cards in soul now, Elliot.
3 cards in soul.
4 cards in hand.
That always feels really, really good. When you don't have those go again attacks, it can feel very risky.
Looks like he has like
This is a
3
4
or-
heralds in
3
total.
or 3 or 4.
Yeah.
His whole hand is herald.
It's
Fortune
heralds, and he
heralds.
just pitched one of the Figments of Judgment. That's about it. And
No, his hand is 3 war tunes. He just played
Oh,
war tune
yeah.
last, so he's
So it's war tunes.
4 war tunes this turn.
this is war, I suppose. And all he's asking for is, yeah, can you keep popping me, please? Stealing cards from the Guardian's hand, always very helpful in this case. Because with a 2-card hand, I mean, most of the time, the Guardian is usually just swinging the Miller's Grindstone. Command and Conquer, though,
Command
pretty
Conquer.
good.
1 floating, tunic on the ready.
Pretty good. I mean, Prism traditionally just runs 3 soul shields in order to protect this from the normal 6 attacks. Does not work with Command and Conquer.
Has to respect that pummel too. That tunic is on free.
Oh, absolutely. That's so true. And his hand is a non-blocking hand in this case. So whatever's in his arsenal, I'm pretty sure it's a War Tune Herald.
Yeah, I think it's his 4 fortune herald from last turn.
It might be the case that he has to let it go and be ready at all costs to just, block 3.
Okay, choose.
All right, no pummels. So Aloysius now taking that gambit in the clear. Gonna lose the arsenal here, but keeping that Merciful Retribution,
Establishing it, right?
establishing that Merciful Retribution is massive on this turn.
Oh, we didn't. You found an arsenal. So
You find an arsenal, so it's probably a block
Block
card. Yeah. Very telegraph in this case. Wow, second arc like Sentinel.
Tome of
We have the
Infinity.
Halo. We have, more importantly, we actually have the Merciful Retribution on board. So if Yufan uses his turn to just pitch and kill the Merciful, we can pitch the blue Herald of Triumph, activate and draw
Tome-
up using the
oh.
Tome of Divinity, play an Arclight on this turn, goes back to our turn, and we're still attacking.
This is why you're the Prism expert. And this is
Here we go.
Exactly what you said. Playing the time on their turn, taking advantage of that merciful going to the soul.
Yeah, drawing 3 cards
three
with
cards.
Vestige is active. Drawing into a blue non-light illusionist is one of the things you don't really want to see. But
And probably flashing out the Arclight Sentinel
oh,
too.
yeah, definitely. I think we have to flash out Arclight Sentinel while we have the resource advantage of making yellows into blues. And if we can do that, honestly, our turn is essentially Arclight Sentinel, maybe Pierce Reality,
Pass.
and then pass. But, cheating out some free card draw, leveraging on the arcane from the Merciful Retribution going into soul. We're at 4 soul. 4 soul is nothing to scoff at.
And dropping the Pierce Reality as well.
Oh, this is going pretty well as far as setups are concerned for Aloysius. When you have a turn where it's just fully bypassed by the Arclight Sentinel, you're back to your full grip. You have a chance to find your Library of Solana.
But that is a second Arclight gone.
2 Arclights down. You can never count the Arclights totally out of this game.
There's always Herald of Rebirth.
Yeah, Herald of Rebirth, just one of those really pesky cards that recycles the deck. Looks like we will be popping the... that doesn't matter that we are using the Parable of Humility here. It still pops off of Macho Grande. But we now establish 2 Aura Presence. It's creeping in. Every single turn that we can do this, we're getting ahead in the game.
Yeah, but you're basically making a stalling for another turn, right?
You're just stalling.
Because these auras, he has to clear them, and you rather him hit the auras than you hit your face.
Yeah, and look at that. This is a choke slam coming in, but
I'm pretty sure that's most likely going to face.
it's going to face in this case, and unfortunately for Yufan, looks like we're gonna just be soul shielding this turn, and we're gonna stall another one.
That's gonna be 5 cards in Soul Elliot.
5 cards in soul. We are getting ready for this loop. You can clearly tell that Aloysius is biding his time. Stem the bleeding as much as possible. Don't let Yufan get too engrossed with trying to go for their face, and once you're ready to do so, drop the angel. Crack the halo, place a herald into soul, find rebirth. Let's start looping. We're just missing a Genesis, which we haven't seen so far.
It's coming in for 8.
Yeah, 8 just thankfully because of Pierce Reality. And we don't have a popper at this point in time.
That Ode putting in so much work.
Yeah, the Parable of Humility here, just -1 across the board is not funny. And looks like we're tied. Oh, we're winning.
No,
we're
they're
winning
winning
this.
that.
We're winning this. Are we cracking the Aurum Aegis?
Nah, I don't think
No,
you can do that.
when you go up against Prism, my favorite part about it is flipping up stuff like your War Tune Herald Reds. It's like, I have 7s too in this deck. And
They have a mind.
winning Might when Pierce Reality is on the board is just...
+3.
Yeah, it's
3
just
plus
so
3.
disgusting.
You thought Tickler Pounder was bad.
Yeah, cast homes at home, right? Yeah. And then a sink below. Okay, so we're not going to get the Herald,
Into the
the
soul?
trigger. Yeah, we're not getting the Prism trigger off of this. But nonetheless, we just took 2 cards on the hand, and that was not a pop. So it's a value trade in this case. 2 cards for 1, and we store an armor piece off the Balance of Justice. It also means that the next time we come in with a Herald of Erudition, we are definitely just using the Gauntlets of Iron Will. That's one equipment we don't have to think about.
Playing Visit the Gold.
Yeah, but no Might tokens being created here because this is literally our second gold token.
Just refreshing, just replacing that card, right?
Yeah.
Right, and creating a gold.
Oh, and look at this hand here. We actually have what it takes to go on a tome draw using the Halo and then playing the Genesis. We're going to refill this hand really fast. We're missing a blue. Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate, but the Genesis here going to give us a lot of value across this game.
And Line Strike just to the face for 6.
Yeah, Aloysius very happy to just say, give me the Lightning Strike, we'll take damage.
The thing about Prism is, you see the life, it's 40-16, you probably think Victor's winning, but
You never count
you
an
can
illusions
never
out.
count a Prism out. They
Yeah.
can go to 1 life, as long as they set up their board enough, you can just randomly lose from 40 to 1.
And that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start digging through cards. Halo of Illumination being popped. We've placed Herald of Judgment into Soul. Time to go tutoring in the deck. For our next Figment, I'm thinking there's a bunch of options here. Probably, yeah, Parable of Humility is a good option. Figment of Humility is pretty good. Or Figment of Triumph, sorry, that's called Figment of Triumph. Figment of Triumph or Figment of Erudition. Both of them pretty good in this case. The Triumph, however, giving us an opportunity to flip into Victoria. And Victoria is really good at giving more -1s on your opponent's turn.
Well, it looks like he has Library.
Oh my goodness,
He might have drawn that.
he drew into the library over here. So that's a bit of a dead card in this case, but more it looks like we could just keep doing more Parable shenanigans in this case. The unfortunate part about this, or rather, if
can play
Aloysius
both,
wanted to,
right?
he could do it on I
No,
think
he
this is
cannot.
his turn.
Yeah.
So what he can do is he can pitch the 2
Yellows.
play a Parable, and then play the library, pass the turn, drop to 5. Not exactly what he wanted to see in this case. He probably wants to flip up one of the Figments on his turn. The soul count is very high as is. Probably wants to get a little bit of value and some life buffer to get back into the game. But I wouldn't fall in for playing a Parable as well. I think a Parable, stacking these effects.
-2.
Yeah, you're going to start choking Yufan out, and he'll start slowing his tempo game down by saying, I have to hit these auras. They're getting a bit too much.
Oh, choosing to play the Parable instead of the Great Library.
Interesting. So not playing the Great Library on this turn. Could have gone to 4 cards.
It's always weird arsenaling one of the arsenaling a landmark card.
It doesn't sit right in the box.
It doesn't feel like it should be there, you know?
Yeah. It doesn't feel right in the box, right? This landscape card in a vertical corner. No, not my thing.
All right, we see this is second visit to Gold Main Estate.
Yeah, visiting.
Still no might generation, but no. This one will create a might.
Create a might because of
our
Aurum
mages.
Aegis. That's right. So we'll make 3 might tokens here, draw back a card. We didn't really punish Yifan by stripping any cards from his hand. So let's see what the follow-up is. We have a Soul Shield though on Aloysius' side.
But you are dealing with double parable. That's every attack action is -2.
Yeah, double parable.
Oh, that sounds. I think
and-
it's going to be coming in for free.
Double parable, Pierce Reality. We just pitched 2 for 3 go again. That is not a great feeling, but
Those
yeah,
parables really putting in work.
yeah, going down to 13 in this case. And Yifan thinking to himself, are we just swinging hammer at one of these parables? Or, yeah, are we setting up for the next turn? There's another cast homes. One more cast homes. Visit the gold main estate in his hand. We can't really play the Cranial Crush. But we can crack gold if we want to. Probably not that worth it, honestly, in this case. And very likely that we'll see the Miller's Grindstone being swung. At Pierce Reality, okay. So we kept a Cranial Crush, which is still a popper with -2 on the board. It's only a 6. Unless we start with Victoria. Now, Victoria is really interesting. She gives -1 across the board on both turns. And with that being the case, you're given this leeway where even a Thunderquake blue is not enough to pop. He's going for protection. I think the life buffer being a bit of a significant bit for him right now.
Finally flipping Angel using a soul.
And here we go. We're attacking
Aegis.
with Aegis, banishing another card, making 2 Spectral Shield tokens. Health buffers here. We just gained 6 health.
Yeah. Back to 19.
Back to 19, essentially. We're still very far behind. We've not put a single dent into Yifan's, well, anything really. We only just took 2 off the helmet.
But that board is building up LA. Starting to, clog up the board. And when that happens, plays the library too.
Yeah, and the library coming in. We're going to Arsenal, draw up to 5 cards.
Like, this is the scariest thing you see from Illusionists, just having multiple cards on board. And then sometimes it just overwhelms you and you can't deal with it.
Yeah. And now with 5 cards in hand, this 3 Might tokens seems very devastating, but when you have library, you just drew an extra card, right? You drew an extra block card sometimes, another block 3. So in a very weird way, we've kind of neutered the effect, and 2 parables is also really sick. What attack is coming in? This is our muscle, which is a 9. We don't have enough.
7.
Oh, 7.
But
So if
due
we
to
block with a
parables.
7, if we block with a 7 right here, that stops the turn.
Yeah.
Unless there's a pummel. And we know Yifan is packing these pummels. So do we have a 7 in hand? Does not look like it. In fact, I think most of the time they do board out a lot of the red heralds, aside from Wartune, into the Victor matchup. Because we need consistency, right? We need blues, we need yellows in order to create this aura board state.
Okay.
Blocking 6
Blocking
here.
Blocking 6. Spectral Shield preventing 1.
Still gets the go again from Out Muscle.
So being able to clear the 8. Looks like he wants to attack the library.
No, just killing the Aegis, which I think very
good
prudent.
choice.
Very prudent play here. Not taking too much of a chance.
Yeah. You can't afford to let that live for one more turn, right?
Oh, no, 100%. I think the more Spectral Shields you give Aloysius, he's converting Soul into health, right? And that is just a massive advantage. We're only at 1 Figment left on the board, which is the Figment of Triumph.
Okay. Oh. Just playing out Passing Mirage.
Passing Mirage,
Leave it,
pass.
basically IP'd himself, right?
Yeah.
Left
Passing
himself
Mirage,
with
pass.
2 cards in hand.
Very interesting play here. I mean, creating this board state and not giving any opportunity for... I mean, he has the footsteps and whatnot, but Aloysius here trying to slow the game down by presenting Spectral. This is...
Oh, this reads pummel all
This
over.
reads pummel all over.
Have you
It's
ever
a
seen a
four-
CNC before?
Well, we live in a world now where Parable isn't so prominent, but boy, is it doing the work. We can always overblock this for 8 to be very, very safe, but I don't see any reason to. We could easily block for 3 here, let the last Spectral Shield do its, get down Mr. President kind of job, and then worst case scenario, we flip up the Figment and eat up the Pummel. There we go. So that's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Taking 7 in this case and
Going to
dropping
6.
a card is not where you want to be, but we left a Passing Mirage up. A Passing Mirage is just one of those things which you don't feel it at first, but when I tell you like 7 no Phantasm, you're like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
7 no Phantasm go again is
Probably should have
pretty
cleared
good.
that,
Yeah, pretty good. And it's very likely the case that we're going to see Aloysius drop another Passing Mirage after this. So it's probably going to be Pitch, Herald, Passing Mirage. Oh, first we're Awakening. Looks like we're not doing that. We're just going to straight up use Victoria, come in for an attack, banishing a card from Soul, giving another -1 to all the attacks across the board. So
Next turn,
yeah, all the attack
-3?
cards get -3. Just straight up from Parable. And we're going to drop one more passing. So a lot of Angel value. Also, not a unwise choice to flip up Victoria in this case. We're at 6 health, and things are not going super duper well in that sense.
yeah, like, do you think it's like, judging by the board state, do you think it's still worth clearing auras or just trying to finish off the
Oh,
game?
I think at this point in time, you are kind of priced in to go to face, but
'Cause you have
the-
double passing, double
yeah,
parable.
there are no good answers at this point in time, right? I think double passing, double parable means you're just going to keep time skipping yourself every single
So
turn.
that's 4 turns of
That's 4
hammer,
turns.
hammer
Yeah,
into aura.
yeah, but you
Giving
know,
Prism all the time in the world.
giving Prism all the time in the world. I think Yufan's lack of clearing the auras is gonna really show just how bad it can snowball for the rest of this turn. So -3 on this attack. He has to beat Victoria with the hammer this turn.
Yeah.
If not, we're just gonna go on this merry-go-round of what's that? CNC for 3, sir?
Well, that E-Strike is coming in for 2.
E-strike for 2.
Go again.
Go again? Yeah.
Oh, that does not feel good.
Yeah,
that does. 2 cards, check for 2, go again.
Yeah, we're happy to take these, right? He won't take 2 because Victoria's on the board, but
Yeah.
we could easily block this one. We'll just, here's a card, my friend.
But those odes, those parables really putting in work this game. Just mitigating so much damage.
Yeah, and if we start seeing an Aura clear now, or an Angel clear now, Aloysius has so much breathing room.
Luckily for you, there's no more figments on the board.
No more figures for now.
For now.
We have a Light of Soul in hand, and that will find us maybe more Heralds to put into Soul. And we can find another figment for free.
Oh.
That's a Genesis. It is a light and a yellow card, so we could put it into Soul.
But it won't trigger
But it
Prism.
won't trigger Prism.
So it's pretty good for you. Pretty good for you.
Yeah, pretty good for you, Fan. I think Aloysius might just leave it on top. Yeah, I think that's like a good prudent choice here, because with all these auras on the board, Genesis is actually a value machine that gains you life over time. And Ifan cannot afford to ignore that one.
And that's number one target.
It's
I think that's
number
the
one
I
target.
think that's the most important aura to get rid of.
Yep.
It provides too much value.
We're blocking for 5 here. We're blocking for 6 here. But the Herald, the Angelic Wrath doesn't allow us to pump more than 2. In this case, it gets a -1 from a Gauntlets of Iron Will. So I do believe, unless that's a...
Maybe it's yellow.
That's a yellow? Yeah, if it's a yellow, yep. Then we're taking 1 damage. We're going searching through the deck, ladies and gentlemen.
That deck is getting thinner.
It is getting thinner and thinner, but Prism doesn't have to worry too much about the deck being thin. You have, permanents on board that are generating value. And don't forget, Aloysius is drawing 5 cards a turn most of the time. The Arclight loop is very, very real.
Still has not established Soraya, Archangel of Erudition.
Yeah, we
Very,
haven't seen
very
Soraya.
disciplined. A lot of Prism players, I see that card probably as your first figment that you search for, because how powerful that is.
Yeah, but
So
Aloysius is not doing that just yet. I think what he's trying to do is really just choke out cards from Yifan, get rid of those high density threats, use these angels at the start just as life buffers, while he gets both his soul ready as well as just the density of cards for his combo at the end of it. So
Here-
Therm is
Therm-
coming out.
Here's famous.
Yep, Therm is coming out. Theme is coming out with just for 4 health. We're banishing random cards. That's perfectly fine. And one of the angels that doesn't really require soul, if you can think about it that way,
Just an attack, right?
we're just
And
attacking
a life
4
buffer.
and gaining 4. Yeah. As a Prism player, one of our greatest joys is when opponents pick up our cards to read them.
Yeah.
It's like, it does what now?
Okay, here comes the rouse.
Rouse the Ancients. Okay, so this is actually threatening. Yes, it's 5 go again, but
2 cards
it's still, this is on-rate Zealous Belting.
on rate as well.
Yeah, so we're kind of pitching 3 for this. We're showing 2 cards. The follow-up will just be the Hammer in this case, because we don't really have any other card. But taking 1, wow.
Now, is the hammer going to face or it's going to a parable? Yep, clearing 1.
4.
Oh, 4
4 damage.
him.
He said 4 damage. And we're just like, yeah, okay. Like I said, I think Yifan is just priced in right now to go to face and close out this game. There will be times where Macho Grande
We'll finish off the
will
game.
finish off the game, right? I mean, Macho Grande -2 is still hard, but
Especially when there's no figments for him to flip to prevent some
Yeah.
of that damage, right?
yeah, I think what Aloysius needs to do is find a window in which he can send heralds to the face. We have passing Mirage, and then we have footsteps, right? So there are turns where we could do like a triple herald attack. But the Miller's Grindstone here, coming in for 4. Do we want to risk it for the biscuit? Maybe just block 3 here,
Take the 1.
take the 1, maybe win the clash.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe win the clash.
But there's a lot of bad things that could happen too. Oh, it
Oh
looks like
my gosh.
He's taking a good 1.
Yeah, Aloysius really playing a dangerous game here
Oh, he flipped the funk.
and made a might off of this.
So that will help mitigate that parable for next turn.
Yeah. So that's all you got.
But Aloysius, he's ready. He's got 5 cards in hand.
He's got 5 cards in hand. He's ready to do a double herald or triple herald turn. So we're starting off with a 6 go again, I believe. We can't
Oh,
pop
trounce.
this, but we are trouncing. Looks like,
So
yep, Yifan winning the first one.
6.
Second one.
Is that
This is a yellow,
Yellow,
so it's
so
a
it's a
tie
tie.
at the moment.
so you can crack that gold?
He can crack that goal.
Yep. Putting back to that bottom. Try again.
And that's a
Nice.
Genesis. So winning the trounce at the end of the day, getting 1 more might, 1 gold, 1 vigor.
Really setting up for his next turn and drawing a card thanks to Victor Goldmane's ability.
Yeah.
By generating gold.
So we're fully blocked on this one. We don't have an angel. Now the question is, are we going to try to get popped in this case? Ooh, wow.
Pop in the
interest-
Dreamweavers. Oh, Erudition one.
Very interesting that we're using the Dreamweavers in this case, because I was thinking we want to get popped, right? So we can activate the footsteps.
Yeah, but that Erudition is just coming in for 5 dominate.
This is 5 dominate,
has
that's true.
access to Aura Mages. That does block for 2.
Yeah, 5 dominate, but no go again in this case, and no
Oh.
way to get an action point. So all we're trying to do is get the card into Soul, hopefully find a Figment, and activate the Figment, importantly, and then, yeah, gain that 4 health.
Pushing up that Aura Mages. Blocking 2. 3.
Yeah. Yifan, I think, from here on out, will just be going straight to face.
Well, he's on 1.
Yeah, it's on 1,
Right.
so there's nothing else you can do except to go to face.
Like, a Macho Grande will finish him off, right?
Yes. Especially now that the 2 might tokens, have invalidated the Parable of Humility. Oh
link?
man, this is weakest link for 8.
8. Luckily for Aloysius, he does have 5 cards in hand. So.
Yeah, so it's weakest link for 8 minus 2, which is 6.
Oh yeah.
So it's a
On rate.
standard weakest link.
On rate, on rate.
We don't have any additional cards on Yufan's side, I believe.
So Genesis, looks like that hand. It's just 3 auras, Elliot.
Yeah, this is one of those things. There are clunky hands that you can get when playing Prism, and this is one of them. So we are coming in for 5 go again. No Phantasm. And we'll end this off with a PS Reality, which might still get a lot of value. But every time we don't clear... This is what happens when we don't clear Passing Mirage. You're stealing 2 cards every single time from Victor, and that's not the space you want to be. Guardians, when they want to try to close out the game, they actually want to hold as many cards in their hand as possible, right?
Probably looking for Golden Sun at the moment, to be honest.
Yeah, Golden Sun would be really, really good in this case.
Oh, looks like choosing to crack some gold. Spend some money.
Yep, let's go to the bank.
Spinal crushing hand.
Yeah, okay. So that kind of makes sense. If he needs to draw into like a
blue.
blue into a blue, right? Or is he just
it's-
using face? We're saying okay, face for 4. And lots of options here. Like let's be real. There's so many options that we can do. We can still use the footsteps. It's quite safe to use footsteps to block and then use 1 card in hand.
Interesting how he chooses to pitch the Spinal Crush instead of Arsenal.
Yeah. Interesting enough. I would have assumed he wanted to, Arsenal the Spinal Crush, save it for a rainy day.
Sending a 9 attack power to a player with 1 life, that's pretty good, especially
That's
with
very
Prism.
good. That's
They
very
don't
good.
have, they can't always guarantee drawing blocking hands.
And here we go. This is a nice break point to have. 7, no Phantasm. We don't have any floating at the moment, and we're not activating Library of Solana in this case. But it is going to demand cards.
Probably
3 cards.
3 cards.
Yeah. It definitely demands 3 cards in this case. And we're playing another PS Reality. Yeah.
Man, this board is getting scary. And the funny thing is he's on 1 life.
And he feels so much in the driver's seat at the moment. He just stole so many cards from Yufan. Every time he swings the Miller's Grindstone and there's no threat of a pummel, we can always just give 2 cards. 1 to block and 1 to activate footsteps.
I think Aloysius is going to be giving 2 cards this turn.
Yeah,
hand
but
does-
his hand only has 1 block card at the moment.
So, Phantasmal Footsteps will have to be there. Yep.
Yeah, but we don't have a Herald
Really?
to use
What?
next turn. That's the unfortunate bit here.
Oh my gosh, just Arsenal and passing.
Yeah, he has to Arsenal
That's
pass.
so
There's-
unfortunate. Drawing the Soul
yeah,
Shield.
now the fact that we couldn't steal cards from Yufan's hand.
4 cards.
Yeah, Aloysius is going to be sweating. Oh, okay. Well, not too bad. He drew a 2 red, 3 red
pretty
hand.
red
and-
heavy hand.
Yeah, 3 red heavy
Hey,
hand.
but sitting 7 when you're on 1.
Yeah,
that's
but we
really
have the
annoying.
we have the Soul Shield, and we have another Parable as well. So, is there enough resources? Is the only question.
That would cost 6, right? Looks like he doesn't have it. His hand is all yellow.
His hand is all yellow in this case, so we might have to give up
They probably
I
have to
think
go
we give up
Vestige.
Vestige of Soul in this case. Giving up Vestige of Soul makes a lot of sense to me. Just because we will be sending this Herald Erudition for 9 next turn. Right? We pitch Parable, play the Soul Shield, block with the Vestige. On our turn, pitch a yellow, swing Herald Erudition, no Phantasm, 9 Dominate, draw 2 cards, keep that wheel.
I think he has
that
to
wheel
block
churning.
with it this turn, Elliot.
Oh, he has to block. No, he can use Soul Shield.
Yeah,
There's
Soul
7.
Shield.
You can use Soul Shield and Vestige.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very wise choice here. that Erudition is going to give him so much value. It's going to find him that 4 crucial health that he needs from a Figment and the cards to activate it. So
9 dominate.
you know, casual 9 dominate, go again,
I thought only Guardians could do that.
and draw 2 cards. Oh, they can't draw 2 cards, mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a Prism specialty.
They can't-
They can do 9 dominate, yeah. But can they draw 2?
Drawing 2 cards?
And it says go again. When the board state looks like this, everyone gets really, really scared. And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, you respect the auras. The auras are these tempo gainers at the end of the game. You give Prism just one little bit of breathing room, and this is how it goes. So drawing up 2 cards here. Did he find another yellow? Because we don't have Vestige of Soul anymore.
I think it's about time.
Yeah, it sounds like find a Figment.
About time he gets out the Figment of Erudition.
Well,
That allows them to draw 2 more cards as well.
yeah,
Right?
I actually think we can also find Ravages in this case, just to start pressuring some arcane damage. But Rebirth here means that we can also take the Erudition that we popped previously back into this on top of the deck.
Yeah, real.
Yeah.
Yeah, and come back with 9 dominate again,
Another
right?
9 dominate, yeah. There's nothing you can do, right? Like, let's go. One more Erudition on top of the deck. And we're going to go 9 dominate once more. And very interesting. Not flipping the Angel to gain the health. We just say 7 more damage, sir. Do you want to pop one? Do you want to pop this, or you want to take 7 and let me search for one more Figment?
Really? Aloysius really taking back the tempo of this game. Even though he's staying on 1 life, still very confident that like this game is his to win.
Yeah, looking like a bit like a Zen combat chain on the Prism side.
Pop in the Balance of Justice because of Erudition.
Drawing a card,
because
yeah.
of Erudition. But yeah, drawing the card maybe it can help him pummel.
But this hand
That's
is
so-
just
that's
so
red.
red. It's so red right now. I think he does have Tunic on 3 though, so technically we can still play the CNC pummel.
Yeah, yep. Or maybe he can just play the Golden Sun as well.
Oh, he can play the Golden Sun as well, yeah. Bitch 3,
I don't think he needs to block. He's on 33 life.
yeah.
When you're dealt hands like these, you have to. You can't just let the Prism player keep their hand and
You don't want to.
Yeah.
You don't want to.
You need a pressure.
Yeah. Against Illusionists, the name of the game is to choke them out. Don't give windows. Every window, because they play at instant speed, and as you said, Newson, Yifan saying, no blocks, take 7. And Aloysius should be sweating right now hearing that.
Helps him out too. That Herald
It does help him out.
Erudition will be shuffled back into the deck instead of being on top, so he might not have to deal. So conservative. The Herald, the Figment of Erudition, still not out on the board. Still in his deck.
Yeah, at this point in time, I don't know if there's a lot of value from Erudition unless you are really starving to dig for combo pieces. But I think the Courage here, right, the Figment of War, is probably the best bet at holding it into the game. That Soul Shield coming at just the
I think that
worst
came
time. This is looking really bad right now. It's going to be 8 damage in total because of the pummel that's coming in.
Oh, the hand does not block.
The hand does not block. We need to pitch away the D-reacts in order to use the Tome of Divinity just to draw 2 cards. And Aloysius has to know that there are pummels. He's seen pummels already from Yifan. So best bet here is we're going to be pitching 2 D-reacts, drawing up from Tome of Divinity, hopefully just drawing into 2-3 blocks. We can then block for 9. Oh.
Ooh, giving up the...
This is a very greedy play.
So this will cover the pummel, right? by flipping an angel.
by flipping an angel.
But you're losing your footsteps.
You're definitely losing your footsteps.
But do you need it at this point, Elliot?
You don't really need it at this point, but it's always nice to have because it can extend the combat chain a little bit more. So covered up
Cleanly
entirely
blocking by
here.
8.
Yeah, cleanly blocking that 8, but losing the entire equipment suite. Yes,
And
we
your
have-
hand's not that great, right? Just unless it's a herald in the arsenal.
you need a Herald in the Arsenal, or it's actually time to activate the Rebirth.
Yeah.
It's like last few pieces of soul left. And we're going to be attacking for 4 in this case. Are we going to place any big cards on top of the
Probably
deck?
has to place the herald erudition, right?
At this point in time, probably so. But I don't think there's anything left because we placed one on top of the deck just now. So gaining some health might be nice. So a yellow Herald of Protection.
So once Avalon is cleared, what is Aloysius' win condition?
The win condition is to trade
The-
more cards. Than,
Trade, yeah, right?
Yeah, so every time he sends a Herald
That
for
deck's-
9,
Look at that deck. It's so thin.
it's so thin right now.
And
Courage only doesn't work on allies, so
Yeah.
it doesn't pop yet. Yeah. Yeah, the deck is so thin, so Aloysius has to make the best use of the Heralds as much as possible, but he's blocked with so many.
he only has one safe herald, right? The second herald most likely going to be popped from Phantasm.
Yes. The rest of it, the only other win con here is to get as max value from Angels as much as possible. This is coming for 3 go again, straight to the face.
But hey, straight to the face. You're on 1 life.
You're on 1 life. It's all lethal
Give me a
all the
card.
time. Yeah, it's all lethal all the time. And without the thing about giving up that footsteps earlier on and taking the slightly greedier play, is that now
It
Miller's
doesn't feel good
Grindstone.
to pitch to flip a Figment, right? 'Cause
Yeah, and the Miller's Grindstone is always going to take 2 cards from you most of the time. So not a good spot
So
for Aloysius to be
facing
in.
down the spelting is right now just 1 card.
And I think we've only seen 2 pummels from Yufan so far.
So there is 1 more pummel left in that deck.
There is always
there
that
it is.
worry. Yep. But this pummel itself
But that will clear the Avalon.
will clear the Avalon itself and then end the turn.
But hey, I'm pretty happy with that if that's the case. I've cleared your Avalon. Dude, I don't need to worry about the Arclight Sentinel loop anymore.
Yep.
Your deck's getting thin. Your only win con is the Heralds now. I think I could probably deal with that.
Yep. So
'Cause
drawing a card,
I think
if he
all the
draws a
eruditions
blue,
are gone.
yeah. If he draws a blue in this case, he can still swing the Miller's Grindstone.
And he did.
And he did. So the Miller's Grindstone here,
That's going to be ripping 2 cards as well.
2 cards from the hand. He has 2 cards, so that's good. But you don't want to be giving up Heralds as much anymore. So throwing a Passing Mirage. Yep, has to really, really think through.
Here's the check. He probably thinks he has a Spectral Shield, but all Phantasmal footsteps available. He doesn't anymore. This is demanding 2 cards.
It's always going to be asking for 2 cards now.
And there's Soul Shield in Arsenal, by the way, Elliot.
Mm-hmm.
So he can feel safe, but for how long?
Yeah, we're bleeding cards away, and the fatigue is
It's
going to
real.
start kicking in.
But I've seen Victor's fatigue prisms.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
this.
yeah. I think it can happen quite often, more often than not. This came for 11, I
11?
believe. Yeah. Thanks, Aloysius, for pointing out the 2 fingers. 11 it is. 11 no Phantasm, that's half of Yufan's life. And we
Yep.
still have Angels to find, so still really good.
Oh,
Okay, we're going to clash first. That's a 5
that's
into
that's a gallop.
Yeah, it's a wallop. Yeah.
Wallop.
Yeah, Gallop is well, makes sense for Victor. So we're cracking down the gold, flipping up into a parable. So
That's so important. That
It
erudition,
is.
he put back erudition to the bottom, right?
and now the trounce,
That doesn't give him access to it next turn.
it does give him access next turn. You're absolutely right.
Now trounce will activate.
So Wallop wins one more time. And then, it looks like a tie, or looks like a... And it's a once per turn trigger, yes?
Yeah. So it's a 5.
Players just clarifying on the amount of tokens that need to be made, but Aloysius' deck running really thin. And yes, he's only blocking for 6 in this case, so taking 5 points of damage. We're going to refill Soul. I think we're only left with 2 Figments in the deck. It should be Figment of Ravages and Figment of Erudition.
No, I think this is his last one, Elliot. I feel like he's used Ravages.
For the 1 Arcane? I don't... Oh, okay.
It's been a long game.
It's been a long game.
very
It's been a long game. I think... Yeah, you know what? We'll see it in the replays later, but getting that 1 Herald, a Figment of Erudition down on the board, getting that Ponder, not very effective since we still have our Arsenal.
Oh.
And also, because we hit...
cards that can't block.
That can't block, yeah. And also the fact that we had the Spectral Shield from the Herald of Protection hitting.
The weakest link coming in for 5.
Yeah, so it just kind of negated a little bit by that Might token. So we can't just 2-card block this. That's kind of unfortunate.
He does have Soul Shield and Arsenal, unfortunately.
That's true. That's true. And I do not believe there are any more pummels left on Yufan's side. So we could safely just, Soul Shield this one. And go to our turn and send more Heralds, man. No, instead choosing to flip this up and lose. Lose both the Spectral Shield.
Is that worth it?
Well, he's lost another win con in this case, but that kind of suggests to me that there is one more Figment in the deck.
That's like losing all your Figments like that when you...
Yeah.
When I'm pretty sure that... Oh, so
it's the Arclight
Arclight.
Sentinel in the Arsenal, and playing it on your turn is always more preferable to find a better turn. Not only that, because we're Great Library of Solanaing and finding 5 cards. Oh, but...
Merciful?
We found a Merciful in this case.
Home's not the best right now.
Yeah, not exactly the best.
Without
right?
Vestige.
Yep, no Vestige doesn't allow us to do a lot of things. That's all you got is just a yellow card, not a light card.
So 10?
So I believe this should be a yellow plus...
Yeah, 10 go
yeah,
again.
10 go again.
But after this attack, just look at his hands.
We can tome, right?
We can tome?
Yeah, we can definitely tome.
But you have to...
We'll pitch 2 cards,
to
but we'll draw
draw
3.
Yeah.
But we'll try to draw 3 better cards. Right? If we can follow it with another... Not only will we find a Figment, which is the last one, but we will be able to maybe draw into a Herald.
Oh, he blocked it all out.
Yeah, I blocked all out.
What did he draw? It looks like he drew... Oh, and then it doesn't matter if he draws the next Herald. That card will have Phantasm.
We'll have Phantasm, absolutely, absolutely. And the fact that we didn't get we couldn't do the Figment, but we're going to steal a card.
And that's going to get popped.
Yeah. We have to... I mean, it will steal a card from Yufan's hand, which is also very important.
Oh, that's...
Okay.
But
Yeah,
so
so we
not
could've
being a 6 power attack.
Yeah. But giving
up
all the armor. Giving up all the armor in this case.
That deck is super thin. Oh,
So we found the last one.
So he does have one more Figment of Ravages. Drawing 5.
Drawing 5. So Yufan there correcting to make sure that it is a proper game state.
Oh, okay.
Golden
I
Sun.
think
I think this would be game.
finishes them off, right?
Yeah, without any soul
the
shields, without being able to activate the Herald, the Figment of Ravages.
Yeah.
I think 8 damage might be enough to close this game out. right? We can only block
3.
maximum of 7, I think. We pitch 6 for... We pitch 6 to flip the angel, play the angel, flip the angel, and then we block 3 from hand. Because we can't pitch 6 to play the figment and flip the figment.
And that's game.
And that's game. Wow. So close. Aloysius was really in the driver's seat for a while, but I think through a couple of steps where he did draw some non-block hands,
Yes.
and Yifan was capitalizing on the amount of early blocks that Aloysius was already throwing out there. That brings Yifan to 7-2, still very much alive in this tournament. Aloysius can still cash this event if he continues down the good streak. But honestly, very well played from both players. Yifan really identifying once he got to a certain threshold, like these auras, I'll just have to, bullishly make my way through them. While Aloysius was like trying to outvalue as much as possible with the Spectres on the field.
I loved how he determined, hey, these auras aren't worth clearing anymore.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go face, and I'm gonna deal with those auras in another way.
Yeah.
Because it was wasting his. It was basically wasting his turns, right? With just Gorilla attacking with hammer every turn.
Every turn. And the moment we gave up, I think there was some greedy plays coming in from Aloysius' side. You sometimes have to take these risks, right?
Yeah.
And I don't blame the players for wanting to take risks. But the moment we lost our footsteps, it gave us a big disadvantage into dealing with that grindstone and kind of fatiguing ourselves in the process by throwing 2 cards or having to give up a very precious angel on the board. But we have tons of games. We have still 2 more rounds of the Swiss here at Calling Manila Day 2. We're going to go for a very short break, but when we come back, we have our penultimate round for Swiss, and then hopefully we're going to crown a new champion here in the Philippines.
Yeah, 2 more rounds, right?
2 more
Yeah.
rounds, and then top 8, and then championships. All right, see you all in a bit.
Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young Spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
from which the future grows.
us to preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden, and I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Race you to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young Spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
from which the future grows.
defend the innocent and the future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden, and I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Race you to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young Spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
From which the future grows.
Folks, welcome back to Calling Manila Day 2, our penultimate round. And we have a spicy match for you coming up next. Very reminiscent of our first match from yesterday. We'll be watching a Kayo versus Uzuri. We're showing a bunch of the win and ins at this point in time, people who are still fighting for their lives to enter that top 8. And speaking of Kayo, actually we have these Kayo Armory decks. I don't know if you've checked them out. One of the first that we've made in the series. Lots of cool Armory decks for you guys to check in the stores. We have 3 of them out right now. Kayo, Bolton, Azalea. If you have friends who are like, dabbling their hands into this game, Newson, we definitely have to get into their hands, right?
100%. KO deck is very powerful and has very exclusive cards to it that are very meta relevant. They are being played right now in the competitive
scene. Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so we're just getting the deck list from these players. We are at the day 2, so this is a professional REL for all these players. So they're expected to play at the highest levels. And we want to see what spicy tech they've brought to the table, right? Like, as we're looking through these games, a lot of these cool one-offs that we noticed from a lot of these players who have brought it out. So very fine-tuned decks. We haven't seen these players on stream yet. So Kelvin running Uzuri Switchblade and Kent running Kayo, Armed and Dangerous. Do you think it was like yesterday's match? I mean, yesterday we saw Shoma round 1 on the Uzuri and really piloting it to perfection.
Yeah, 100%. It should be a close game, right?
Yesterday's game was very tight.
But yeah, very, very, very tight. But it's awesome to see that, before the Pro Tour, Uzuri was like a throwaway deck, right?
Oh,
but now,
yeah.
After Shoma's victory, he's inspired other Uzuri players to rise up.
Yeah.
And here we see Kelvin, 7-2 going into day 2 with two rounds left until top 8.
Yeah.
Still very much in contention. And yeah, on Uzuri.
On Uzuri.
So,
I mean, from the shadows, these assassins have risen out of the pits and looking to really just dent and make an impact here. The key cards that you were talking about earlier on from KO side, the Savage Stash. Peng Jun showed us that sometimes you can use it for like these medium-sized turns, but what you really, really want to do is combo them off. Big blood rushes going alongside these Savage Stash cracks and then trying to go for like 20-odd damage turns. In fact, I think I had this chat yesterday with someone who had a double blood rush turn off of Trom, dealt 50 damage. Jia Zheng, who's also within the top 16 at the moment.
Really? That's very impressive.
It's very, very strong stuff. But these players, look at those. That's the PCG player slabs.
Yep. 9.5.
Hey, no, shout out to Matt Rogers for those beautiful, beautiful player slabs. But yeah.
Hey, we can't forget about Kent too.
Yeah.
One of the Filipino locals here.
Yeah.
Trying to make himself.
Oh, very happy to see.
Make a name for himself, right?
Yeah, very happy to see a lot of the Filipinos showing up, really clawing at the top tables right now.
And they love playing their KOs.
There's
a lot of KOs still left on the top tables that XN2, XN3.
XN2, XN3, yeah. It looks like we will have, I believe this should be Uzuri starting the game first. So let's see, when Uzuri starts first, you always have those like things you have to think about. Am I going to get chip damage?
Am I going to get that turn 1 isolate, get that free damage in?
Yeah, but looks like Kent, actually, my bad. Kent is starting first, discards and gets both the might and agility token. Love that he's using the tiny ones. Cute.
Very handy, right? Doesn't take much
handy.
space.
Oh, yeah. I like those kind of tokens. Wish I had some sleeves on them, but beggars can't be choosers. And it's off back to Kent's turn. Just a quick Arsenal pass. Love that. Not even using the claw in this case.
He doesn't want Kelvin to, get a new hand, right?
Yeah, I don't want to filter that hand.
Play with your hand.
Yeah. The thing about it is that, as long as Codex is a card, filtering hands not always the thing you want to do.
100%.
Here's 5 go again. Very aggressive start. Not even the daggers coming in. And we only have 2 cards left. Is this going to be a Switchblade moment? No.
Leave no witnesses.
Yeah, very heads up. This is 3-card 9. We're going to keep it Arsenal. Leave no witnesses coming for 4.
Yeah, it's such a strong card, and it's so important to get leaving no witnesses in the graveyard early for your Codex of Frailty plays. That card is the best card you can get.
100%. And
Kent knowing already.
Yeah, very quickly using that equipment. Once the Savage Stash is blocked with, now the worry is always
the fireworks might begin anytime, right?
Yeah. Pew! We love those. Now, agility, might cracks, no cards being spent to block from Kent. So this is going to
Line
be...
strike.
Oh, if we're drawing a card from this...
100% drawing a card.
There
Woof,
we go.
Go again.
Yeah, so 6 go again, draw a card.
Not bad at all.
Not bad at all. I believe there's a Bare Fangs red in this hand and 2 blues. So we don't have a way to activate Claws or to fully utilize, but maybe that Arsenal
Arsenal will
card is a
help him.
giveaway. Yeah. And the fact that we said draw a card with this and didn't start with the Bare Fangs off the Enlightened Strike, right, is a big tell.
Maybe he drew Bare Fangs from a line strike. We don't know what we don't know what he could have drawn, right?
Yeah, I think it was the Wrecker Romp, just based on placements, but you're right. It could be anything. Question is, how is the Uzuri going to stem the bleeding? We know that Uzuri wants to play a nice little tempo game. So I believe it's just blocking 4 at the moment, the Fate Foreseen, opting a card down and taking 2. Let's see this follow-up. Is it maybe a Pulping, a Wild Ride? There we
Oh, it
go.
is a Wild Ride.
It is a Wild Ride. Kent's side, he's running these yellow Wild Rides at the package, which I think is great. Like six whole Wild Rides, the reds and the yellows. Really, really powerful stuff because when you run the yellows, your odds of hitting are way, way higher.
Oh, good. Oh,
We got rid of the Smash
they
Instinct.
did not hit the Bare Fangs, and I believe that's another blue in the hand. So we will be seeing a Claws into a Bare Fangs. This is quite a huge turn. You know, threatening 6 into 5.
6 into 5.
Into 3, and potentially into 8 as well.
6, 5, 3, 8 is actually pretty crazy off a 5-card head.
4 attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. That's a 21 damage turn,
Yeah.
right? Oh, there's a 22 damage. 22 damage turn, my goodness. So blocking 3 with the weakest link. One of those cards that you actually like using to attack into... no way. So we're using the Blood Rush Bellow after the fact?
So he must have drawn the Blood Rush Bellow from
Off the Wild Ride,
right? And
yeah.
then he had Bare Fangs and Blood Rush Bellow, but
Oh, but this is not what you want to see.
well,
I think it was a bit of a greedy play.
yeah.
Yeah. Rather than asking the Blood Rush Bellow, he used it, and now...
Because he could have just pitched the Bare Fangs, tackle Claws, asked him the Blood Rush Bellow, right?
Yeah, but now the punishment is that this Blood Rush is going to do
Absolutely
probably nothing. The
I
Blood
mean,
Rush
he can attack with Claws for 5, right?
He can
That's
attack the
probably
Claws
it.
for
But
5.
a 9 strike,
Yeah, he definitely drew the Blood Rush off the Wild Ride, hoping to draw into maybe a blue
and a swing big.
and a swing big or something, you know. But generally speaking, not getting the full value out of your first Blood Rush.
Yeah, very, really unfortunate, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh. So we're just swinging this Claws for 5 here, and Kelvin must be very, very happy.
And this does turn on his balance of justice, by the way.
It was going to be a huge turn.
Yeah.
Right. It was actually going to be, like we were saying, it's going to be 6 into 5 into 3 into 8. Now it's just 6 into 5 into 5.
I think he could have just pitched the... Because he had one floating, right?
Yeah.
He could just pitch the Blood Rush into the Bare Fangs way, right?
Yes.
Guarantee that potentially 8 damage.
Yes. It would have been so much better, I think, in that case. We've lost about 6 points of value on the overall.
And a power card.
And a power card, honestly. That's actually big. 1-card plays. I think Uzuri is so comfortable with these 2-card and 1-card plays. And keeping that Arsenal, which could be Shred. Okay, there's a bunch of different reactions. And the Blackjack Whispers as well.
Just asking, hey, what does your legs do? Oh.
So, yeah,
I'll hit go again.
I get go again and I can buy this back later. It's like, interesting. Seems pretty good.
Okay, banishing a red pack hunt.
Yeah.
Creating that silver.
Creating that silver. So, and it is a nice card to take away. I think these Intimidates that can kind of close out the game from Kent's side. Getting rid of them early is actually kind of a big deal. All right, we're going back to Kent, who they've been keeping the tempo and the life gap between each other quite close. But Kent really needs to string together a pretty big chain, I guess. and capitalize on his next Blood Rush Bellow and Savage Sash. If we keep using these Blood Rushes and get 0 value off of them, that's going to feel abysmal.
Yeah, I think Ken wants to really just, attack 2 times the turn, right? He wants to find a go again and then play a big attack.
Yeah, find a
So,
go again, play a
Flame
big
Strike?
attack, and
Pretty
try to
good.
generate. Yeah, this is not too bad. I mean, we're getting 6. This is 6 go again.
He wants to follow up with, those 10 plus damage turns, right? With
Yeah.
two huge attacks.
2 huge attacks.
And that's usually how you probably outgrind most decks, right? You have the most output, you have better spike turns into your your cast bone turns, your blood rush bellow turns. So you're not really pressured into really killing them that fast. It's not a race. Remember that.
Yes, this is not a race when you're the Uzuri player's seat. This 6 into possibly maybe a swing big, maybe a bare fangs, anything to help you generate that might token. And we see Kelvin here blocking with 2 cards, a shred.
Yeah.
And, oh,
I
because
like
we
that.
drew
Just
So-
throw that as your wind-up out.
yeah, we don't Arsenal a bad blue anyway, and we still want to keep pressure in terms of damage.
And sometimes you don't even want to have an Arsenal against Uzuri.
Yeah,
So
it's-
much disruption.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing a couple of things here in this case. One is you're keeping yourself a bit open to the codex, though, which can be a bit worrying at times, especially when you can't really block in Kayo's deck.
But there's still some equipment.
This is some
Some-
equipment, you're right. And this is scowling and whatnot. But Uzuri here really playing that 1 card. Oh
Ooh.
my goodness, the Death Touch.
No, that's
This is a
Value
spicy
Town.
one. This is Value Town. A lot of it is you're telling Kent, like, hey, I'm going to just use my Tunic to come for potentially 8 damage.
Yeah.
Or I could give you Inertia as well. I think when the arsenal is empty, Inertia becomes a very strong card in terms of making sure your opponent's emptying their hand and still they have to respect the 6 damage, right?
Yeah. So this sets off
Stops
Ve-
the setup as well.
very good value, allowing him to set up an Arsenal too. Just good trades for that. That's Uzuri's name of the game.
Yeah. The best part about the Death Touch is that you get to choose which option, which outsider's status effect you want to give at the end of like watching the blocks and stuff. So Blood Red Box, the card of choice, going to try to make the life disparity a little bit more. And this is Blood Rush number 2.
All right, this Blood Rush should be a better one than the first one, right? Has the resources available now. Has more cards as well. Oh, hits the Beastwoman.
Yeah.
That's the worst. That's the worst feeling when your opponent has a Blood Rush turn.
Yeah.
And you choose the Beastwoman.
I actually think he had 2 Oh, no. He had... Because he kind of showed the card, so I thought it was just like 2 Beast Withins, but oh no.
Oh, yeah, well, he's
Drawing
the
into
one now.
another Beast Within.
4 cards now, 2 resources on a Blood Rush Bellow turn.
Yeah.
Can we find those go-agains to really utilize this hand?
Yeah, because it might also, potentially be a Savage Sash kind of turn if we want to risk. We're not running beaten trackers in this case. At least I don't think so. It looks like Scab Skins. If this was a beaten trackers sort of like list, this is a perfect Savage Sash turn. Blocking.
Going to cash in that balance of justice's block.
Yeah, this is the second Blood Rush Bellow we've seen, so it kind of makes sense.
We're not waiting for the third.
Yeah,
Elliot,
we don't
we're not
want to be at
waiting
the third. We don't want to be at the third, right? We want to finish this game off before
Hey,
we can see the
it means
third.
like, what happens if I accidentally banish it? Oh, my balance of justice is just dead. I can't
Just dead.
use it, right?
Absolutely. So finding this opportune moment, which is rightfully so. The first Blood Rush did absolutely nothing. So
Yeah.
I think using it on the second one, where Kent's going to be a little bit more careful now that he's kind of whiffed on the first one.
Oh, judging by Kent's body language, doesn't look like he has any go-agains.
Yeah.
Might have to consider rolling the Scab Skins.
No, looks like
No.
we're just sending it straight up.
Yeah. So
Intimidating first.
Pack on for 8, intimidating 1 card.
The good part about this is that now that the balance has been used, we can always refill our hand if something goes awry with the Intimidate.
Maybe I just pop my balance now, draw a card.
Draw a card and figure it out.
Less percentage of actually hitting,
Oh, 100%.
hitting the card I want to keep.
Yeah, that is also an interesting thing to do. Kent playing very conservatively. he actually has a hand that if he were to roll a scab and get a 4 or more,
yeah.
it would actually be like, I think significantly getting 12 points in total.
Be like 18, 19?
18, 19, yeah.
Yeah, so popping the balance, now only having 5 cards.
You get 8 points, yeah, wow.
Giving Kelvin a lot of options. Gets to choose what he wants to block and what to keep. He has 6 cards next turn for him.
6 cards next turn.
Potentially, if he wants.
Yeah. We have a good amount of blues. I think we see a shred yellow over here.
Surgical Extraction.
So 2 shreds, I believe. A yellow and a blue shred. And a yellow, which I can't really tell from the front, but blocking.
Codex.
Oh, it's a Codex.
Yep.
Right in front. Yeah, Codex. That could be a very sweet target, honestly. Yeah, blocking the double shred in this case. Honestly, this tells me a little bit something. It tells me that there might be a shred already in Kelvin's arsenal.
Throw in the black tech. You know what that means.
Ooh, yeah. It's time for us to go a little bit wider in the next turn. It kind of makes sense, right? If we throw down the surgical extraction, if there is a block, then, well, so be it.
Oh.
And we're just going to arsenal the beast. No, we arsenal
Beast within. He
beast
asked him to
within.
do.
Okay.
So he pitched the run rough shot.
Yeah, to pay for the...
Pay for the blood rot.
Yep. Okay. Ah, yes, the run, rough shot. And here we go. Okay, we're starting off with a shakedown. And now that we have both flick knives available and the Black Tech Whisperers, so it could be any of these choices presented. It's either go again if you don't respect it, or we could be throwing out flick knives just to prevent like D-reacts, or you can't really use like the reckless swings, right, in this case.
Yeah.
It's not safe.
This is my favorite Uzuri card.
Oh,
The art is amazing, the effect is amazing, and it's just an epic card.
Oh yeah.
It's very fitting to
Iconically-
be a Uzuri specialization. It's just
so iconic to what she does. I love the art in this one is my favorite because it's like this whole gang around her.
Yeah.
It's like, just very intimidating stance. So yeah, 6 potentially go again, potentially going to be used with a shred from Arsenal maybe. And there's this Codex in hand as well. This hand is not particularly great for Kent. Probably more of a setup hand in this case, but it can be punished with a shred pretty fast. I believe that's a Command and Conquer right at the back. So it's probably going to be one of those safe plays where we're blocking 6 and then hopefully just, setting a Command and Conquer back.
Are we going to see the Shred and Black Tech Whisperers used this turn?
Mm-hmm. Thinking about this, if there is a shred in the arsenal, then this would be the time to use it. Because if we can take one more card out of the hand just with Shakedown alone, it really neuters. Like Kayo's two card hands are very vanilla.
And here we see a yellow Shred.
There we go. Yeah, minusing 3 off the cards.
And then we're going to see a Black Tech activation. No Black Tech activation yet.
Wow. If there's no Black Tech activation, we're just arsenaling the Codex.
All right.
Getting rid of the run rough shot.
blue.
Yeah. That run rough shot's gone away, and that it's going to be an IP penalty in this case.
Yeah, basically you can't get rid of it. Get rid of your that Command and Conquer in your hand.
Yeah. So
And wasting that might as well.
wasting that might, not generating any new might in this case. So it's very likely just pass, right? Might triggers, and yeah, we're drawing back up. Just an excellent maneuver from Kelvin. Very patient of that shred in Arsenal. And it was a very interesting scenario there. If Kent just said no blocks, and we activate the Black Tech Whisperers, there's actually no follow-up to it.
Yeah. Yes, because he couldn't get rid of that shred in the Arsenal.
Could get the shred in the Arsenal, yeah. So there is an argument to just like say no blocks, call the bluff, and then, yeah. Maybe lose a blue in the process, but you still have a playable hand.
Yeah, you still can fire it back,
Yeah. So here we go, the scale peelers.
First time he's tackled the weapon this game. I like Uzuri. You don't really rely on your weapons. You know? You don't play that many blues, and most of the blues you play is to to tag out with Uzuri's hero ability.
Yes. Yeah, I love that word, tagging out from it. More importantly, I think like the scale peelers in this case, usually you only have resources to do this when your opponent has just totally time skipped themselves.
Exactly.
You need to hold to a 5-card grip in order to really leverage out the daggers.
So
Prognosis. So the Persuasive Prognosis coming in hot. A new card given to them from Part the Mistveil. And this time it's a very difficult scenario, right? If you block with a card, he's going to gain a health most of the time. And if you don't, well, let's get a peek at that hand and choose something.
such a strong card. Such a strong card for Uzuri and Nu.
And any shred in this particular situation would be trouble.
Even just the neck works so well.
Oh,
just
the neck would absolutely obliterate this. And I think, you know, I mean, I caught a quick glimpse, but I think that looks like just the nick, right?
He's probably thinking, do I want to commit the black ticks?
Yeah,
he is.
Black tech, just a nick.
So that's going up 2-6, leaking
Up
3,
6, leaking
with go
3.
again.
Yeah, we're going to go look at
And we're going to be
Kent's
banishing some
hand.
cards.
Oh,
So just Nick trigger.
yeah. We don't get to banish the Wrecker Romp that's defending because we are Uzuri. We're not we're not new.
Banish their red swing big.
Banish a red swing big. So we're going to gain 1 health.
Pretty
from
pretty
this.
happy to see that.
That's from the Just the Nick. And then Prognosis is going to trigger. So we're going to banish 1 from the top of the deck as well. That's another
Love it.
action, the Bare Fangs.
I think that's
Bare Fangs yellow.
Yellow?
Yeah. He's running the Bare Fangs yellow. And then now we get to pick a card from the hand.
no yellows.
No yellows,
fortunately,
yeah.
But gets to know the hand. Hand
Yeah.
knowledge is so important.
So important, yeah. Really hoping to see a blue or a red, right? Like it could have been anything
Yeah.
but the yellows.
Yellow's like a very awkward color to head off Persuasive, right? Because you're not like
It's not the
I'm
highest density of that color.
You're not playing against Prism.
Yeah, that has the most value most of the time. And with this Persuasive Prognosis hitting and the Black Tech Whisperers being activated, question is, are we just
What's the
gonna
follow-up?
Yeah, are we just discarding this card in our hand by playing the Codex and Arsenal?
I mean, he can pitch it to play to
Another
tackle
dagger?
size by right, and
Yeah.
then into Codex.
Yeah, if this is a blue, we can do quite a fair bit here.
Okay,
No, we're just discarding this card, which is
discarding
another shakedown.
Okay.
Getting a
Oh,
death
death touch.
touch. Wow. And
Really valuing the damage over disruption rate at the moment.
and also most importantly here is that the scale peelers effect is still, you know, we haven't blocked with equipment yet.
Yeah.
So scale peelers still very much alive.
So this test stuff coming for 6, potentially 8.
Yeah. We
Kel-
don't need to give more frailties in this case.
Kelvin really turning up the heat.
In just a short span of time, I mean, the amount of methodical play, the patience, and obviously the gall, right, and the guts of Kelvin placing a shred in Arsenal. One of those cards which can be very risky, can get stuck in your arsenal many, many times, especially if your opponent's playing hyper-aggressive, saying no blocks.
Yeah. Kelvin really showing us why he is 7-2 with the Uzuri switch play. He knows how to approach this matchup. He knows how to play patient and knows how to play power. Those power turns.
Getting an arsenal from that ponder.
Giving a blood rot.
Here we go.
The
Just a
Command and
command and conquer. It does turn off the sync below in Kelvin's hand.
Looks like he has 2 sync belows.
This entire weekend, man. Every time I see a CNC, it's like,
There's like 2 defense reactions.
oh, 2
in the
defense
opponent's
reactions,
hand.
guy's hand. Yeah, it's like the story of Calling Manila for me so far. So really looking at the board state here and determining, is that all he's got? It's usually very heads up when you're playing against Kayo. The numbers are big, but there are no hidden secrets.
He knows what's in his hand, right? Persuasive Prognosis.
Oh yeah, I showed him everything. But this double sync below in hand is just...
No, I think he has that. I think he's thinking ahead because if he blocks with his only 2 attacks, he can't do
that's a
anything
dead turn,
next
yeah.
turn. And
Exactly.
You're You're not trying to give it away back to Kayo. I think he
That's
blew
another
up a
shred. Yeah, another shred.
Not the worst loss. Not the worst loss.
Not the worst loss, and certainly, I think he's actually out of shreds because we've blocked with so many this game so far. But, you know, getting KO down to 12 while you're still at 23, that's an Uzuri dream, honestly. And we're definitely going to be able to pitch Arsenal out a sync below.
Probably gonna pitch the other one to get rid of it.
Mm-hmm. There are pulpings in Kent's deck, so this sync below in Arsenal that he's going to put at the end of the turn might still be very valuable. He also has the silver that's on the table. Sometimes we can use it to filter out the hand, find a little bit more stuff. It was a tunic turn and we've activated the tunic. It looks like we're just pitching a sync below to swing the skill peelers.
This is a great turret to use Scaling Flashback.
This is a great turn. You're right. Absolutely right. If we Scowling Flashback over here, we could potentially just shut off the entirety of Kelvin's turn.
But there's also a chance you
Do
hit the
nothing.
sync below, and then it does nothing. But you are on 12 life.
Yeah.
You don't have much time left against Uzuri.
You don't have much time left in Uzuri.
You're a deck that once you block, there's not much defense reactions you can play, and that all that leak damage is coming to your life.
Yep, so it looks like he's taking that scale peelers to the face, going down to 11.
Essentially, you just need to deal 9 more damage from Kelvin's side. You know, you have the access to the flick knives, flicking both those daggers. That's 2 guaranteed damage.
That's absolutely true, and I don't think we see any no fears in Kent's deck. So without no fear, we have to actually fear the flick knives.
Oh, and Isolate, one of the best stealth attack action cards.
The classic.
Just says dominate. That's all it says.
You don't need a lot of things to
Stealth,
make it good. Stealth
Dominate. That's 2 keywords. That's all it says on the card.
Like Assassins, I think the fewer words, the deadlier it sounds. So here we go, committing the Scowling Flashback.
So that will only be blocking for 1.
Yep.
Thanks to the Scale Peeler. And this is a 50-50.
50-50. Which one is it? Oh, no, I think he got the sync below in his head.
Does it?
Yeah, I think so, I think so. Do my eyes deceive me, but the fact that... you cannot be happy to see that sync below in his head.
It looks like he wouldn't be thinking this long if it wasn't right.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so that's... it's blocking for
That's
1.
very fortunate for Ken.
Yep.
Heading to 50-50.
But, you know, we don't have to worry about the Scalding Flashback after this, so it's all heads-up play from here on out. And we have the sync below in Arsenal.
This is Ken's turn to fire back.
Yep, it's
Look,
time to crack the sash.
Popping the sash. You have 5 cards to play with.
No agility tokens, but Wild Ride's pretty good.
You know, you got the blue, you got the go again. Can he find more go again? That's the name of the game. Do you need more Wild Rides, more pulpings?
Yeah. I love that Ken keeps showing him the cards. He's like, hey, man, pick the one that you want.
All right, heading pack hunt. You know, when you pop the Savage Slash, you want to at least be playing 3 attacks, right?
3 attacks is the value time.
It does have the other Wild Ride in his hand.
Yeah, has a Wild Ride and Bare Fangs, but unfortunately he pitched a yellow for this at the start. So really hoping to, I'm guessing in this case, play the Wild Ride.
Discard.
Discard.
Can discard anything as long as the Arsenal is at least a 2-cost attack,
It's a 2-cost attack, yeah. If it's not a 2-cost attack, which there are very few, that would be worrisome. Or worst case scenario, we hit a non-attack action and then we end the turn here. Like, we can't whiff at this point in time.
Oh, you cannot afford to whiff at this point in time, right?
Yeah. Not on your Savage Sash turn.
You finally have a turn that you can fire back. You cannot afford to whiff. Because you will not be getting these opportunities probably for a while.
Yeah. The other thing that we're hoping to see, maybe it's like there's a swing big in Arsenal, so
Oh,
it's like we
that'll
can
be-
wild ride into swing big,
Or
whatever happens.
maybe another Bare Fangs.
Or not Bare Fangs as well. That's,
You know, you
that's
want
always
those
good.
2 cost 8 tech power cards.
Oh yeah, that would also feel really good.
So, okay, so that's leaking. That's coming. It's going to be leaking for 2 damage.
Still pretty good. Still pretty good.
Ooh, that. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, pitching the other.
Pitching this, so we're
So it looks
going
like he
in-
wants to play. He wants to play out the Bare Fangs. He wants to guarantee that damage.
Yeah.
Kind of
okay.
tells me that Arsenal is in the greatest.
Yeah, this is just gonna be 3 go again, and I don't think Kelvin's gonna be too scared of this. Might not be incentivized really to block this attack just yet compared to something that
I think he's happy to just take 3. He knows he's going to be possibly 6 or more attacks coming in.
There we go, and then ending this off with
Bare
a Bare
Fangs.
Fangs, flipping off the top,
Oh,
a cast
no.
bones. So this is just a 6 at the moment. Tragedy struck, and Sink Below returns the call. Dude, for a Savage Sash
Hey, Elliot,
turn-
it's kind of glad he didn't play that wild ride.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
he would have drew that cast phones. And he had a 50-50 of missing as well.
He had a 50-50. You know what? Hindsight is best taken with a pinch of salt. But in that entire thing, we took 7 damage.
Yeah.
You got to be very happy if you're Kelvin. That Savage Stash has gone off the table, and we took 7.
And I'm still on 16 to your 10.
Yeah.
And I have 3 cards, and I kept 3 cards.
I kept 3 cards, right? Yeah, absolutely. I think we see another Isolate in hand with another
CNC.
attack. And the CNC,
So
that Arsenal
so,
is
so next time
is
that's
gone.
next time that Scaling Fleshbag isn't gonna save him.
Yeah, this Arsenal straight up gone, dude. So no blocks on the Scale Peelers. The Scab Skins and the Apex Predator will not be saving him from an
You know, this
Isolate.
is what Azuri is known for. You know, you play your isolates and you flash in that CNC. Guaranteed CNC hitting.
I think everyone, when they first saw Uzuri's hero power, was like,
Like,
this is
oh,
for
isolate
CNC.
CNC? Oh, cool.
Standard play, yeah. Just leveraging on one of her biggest strengths. So giving armor.
Giving the Apex blocking for
So blocking for 4.
I think he just wants that Might Generation.
Yeah, just that Might Generation. And we're going to show him the Command and Conquer, getting rid of this Arsenal.
This might be the first Azuri activation this game.
Yeah, I
Right,
think so.
I think-
I think so. And we're losing the runner. Okay.
Not the
not
the best
not
card,
the best card
'cause
to hit, but
he has to find a way to make an agility, right?
yes, absolutely. But still, I mean, every time you're clearing the person's arsenal, you're preventing, say for example, a risky scabs roll, right?
And you're getting value.
And you're getting value. That's important. The
Yeah.
value game. That's what we play TCGs for. Value. So 2 Might being popped on the side of Kent. Discarding the Mighty Windup. Okay, that's pretty good.
Creating
Getting
2
2 Might
mites.
left. Yeah. 2 Might in front,
Hey,
2
it's
Might
2
behind.
mites. Yeah, 2 mites this turn, 2 mites next turn.
That's actually really
Ooh.
good. And
Swing big for 10.
okay, yeah, you hate to see that one. It's one of those situations where
It's-
you're not super priced into block, but at the same time, you can't afford to take 10.
It's best scenario, right? Swing big for 10. Great stat line. 2 cost 10 power.
Yeah, and we still got to trigger KO's ability this turn because of the Mighty Windup.
And this is why the mites are so powerful. You know, you turn an 8 into 10. If he takes the 10, you're basically going back to the same life.
Yes,
And
yes,
And you're happy if he blocks as well.
yes, absolutely. If we take 10 here, we'd be down bad.
Well, we're down really bad because you still have 2 mites to deal with
Still
next
2
turn.
Mights with next turn, right? You can't afford to just...
Hey, but if you're confident, you can strip cards and your hand is wide enough. Kayo is on 7. There is no disruption left with the Scaling Fleshbag gone. So he can if he has those looking for scraps.
That's true. 7 is always a very interesting point because you always force KO to block at least a card. You can't afford to, Uzuri swap in a 6 and then get Flick Knife.
Because
from there.
essentially, he only has to get him down to 2.
Yeah. If he can do 5 damage or 6 damage...
And he
on
does
the
have
next
looking
turn-
for a scrap looking from his hand.
Oh, I think Kelvin is going to risk it for the biscuit here.
So surgicals, isolate, so 3 blues and looking for scrap.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have a 6 power. That's the only little bit of a,
Hey,
of a shame.
Surgical's not bad to take
Surgical's
into,
very
right?
good. Yeah, Surgical's really good.
Oh, okay,
Oh, Kelvin, he's smelling that victory lap.
I want that. I'll take that 10.
I'll take that 10, sir. And Ked, no Arsenal, has to be sweating in his boots for a bit.
Like that Surgical's most likely going to be hitting most of the time.
Yeah, we're going to swing, I think, the
Probably Spider Bites.
Spider Bite this time. Yeah, Spider Bite's good in this case. Because we actually have an opportunity to play looking for scrap, throw the Spider's Bite again
Yep.
if we have to prevent the next.
Or he can throw the Nerve Scalpel. Because Surgical is a 4.
Surgical is a 4.
Oh, sorry, he's throw the Scapular.
Yeah.
Surgical is 4. The Scapskin still has 1 block.
That's true. That's true.
That forces him 2 cards.
So
Oh,
the Spider's Bite
blocking
being
it.
blocked, yeah.
Really respecting Kelvin Sandry. Kent probably knows. There's no way he just took 10 not to have a good turn.
Not to have a return, yeah. And this is the part where we can really decide, like, are we going to flick before we actually get to the next turn, right? So
Yeah, he sure is. Okay, flicking the Scale Peeler, turning off that Scapskin. So
Take-
that's dealing 6.
that's
Oh,
dealing 6 damage.
right.
That's right.
Oh, no, it goes. Yeah, dealing 3 damage.
In total.
Yeah, in total, yeah.
Yeah.
So dropping him down to 4. And this Isolate's going to be huge. Because he doesn't know what's in his hand.
He
Right?
doesn't know what's in his hand.
Yeah. So he's probably just going to throw 1 card down, and Surgical's going to rip the last card.
And these might tokens,
We'll just be there sitting pretty.
and here we go, surgical
Oh.
extraction. Gonna leak that 1 point of damage. I'm gonna
It's
just
not
strip
about the
last
damage,
card.
Elliot.
It's not
It's
about the
about ripping the whole hand. And
Yeah.
then I'm getting 4 cards, and it's my turn again.
It's his turn again, yeah. We chip down to 3, right? So we just need 2 more damage before we close out this game with flick knives.
And you still have one dagger to poke with. And when you're on 3, you have Isolate. Isolate goes into a 6, dominate.
That's
And that's
game most
game.
of the time, right? Yeah. So
Oh,
we made gold from that. We made silver from that.
And he can buy back his black tech next turn.
Okay, but
Banish it.
we're ripping a sand packing from hand, so not going to generate additional silver, but still, I would say that was
That was a great turn.
yeah. Everything's coming up, Kelvin. And it's just a draw 4 pass back. We're going to
Alright,
be
let's
cracking this
spend
and
my money,
yeah, time to go to the Prada shop,
get some new boots.
get some new boots. Tunic is on 3,
Oh,
and there's
look,
another looking for
scrap.
scrap. I don't know if we have another blue.
Looks like he's spreading plague too. It looks like.
Oh,
Mike.
yeah, I think there's a cheeky spreading set of-
cheeky?
cheeky 3 spreading plagues in
I
a
think-
format where people are blocking him. Wow, that's insane.
I think that's the norm. Shoma was also playing 3
3,
spreading
wow,
plagues as well.
very interesting, very interesting.
Because sometimes they like committing 2 or 3 cards, and then you just play. Oh, here, spreading plague. Here's 3 blood rots. 6 damage, Elliot.
6 damage. Very, very cool. And I think there's a red shred as well in his hand. So lots of options as to what can be done here. We're just sending the dagger first, pitching the spreading plague. Super interesting.
This dagger probably needs 1 card. You don't want to go to 3. You can't throw your Scabskin because of the piercing mechanic.
So, but Kent opting to
Just-
take a braver front, take a braver route, go down to 3.
2?
He was at 4, right? Like 3.
Yeah.
Here's looking for scrap. Do we have a blue to get rid of? Yes, a blue isolate.
Oh, looks like he's calling judge. Looks like he might have drawn 5 cards. Right.
Players getting a bit sweaty, and you know the
I don't
pressure
blame
of the
them,
top
right?
tables. Yeah,
Top tables, probably their first time on stream as well.
yeah, and
So-
the win and in, it's actually very difficult.
But our judges will handle this very well. They're here to take care of the players, make sure everyone's following the rules.
Yep. Always trust the judge's decision. I feel like these tournaments, they are so efficiently run sometimes, and it's really thanks to a very competent judging staff who cares for the community. So we're gonna just quickly resolve this for the players, real quick. How are we feeling about day 2 so far, Newson?
No, after looking at the top tables, obviously there's a lot of Zens, but there are a lot of like sleeper heroes. You know, your Prisms, your Kayos, your Uzuri, your Victors.
Yeah.
They're all still hanging in there, and with one more round to go, it will be close.
Yeah, I'm loving the meta spread from the top tables on day 2 so far. We're seeing like Prisms still very much alive. You're saying Victors are still very much alive. Yes, there's still Zens across the table, but look at this. This is like a crucial win and in match. And
Exactly.
Uzuri and Kayo are still in the running, right?
Yeah.
Kayo is our 3rd represented deck at this format. So just really, really great. I would say this is just a great time. Oh, Manila has been really fun. I'm just reading chat for a little bit since we have time. I haven't gotten to eat a lot of food yet because we've been casting the whole day. But I did have some sisig yesterday, and man, it's like crispy pork.
How
and
was
there's,
it?
like,
Yeah.
lard. Dude, you have to try it, man.
Where
There's
did you go get it?
Okay, so there's this place there's a lechon place across the road. It's really, really good. I think I saw all the Taiwanese players sitting down and eating together because a lot of them didn't make day 2. So they were like, we have a late dinner. But yeah, just a really, really fun time. Most importantly, I'm so glad most of the people from Southeast Asia have come.
I feel like everybody's here.
Yeah,
Anyway, back
everybody's
to the
here.
game.
Yeah, back to the game. Great.
So
They're resolving it. So usually this judge ruling for drawing extra cards is
show the hand.
show the hand
Opponent
and
picks.
opponent picks to put either top or below.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get a choice of putting top or below. So we're gonna take the Smash Instinct and place it on top of the deck. Kelvin, you get to choose. Yeah. Put at the bottom. It's quite a hefty penalty most of the time because it's full hand knowledge. And Uzuri loves hand knowledge. Out of all the decks, Uzuri really loves hand
Everyone
knowledge.
loves hand knowledge, you know.
Yeah, everyone loves hand knowledge.
What am I dealing with? What can you block with?
Absolutely. So this is a 5 go again with Kent on 2 health, where this is always a 2-card block. Oh, actually, it has to be
It
slightly
has to be
more
a 2-card block.
Yeah, it has to be a 2-card block because Spider's Bite is in effect.
Really surprised he didn't close the chain to use the flick knives again.
Yeah. I mean, he can kind of do it
He can still
after
do it
this.
after this, yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, he can't go down to 1.
Can't go down to 1.
So that's taking for 5.
Yep, this is blocking the entirety of it.
Oh,
and the
my
spreading
God.
play.
And that's why they play that card earlier.
Yeah. This is
You
3
punish
blood rot.
people for blocking too much.
This is 3 blood rot
Yep.
tokens. Okay.
And he has 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, 3 blood rot pox, 2 cards in hand. As long as Uzuri can block it out, this game is the writing's on the wall.
Yeah.
We've infected Kayo. Might lose another arm. And here we go.
Swing big. Hey, maybe no block.
Maybe no block. Maybe we draw 3 cheese. Well, wrong hero. Here's a block 9,
and
that's the
blood
game.
rots will finish him.
Wow. What a finish. Honestly, that spreading plague, only showing its face at the very end, but what a clincher. When you're forcing your opponents to block and you have that spreading plague, suddenly it's dealing, 6 by itself?
6, yeah. Azuri's so much.
Yeah.
I love Uzuri. It just has so much flexibility to it. You have all these attacks, reactions, spreading plague. You punish people for blocking. you punish people for not playing defense reactions. It's just all around like a very healthy deck that does everything.
Yeah, I think like the Assassins and the Warriors do this very similar thing of punishing your opponent's decision-making skills,
Yep.
right? Put them in a tough spot of a weird kind of like decision matrix, and then depending on what they do, you respond in kind with the right tools. So that is our penultimate round for Classic Constructed Swiss here at Calling Manila. All these events, competitive at its highest. We've seen so many players fly in. Speaking of flying in, we'll be flying out October 31st, November 3rd. We hope to see you all there at World Championship Osaka. I'll definitely be there playing alongside you guys. I won't be casting that one. I think I want to get my hand. You know, when you watch these games.
Yeah, you know, I heard you got your invite.
Thanks a lot, Newson. Yeah.
Like, a lot of people are telling me, "Oh, Elliot got the invite. He won't be. He won't be casting." And I'm
I
like,
can't
"Oh,
cast this. It's like when you watch these great games and you just want
you
to get your hands dirty.
You want to be there, right?
I want to be on the featured stream for sure. And we're going to be giving out some really cool things actually at World Championship Osaka exclusively. You guys will receive a lot of some of these plays and you can sign up for these events right now. Like right now. You can get yourselves these 5th anniversary packs at World Championship Osaka. The 5th anniversary pack, Newson has teased multiple times saying that you don't want to miss what's inside. If you think it looks cool on the outside, wait till you see what's in it. And there are also this other promotion that I think is really, really cool. Yeah, the Osaka giveaway, where if you buy a Fable package from now till September 6th, that's when the competition closes, we're going to give you a free flight.
And hotel.
And a hotel. Oh my goodness.
For World. So you're getting 4 days of accommodation,
4
right?
days of accommodation.
Flights anywhere around the world to Osaka.
That is
right?
excellent. That's excellent.
And all you have to do is purchase a Fable package, which if you're going to Worlds, you're already doing anyway because you want those vouchers to
Enter
side events, enter your callings, and then just have a lot of fun, right?
100%.
Get that exclusive playmat.
The playmat, I saw the promos.
Yep.
There was like an EA channel, the Millennium Tree, or
those rune chants.
The rune chants, yeah.
So
I mean, these are all just fantastic prizes to get. Every single year, we look at the world's merch, and it's like, wow.
Amazing, right?
I can't believe I didn't go this year.
It's a win-win situation for you.
It's a win-win situation.
You're already going to purchase your favorite product, favorite package.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great Mother of Life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden, and I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racing to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
from which the future grows.
us to preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden, and I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns. Wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racing to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
from which the future grows.
innocence and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great Mother of Life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden, and I know it well.
The equipment suite that Riptide has gotten the most advantage. Sharpshooters gives you an opportunity to because you don't have crow's nest like what Azalea has. So getting those aim
aim
counters
counters are really hard.
are very difficult to get. And reloading them just from an action piece that blocks for 1, I think Riptide always could appreciate more armor as this like beefy dude. We're setting just this drill shot and blocking for 4 from Jiazheng's side. They are playing at lightning fast speed. They know what's at stake here. And for Jiazheng in particular, it's like he knows that he could get fatigued out and they don't want to go to time.
Yeah, so Blood Rush Bellow.
Getting rid of this send packing, Jiazheng drawing up, and wow.
Oh,
double
second.
Blood Rush Bellow on this turn.
There's one trap that can literally ruin this whole turn.
Yes, if there is a collapsing or a... Yeah, I think it's collapsing trap
yeah.
that's probably the most devastating one.
That is so devastating. Collapsing trap on the mana book clause.
would ruin this day. And I love that G-Tim's reaction is like super poker faced right now.
Yeah,
Just
it's just not phased.
not phased at all. Using that balance
Catching
of
that
justice.
balance.
This is a claw for 7 at the moment, but G-Tim saying no additional blocks, taking 5. Wow, and how the tides have turned for Riptide. Not using any of the important traps just yet. I mean, there are things to kind of worry about on hit effects, things like pulping from the ass. Yeah, you know, this pulping here.
10.
10 damage.
But due to Riptide's nature, you do play a lot of defense reactions. You can turn off that go again.
You can turn off that go again. Jiazheng is wearing I believe, the scab skins in this particular matchup. So there won't be additional way to get an action point after this if we're blocking from Arsenal as well.
Oh, he doesn't have the reaction in Arsenal.
Does not have the reaction in
so
Arsenal.
this popping will get go again.
Yeah, and probably no 2 hand traps as well. If not, we could use the trench here, sink away the current card in Arsenal, play inertia trap from hand, load up
Load
and
up
then
with Riptide.
load up with Riptide and then bam, stop it from the Arsenal.
So the inertia trap will deal 1 damage.
It will do 1 damage
create
and give the inertia. Very good here.
Oh, that is a card that I didn't think I'd see in a
Jiazheng,
KO
like I
deck.
said, man, Jiazheng is an aggressive KO
Massacre.
player. Yeah,
I have not seen that card in a minute.
yeah. We've always known this as a Reina card, but like I was saying, Jiazheng loves brewing these hyper aggressive decks. He doesn't believe in.
That's coming for 12.
Yeah,
Elliot.
it's coming for 12, dude. He doesn't believe in slowing down the gas. He runs like 22 blues, I think, in this list, and like 15 yellows. The rest of the reds, these are power reds, okay? And wowzers.
Wow, it's dropped down to 14.
Dropped down to
dropped
14. Yeah.
And he's firing it back with 6, 9, 12.
So 3,
20?
6, 9, 12 plus 3, 6, 9, 12 plus 4. That's 16. And 2 a Blood Rod and a Seek Destroy. Yeah. So this game is really fast. 14 is a 17, and we're barely 3 turns into this game, my friend.
Yeah,
This wild ride. It is coming from the hand. We're removing a blue, so that could be very relevant at this stage.
so
In total, we're looking at a 6 attack still. Yes, 6 attack. So double blocking, and this tar pit trap also very helpful. It can stop a lot of on hits. In this case, we're just gonna swing claw. Like, okay, 3 damage.
but yeah, Kayo doesn't really have much on hits.
Not
Because
that
of,
many
you know,
on
command
hits.
and conquer, right? It's just
Yeah,
good raw damage.
good raw damage. Absolutely, absolutely. But it would have prevented, yeah, like, you know, any sort of like Arsenal destruction. In this case, we played the trap from Arsenal already, so it doesn't really matter that
Now,
much.
even
6
after
is
that
too
turn,
much.
still 11 to 14.
I
after
can't
that
believe
Blood
that.
Rot.
And the Blood Rot token.
And it's Endless Arrow for 7.
Endless
Not
Arrow
too
for
shabby.
7. Very good one to have, especially with Inertia token. Every single turn that G-Tim can kind of like strip away the setup turns of Jiazheng.
Oh, and he
He's
commits,
full blocking this.
commits the block.
Yeah. We have a 2-card hand and a Might token here.
So probably just a 2-card 9.
You know, simple stuff.
Taking advantage of that might token, you know, just keeping it easy.
Keeping it very breezy in this case. Oh, we have a
Looks like a murky water.
murky water and also the spike trap. This is the one that gives -1 to equipment piece.
Oh,
yes.
that's pretty good. Probably the scab skin. Yeah.
Yeah. So now we're turning that scab skin's block value off even more, and we're gonna take 3 in the process, going down to 8.
Probably just gonna fire off with a pump into an arrow, right? Play the pump, Riptide,
That's
load the
right.
arrow for free.
Excellent.
Shoot at 0 cost.
Yeah, this is 8 damage worth of stuff, right? 7 or 8.
Second for 7.
Yeah, and on hit 8.
It deals 1.
Yeah,
But
so
and you're making a frailty trap as well.
you're making a you're making a frailty token right there.
Sorry, and
Oh,
then
I would love to make a frailty trap, honestly.
Frailty
If I was G-Timm, any card that says make a trap would be sweet. So this is actually very threatening, right? You only have the Scouting Flashback doesn't get a lot of value at this point in time because G-Timm is
really
playing such
doesn't.
tight hands.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're just playing with 2 cards.
so yeah, two card
card
7 is pretty good.
And that's only possible due to, Riptide's hero ability, right? You don't have to. You don't rely on the bow to load your arrows, which is why Riptide plays so many 0 cost arrows. Because your pump, you just play your pump and then you just play your arrows normally.
Yeah, a no pitch. You can play a 2-card hand with no pitch and just
Attack for 7.
yeah, and
most
a
of the
good
time.
combination of effects, right? The pumps are great because they
It's
give
on-head
on-head
effects, right?
effects.
Yeah.
You're trying to lace these things, which I think is just
And
fantastic.
then your arrows have also on hits fixed, like Endless Arrow, Searing Shot, Drill Shot.
Drill shot, yeah. This one's good. I like 2-card 8, right? The Icelander combo value. And fully blocking this?
Wow,
Wow.
really want to keep his life up. You don't want to get your life too low against Riptide.
Yes.
That damage is unpreventable. 1 damage each time a trap is played.
Yes, unpreventable each time. And the fact that he has just a good defensive sweep for the late game.
Just throwing out some vanilla damage.
Oh my goodness, I think G-Timm here might be saying taking 3 more, going down to 4. The life gap is increasing. We're loading things up, and wow, sending up. Just
10?
we don't
Oh,
want to
no,
be
is that
playing
yellow?
passively. Yeah, I think like G-Timm's not playing passively at all.
That's good.
No traps, no problem. We send damage to the face. This
And
is
that's coming
10.
for 9.
9 for 9,
right?
yeah.
Is that red bolted?
This is looks like a red bone shot. So
Okay,
there should be
10.
4 plus 3 plus 3, 10.
Yeah. On hit, ponder, and seek and destroy trigger, right?
Yeah. You want the ponder. The ponder gives you just more options to...
It gives you so much value.
Gives so much
you
value.
can get a trap, you can get a pump.
You can
or an
sometimes get
arrow,
a resource
Or you
out
can
of
get
it.
an arrow.
Yeah, you can get an arrow out of it. There's just so many good things about this.
And if you don't like your arsenal, you can trench it away. No problem.
I'm also realizing that G-Timm also has Perch Grapplers at the
Yeah.
moment, so that's an additional 2 block that that's going to save his hide.
Still has sharpshooters available to him too.
Yes, that's absolutely true as well.
And he does play the one Sigil Solace. We might see that.
That might
come
be
in.
interesting. Yeah, that might be very interesting. So 10 damage, going, I think, really putting a lot of pressure. It looks so vanilla on paper. And this hand, because of the
Ooh,
pulping,
pulping.
he can't really afford to block right now.
What?
If he blocks with a card, the pulping is not guaranteed to follow up into a swing big.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe just blocking with 1 card, arsenaling just playing out the swing big.
And then
you
arsenal the
guarantee
pulping.
that damage and arsenal the pulp in, save it for a later turn.
That's also a very viable option.
But you give your opponent so much. You cannot arsenal the pulp because
because Seek and Destroy. Because
yeah.
Seek and Destroy. So it's a win-lose. It's a
win-lose situation.
Yeah, it's a win-lose situation, right? That's definitely an optimal play that he's thinking of. The question is he willing to take that risk?
And is he willing to take 10?
Yeah, he has to choose to
and
take
he's dropping
10.
to 3.
Yeah, dropping to 3. He's gonna
That's
take
3
the gamble.
traps, and he's
That's
dead.
3 traps and he's dead. If we draw into 3 traps,
And if he drew into a reaction trap,
if that's a reaction trap in Arsenal, or if there's 2 hand traps that he has in hand,
that is so.
that trench is going to pay dividends. Getting rid of another go again card. So we can use trench in this case, but we're not. We're just going to block it out and take 1 in the process. Yeah.
So
This is going to be nasty. It's going to be into a 10, I believe, over here. Into an 8 over here.
it's that double codex. Oh, no.
Wow. And the risk
Oh,
paid
that risk
off.
paid off so much.
He needed that one trap to be in Arsenal in order to stop the pulping.
Wow, that was so unfortunate, Joe, having double codex.
Yeah.
I think if he had a free block and then trench, he could survive on one.
Yes. He could survive on one.
And just trickle him down with traps and just, fatigue him. But yeah, very, very unfortunate for Timm.
Yeah, very close, but very fast, man.
That was a very fast match for a Riptide vs. Kayo.
Yeah, very, very. But these players, you can tell that they know their decks. And Zheng here, really well versed in what he wants to accomplish, placing that pressure on top of Timm, who I think was doing a lot of these good value trades. But sometimes when you play the Brute, what you're going to be doing is trying to take all these margins and these additional little gaps you can make waves with, right? He had to make a decision. Do I take 10 and hopefully come in for 6 into 3 into 10? And he absolutely did that. If you want to get some of the cards that Zheng has, well, can I introduce you to my good friend Savage Sash that's available in the Kayo Armory decks. Let's show the folks at home what they can get from the Armory decks. Hide Tamer is like a Apex Predator light kind of card. It's Battle Worn instead. It gives you 2 Might tokens at one shot.
Run Roughshod.
Run Roughshod, a staple blue right now in the KO list.
And to be honest, the KO list, it has your Wild Rides, it has your Bare Fangs, it has your agile windups.
Yes, it does. It does.
Yeah, right? It has all the commons and rares that you need to start off. And then maybe you just need to add a couple more Majestics from the sets. And then
you're ready to
basically
go.
have a full built KO deck.
Absolutely. And it's so flexible, right? Like you have one of the cool things about KO's hero ability is that it makes all these 5 powered cards into 6s in general. So as the game progresses and we find more of these 5 powered generic cards like Enlightened Strike, actually the deck building opportunities are quite high in that sense. And of course, Savage Sash, one of the best resource cards in the game right now for the Brute class. It's not just helping KO, but it's a great side grade for classes like Levia. Reina, still, I think Tunic is a gamer for him, but Savage Sash for these go-white Brute classes, really, really strong. We have other Armory decks that we released this year, like Bolton. Now, we haven't seen too much of Bolton just yet, but mark my words, these equipment pieces are the bomb, all right? A lot of them just give you a lot of value back and charge your soul at the same time. Bolton can be soul-starved at moments, but cards like Saving Grace, Warpath of Winged Grace, the Braces, the new helmet, these are things which give you value for charging your deck. And last but not least, the latest that we've seen on Timm's side, we're talking about it, the Azalea Armory deck. Sharpshooters, line 'em up, Stone Rain even. It's a very much aim counters, you care about aim counters kind of deck. So if you want to introduce someone, maybe give them an early Christmas present in August, I think it's time to pick one of these decks up and say, hey, let's get you in the flesh and blood. So, now that we've ended our calling Swiss rounds, we are going to a top 8 cut. We'll wait for all the players to finish. We'll come back with the brackets. But this is what they'll be playing for. A lot of the guys you've seen on stream today, especially on day 2, they'll be walking away in the 9th to 24th position. Min cash out of 225 USD. Yes, 225 USD.
Not a bad payday, right?
Hey man, that's gonna cover for most of your entry into here, as well a little bit more goodies. We're gonna play some side events after this. 5th to 8th position, you get 400 USD and the coveted gold foil legendary. I love opening those. They're really, really fun. And they can use that PTI.
Yeah, PTI for,
World
Championship
Championships.
Osaka.
Yeah. Some of them I've heard from the ground, people like Alan Lau, for example, who've, narrowly missed out on those nationals invites. They are hoping to get that PTI to send themselves to Osaka at the end of the year. 3rd to 4th, we upgrade that prize money to 600 USD. 2nd, we double that once again to 1,002. And then for the 1st place, our first champion in Manila for the calling will win 2,400 US dollars, a gold foil EA Balance of Justice. I think these are going to be, it's ending the season for these gold foil Balance of Justices before we move into a whole new batch of gold foil EAs. I'm always so excited. We had Crown of Providence for a while. We had the gold foil tunics for a while. Then we had the Crown of Providences. Now we have the Balance of Justice. Who knows what's going to be next? But just an amazing, amazing one to have. We're going to take a short break. Let the players rest up. Sorry? We'll try to see if we can get some interviews in between the rounds. A lot of the players, they're in a high stress scenario, and they certainly want to make sure that they have their mental game focused on for that top 8. We're going to take a short break, especially as all the deck checks are going to be happening. But when we come back, we'll be showing you the bracket and then jumping straight into these games. Take care.
What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racing to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young Spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
From which the future grows.
light.
Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great Mother of Life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden, and I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it...
Stream producer here, we've set up a little backup game. This is table 1. So we're just gonna let it run while the casters are taking a break. And I'll sort out all the overlays in just a minute. So yes, the final Swiss round is still going on. After this will be the top 8 cut. Yeah, this is just a backup game. So this is table 1. I've just set up a camera there so that there's some other content because there's about 25 minutes left in the round before they do the top 8 cut. It is not Pudding. It is another one of the Team Blue pitch players. But we don't have a face camera for this, unfortunately. Okay, so that looks like it. There's still 20 minutes in the round, after which we will be back with the top 8. And I will probably just switch this over to show you guys the hall, what's happening around here, because it's going to be a pretty long break. But yeah, as you guys are saying in the chat, it's probably going to be a couple of Zens, and thank you all for tuning in. We'll be right back. Alright, producer just jumping back in here to let you guys know that this match had a time extension of 25 minutes. So they had an additional 25 minutes, and it's currently minus 12 minutes on the official timer. So they have about 13, 14 minutes left of time left to play. But yes, this is Justin on Dash and I think Wong on his end. Unfortunately, I can't get the camera much closer. But for those of you who have seen the stream yesterday, we featured Justin. So he's playing a fatigue dash with the pistol chamber plan. Yes, 25 minutes. It was a very long extension. But yeah, this is the final game, after which it will go to the top 8 card.
Hey everyone, it's been a break, but we're back and we're ready to talk about the top 8 bracket. Newson, we've had such a long, grueling 11 rounds, and the top 8 players have finally risen all the way up. And I think we've seen some familiar names make it out here, but why don't we show the folks at home the actual bracket?
As you can see, it's actually a very stacked top 8.
Oh, yeah.
Like, very well-known players, right?
Yeah.
What-
We've got like David Yao,
Yeah.
Nova Chan. A lot of the Hong Kong players are being represented at this table.
We have Pudding
We have
as
Pudding,
well.
yeah. Funny fact, we have a 100% conversion rate for all the Americans in the top 8 itself. So I'll just go down the list. We have David Yao as our first seed, playing Zheng up against Nova Chan from Team Blue Pitch as well as 8th seed Zheng. Then in our second match, we have Gordon Ko on Nu playing up against Brodie Spurlock.
So Singapore versus USA.
Yeah, nice little rematch.
Top players, right?
Top players. I mean, Gordon Cohn, 2-time national champion. Naib Mobsa, he's playing Zheng as well. 3rd seed coming in, playing against the hometown hero who made it all the way through, Justin Koo, on that fatigue
Big
dash we saw yesterday. 2nd seed, Pudding Tam, going up against another Singaporean we saw on stream just now, So Jia Zheng on Kayo. So a lot of Zens in this bracket, right? We're seeing 5 Zens convert.
Yep, it's basically Zen versus the
Zen versus
other
the world.
heroes. Zen versus the world, right?
Yeah,
so,
Zen versus the world.
Yeah.
So our players are ready. We're going to go to some profiles. Yeah, they're doing have sideboards, but we're going to do some profiling of them just to set the stage. On the left, you'll see Gordon Ko playing New Alluring Desire versus Brodie Spurlock, who we haven't seen on stream just yet. Told me that this was a last-minute decision to come down to the Philippines. But, you know, he's on his rampage. He's waiting to play in, I think, the next Battle Hardened as well. And this is going to be Zheng. Right, Gordon, preferred hero. He's been a long-time Guardian main.
Really?
Yes.
Bravo.
He loves
Wow.
Bravo. He's been playing Bravo for the longest time. Even during like, the Lexi Oldhim days, he's like, I only play Oldhim. I want to... It's no surprise he's gravitated towards New because the blocking patterns are very important. The way you're efficiently using your blues is very important. And it's no wonder he is a 2-time Singapore national champion, both in 2022 and 2023. He also won Battle Hunt Singapore in 2023 last year, which is an amazing feat nonetheless. And he always tries to say he's a new player to a lot of people on the ground, but he's a multiple Battle Hardened top 8 player as well.
Yeah, very, very consistent player.
Very consistent
If you
player.
look at these accolades, probably one of the top, or maybe even the best player in Singapore.
Oh, I would easily say so. He would deny that, but that's because he's humble. He's a humble dude. And his favorite game store is one of One Collectibles, who coincidentally are also here at Calling Manila as one of the vendors. So if you guys are looking for singles, you can check them out. On the other hand, and this is someone I think people at home are no strangers to, Mr. Brodie Spurlock himself. Did you know that his preferred hero was Viserai?
Yes, I know. I think Viserai was his first deck. I think it was what made him known. I think he topped 8 a Battle Hardened, or maybe won a Battle Hardened with Viserai as his first hero. And then ever since then, he's been on a streak, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in my mind, I was like, oh, it's not Azalea. And he was like, yeah, actually, people don't know this, but in my heart, Viserai is always my number 1. This man has a list of accolades. I could not list them all out. So I said, give me like a short stack list. And he was like, you know, Calling Phuket, he just won that this year in the Southeast Asian region.
So he's the reigning, right now,
Southeast
Asian champion, right?
Yeah, for sure. And he's going up against another Asian calling champion like Justin Koo later on in this bracket, right? The top 8 is stacked with people in the top 8.
It's like it's champions versus champions, right?
Yeah, this is one of those really cutthroat top 8s. Recently at PT, Baltimore top 8 as well, Realm 20K Invitational Champion, and he wanted to especially shout out, you know, he was a celebrational champ at the start of the year, something that he says is his pride and glory. Okay, so maybe we'll just do some quick...
One more quick thing about Brodie is his accolades is he goes to every USA Battle Hardened, and that list is so long to count. He has won, I think he's won like probably 10 or more Battle Hardens over his his career, and he's always in the top 8, and yeah, it's just he's dominating the Battle Hardened scene in America.
This man is truly one of the prodigies in this game. Like when 5 years in, and to someone with this amount of accolades, that's no mean feat. Okay, so let's go do some quick predictions while the players are still doing their sideboards. Now, let's look at David versus Nova first. I mean, this is really just... We got to see a bit of Nova's deck being featured on the stream, but he's not being able to choose, right? The first seed is going to definitely choose who plays first. Do you think there's I would say, an advantage being able to choose?
Oh, 100%. The mirror match, I think everyone wants to go second.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that one's a no-brainer. So whoever happens in the first bracket is going to be a Zheng who's going to be proceeding into the semifinals. Now, Gordon versus Brodie. Now, this is going to be a bit of a slogfest. Who are you going to give it to?
I'd like to give it to Gordon. His performance has been well. I've seen him verse a lot of Zens on the top tables. He's versed very good players, you know.
Yeah.
And he's been able to beat them. He's the only new in the top 8.
I mean, just for the folks at home, you know, I'm actually sharing a room with Gordon during this time here.
Nice.
And we've been talking a lot about why he chose Nu as his deck of choice. And most of it is really because he just doesn't want to play the Zen Mirror, right? He's here to hunt these Zens down. So I'm going to give it to Gordon as well. Hopefully we'll see, another Gordon versus Zen matchup in the semifinals. Over to Justin versus Naib here. It's a Zen versus Dash. Who would you give this to? We saw Nova Chan actually overcome the fatigue Dash strategy. Do you think this will happen again in top 8?
I think Naib should have the edge. He knows what he's versing, right? He knows...
It's open deck list?
It's open deck list.
Yeah.
He knows what Justin's trying to do. And I think you can strategize to wait for bigger turns of your Otherworld turns, your Ancestral Harmony turns. You know, just lay out all the big damage in one turn where he can't efficiently block it all.
Yeah. I think that in that case, we're going to say that Naib is probably going to the semifinals. And, Jia Zheng and Pudding. So Pudding was dominating the whole day one. Our undefeated player, only losing to David on day 2 here. But we also saw how aggressive and risk-taking Jia Zheng can be as the KO. So we'll do a quick one. Who are we awarding this one to? It's one of those really, I would say, slogfest type of fights.
Yeah, I'll probably have to go with Pudding too. Yeah. He's really wanting that W, right? He came second in Phuket. He topped forward Pro Tour at Amsterdam. And now he has another chance for a victory.
Well, those are our predictions. Let's move into the matchup itself. This is untimed. Gordon Khoi, our 4th seed, going into Brodie Spurlock as the 5th seed. It's very likely that Gordon has chosen Brodie to go first. In the Zen matchup, as new, you want to be able to fatigue your opponent and get rid of all the answers. Make blocking an essentially difficult choice that Brodie has to make. So let's see how this goes.
Let's talk about the deck list for
sure.
I have Brodie's deck with me, and he has some different cards in this list. Like, he has Free Sync Below, very good against Nu, right? Is that all you got? Also good against Nu's reactions.
Oh,
and
100%.
He's also playing, 2 Sift.
Yes.
That's been the card of the tournament. A lot of people have started adding Sifts in the deck. Even you see the Prisms, you see the Zens as well. So very different. It's a very different list, and I think he's prepared to verse Nu.
Yes. I mean, one of the cards in this list is also the Orihon of Mystic Tenets. Not something you typically want to play into Nu, just for the odd moment where an Art of Desire blue banishes it off the top, and suddenly, bam, Gordon's going to be drawing 2 cards in this case. His hand, however, a little bit clunky from the turn 1 onset. We have a Command and Conquer on turn 0, which is not fantastic, but we also have a Bonds that you don't really want to see when your graveyard is literally just a Sift. So it looks like it's just going to be Arsenal pass.
So you did play Sift turn 1, trying to filter for a new hand, right?
Try to filter for a new hand, maybe try to find a Transcend on turn 1 as well.
Arsenaling that Command and Conquer. He knows that he will be blocking most of the time, and he just wants to fire it back with a disruption piece himself, right?
Yep, and I love this. When you go second, you literally got to start with a dagger poke and really just put the pressure on Brodie to say, are you going to let my blue attack get a go again?
And +1.
And a +1. So we're going to go for the Scale Peelers next. Now, not that effective at the start of the game, especially because, equipment-wise, Brodie has no incentive to actually block with them. Yeah.
Maybe during the mid-game after he finds his Transcend cards, finds the Art of War, right?
So Gordon's going to be able to activate all 3 modes on this pseudo, right? Because the go again is already given from the Mistblade
And +1.
and +1. So he's going to get +3, draw a card, go again on this.
So 6, draw a
6
card.
go again and draw a card.
Nope, not too bad.
Hey, I would say that's a pretty good space to be in. And if we can find a Transcend card on this turn as well.
And Gordon still has 2 cards in hand, Elliot.
Yeah.
He can still end with a disruption attack.
Yeah, and taking 6 to the face right now, Brodie not, quite comfortable, honestly.
There we are, leave no witnesses coming for 4, threatening that
Ooh.
arsenal.
Yeah, and with 1 floating still, you never know what could happen next.
Yeah, he is on the 2 venomous bites. He is free hiss. So
Yeah, the standard attack reaction package coming in from Gordon. If anything, Gordon also runs 3 Sirens calls, and that's one of those cards which is really good into Brodie. If you can strip away 1 blue that is activating that hand, suddenly, or when they block the Traverse and get that Chi, and you use a Siren's Call, suddenly you've kind of like nullified the effect of Traverse.
this is actually really good for Gordon. He's done 8 damage, and he's forcing Brodie to give him 2 cards
Give
to,
him two
to save his
cards.
arsenal, right? That's
Yeah.
great start from Gordon.
Absolutely, absolutely fantastic. So back to Brodie, who is now on a 2-card hand with an Arsenal. Just pitching, going for that CNC. Does this phase Gordon? I mean, he's more than happy to take 6 damage here as long as the Arsenal card isn't something super threatening.
Yeah.
Because
As long as that's not like relevant, it's not a disruption.
If it's not
he's
relevant-
happy to just take 6,
I
play
mean-
with his 4 cards, but he's also happy to block with 2 cards.
yeah, absolutely.
2 card new hands are sometimes good enough. You have access to your arousing wave, giving that +1 on demand to your command and conquerors and your weakest links, bumping it up to 7.
Yeah, and Gordon looks like over here, Gordon's just
Yeah.
going to send a weakest link back to Arsenal, a more favorable card. This is his first Transcend card that he's pitching away. Path Well Traveled. And I just want to talk about the equipment suite for a quick bit here. He's running both the Arousing Wave and the Silence and the Stilettos themselves. So with your Undertow Stilettos, not only are they battle... Oh, this is one of those hands where you don't really want to see weakest link at the other side of the board.
Yeah,
It's such a devastating
And
one.
it's so threatening with the arousing wave. Just that on-demand +1. You block for 6, they pop the arousing wave, and it hits, and then you still lose. They still rip a card from you.
Yes.
It's so hard to play around.
Yeah, especially because when you're floating 1 still, that attack reaction in Arsenal, it might not, you can't use the what's that called, the hisses and stuff, because those are mystic attacks. But that 1 float allows you to use the arousing wave, as you said, to do a lot more damage.
And
Just
it's-
like really push the effects.
And it's always in your face, right? Like it's there. You know that could be a possibility.
It's up front and you have to play around it.
Yeah. So just probably thinking he probably has to block with the Ancestral Harmony and the Chakra, but what does that leave him with? Art of War and Descendant, so he can't really fire back.
Yeah.
Much pressure, right?
He really has to think about this one, especially because the weakest link itself, blocking 6 might not necessarily be enough, right? He has to think about what are the risks that he needs to take.
Oh,
Saying he's taking 6 and gonna show that hand, I believe.
oh wow. Oh, I did not expect that.
Yeah, but this is Brodie Spurlock we're talking about. He wants to make sure he has a functional hand.
Losing an Art of War this early against Anu is very, very bad. And Gordon gets to draw a card as well. He gets to choose what he wants in his arsenal, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Gives
now,
us
and
a
now
lot
he
of
has
information.
full knowledge of the hand. And
Yes.
you know how important it has been for knowledge.
Oh yeah, hand knowledge is so important, and
Oh,
now
you
we get to Arsenal the Transcend card, the Stir the Pot if we want to.
He Arsenal the Sink Below.
Arsenal the Sink Below.
So,
wow.
well, I think
Very interesting. Here we go. So we're going to start hitting a card. We've lost our first Transcend card. That is not what you want to see if you're sitting on Zen's seat.
because you want to transcend as soon as possible, right? And
Yes. And every time you miss one, I mean, we have fewer options. The worst part is that Gordon, as new, is going to have all these opportunities to take the chi away from your deck, right? If you're banishing top cards off the top, every single one that you mill from yourself, oh, that's kind of wasting an opportunity there.
Okay, so it's the,
This is a red, so it's coming for 4.
with 2 floating.
With 2 floating, we know that he might have that. I don't remember if there's the bonds in the arsenal from this one. But a clean block from the sink below.
Playing around Command and Conquer, right? Just
Yes. And we're going to draw a card off of that. I wonder
Playing
what
the
we
bonds.
sunk. Yep, the bonds from the arsenal. We're just going to
Banishing
expect aspect. Yeah, I think we're banishing aspect in this case to find another aspect. Just going to deal more damage, try to pressure that life total. With Gordon at 40 and Brodie at 26, this is, you know, not what you generally want to see in the Zen seed.
Oh, 100%. You know, you want to keep cards, right?
You want to keep cards. Always, always.
Brodie's operating on a 2-card hand with an Arsenal. And that's... The damage is impressive, but you need a lot more damage to get over New.
Yeah, it's New's Disruption that's really putting in the work at the moment.
So that Bonds is coming in for 5. Will be followed up by Aspect Body Tiger, which will be coming in for 4.
Yeah, so this 5 into 4, I mean, we have a total of 11 damage. No, sorry, we'll have 12 damage being presented in this case because once we play the Aspect, we'll have 2 for the Kakara and then the Crouching Tiger for 1 more. So a total, we could even the life gap now all the way to 28.
And he has another sink below.
I mean...
And he has
That's
another
extremely
weakest link,
helpful.
right?
Wow, yeah. So looks like we're keeping the Stir the Pot from the previous sink.
Oh, he's sinking the weakest link away.
I think he's trying to find another blue, honestly, to activate the Stir the Pot. One of the great things that Gordon likes to play around is the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, right? Every time you do that, you don't just force a card from your opponent, but you're forcing the fact that there might be blues that you can utilize in the future.
So not a bad turn for Brodie, just 2 cards, right? You know.
Yeah, so
you got your one of your bonds lines off,
and then a 3-2-1.
Yeah,
right?
utilize the Kakara and the Tiger.
Yes. So we leaked 2 damage at the start, took a 3, a 2, and a 1. Now at 32. Life gap closing up.
Now it's back to Gordon.
Here we go. The prognosis is huge here, right? We definitely can tell that he's going to use the mask because of this play.
Such an annoying card. This card, you have to put a card in front.
Yeah.
But then you have all these reactions that pump it up, and then he will gain life as well.
We're going to definitely strip 2 cards from Brodie this turn, no matter what happens.
And I think the life gain is so huge, because
every point matters,
every
right?
point matters against Zen.
Every point matters. When you have text of Shuko that says unpreventable, well, you can't prevent life gain. So, you know, going up that 1 point is always... it seems small, but it's worth a lot.
So Brodie has 2 Transcend cards, Spinning Wheel Kick, and Command and Conquer.
And another difficult hand. He can
So
double
another-
Transcend here, though.
He can, but it's difficult. It's difficult to block. Choosing what to block with is very hard, because if it hits,
He's losing a card.
he's
Yeah.
most likely losing the other attack too.
Yes, absolutely. If he blocks, he's losing the other attack. If he doesn't block, he's still not double transcending. This is a very weird spot.
And he has grains, and he needs a target for that too.
If this wasn't a hand disruption card, what he could have done is maybe like pitch the Command and Conquer, play out the Spinning Wheel Kick, then double transcend.
Use Zen.
Use Zen, find our Spinning Wheel, use Kakara. You know, we know the drill from there on out. But yeah, here we are.
Choosing no blocks, okay?
So we're going to lose 2 cards from Brodie's side. So essentially, I think he's putting the agency in Gordon to choose which attack to banish. And on his end, when the mask is triggered, he can choose which of the blues to get rid of, right? Yes, you're going to have to banish a Transcend card, but do you really want to banish another attack at this point in time? Your turn might just be Arsenal Pass or Kakara Pass.
All right, that Stir Pot's going to Transcend, and then in the reaction phase, he's going to use Mask of the Recurring Nightmare to banish a card.
Here we go.
It's banishing Spinning Wheel Kick, okay. Then Prognosis will trigger. Let's see what's on top. So Brodie can respond to this by playing the 2 Transcend cards.
But it won't stop the fact that they are blues in his hand.
Exactly.
As well. Yeah.
But as long as But at least he has transcended, right?
At least he's transcended.
At least
The
he's turned on
traverse is
traverse.
Yeah. So this is pretty helpful at this point. We are at the resolution step because of the on hits. And I don't think that's a path well traveled, so not entirely relevant just yet. Yeah, looks like we are also going to stir this pot. And the +1 has no relevance in this case because we've already taken damage as a result. So just double transcending, and we're going to figure out what we're going to do with our blue resources.
Yeah, I think if Gordon is able to hit a red off the top, repping that combine, Brodie won't have a.
You won't have a
great turn.
valid turn.
Oh, it's a blue.
That's a blue. So one of these cheese is going bye-bye. It doesn't gain you a life though because it's not an action.
But he will gain a life from the 100.
He will get a
wins
life from the 100 wins, absolutely.
It's getting to set up an arsenal, and he knows Brodie's hand, right?
He knows Brodie's hand is not going to be that effective.
Probably just going to come in.
Just a 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's mostly what we can do at this point in time, just sending 6, and Gordon doesn't respect a whole lot after that because it's all face-up play. But it will kind of block out the, any tricksy sink belows that Gordon's holding onto and trying to protect for a better turn.
Coming in with Command Conquer for 6.
Yeah, Gordon quick to the draw, finding the 2 cards that he feels don't further his game plan right now. So we're going to be dropping an Art of Desire blue and a Bonds of Attraction, I believe. Yes.
Yeah. Not too bad, Gordon. Perfectly
Really holding tempo.
There we go, another prognosis.
My goodness. Prognosis number 2. Every time we throw a prognosis down, it's holding Brodie back from playing a 4-card hand. And this is one of those hands you want to keep as much as possible. There is a that's all you got, but that's not going to protect you from any attack reactions, right?
100%, yeah.
You definitely want to throw something else in front just in case there's an attack reaction. And then that's all you got.
And you don't want to lose your second bonds. You've already used one, and there's one left in your deck. If you lose this one, you only have access to 1 more bonds.
The blocks are very important here for Brodie Spurlock. I know you guys don't play with Gordon a lot, but this is the face of a man who usually he's always smiling and laughing. But I love it when I watch him these top 8 games where he's super serious.
It's that poker face, right?
It is.
Yeah.
It's the killer instinct, this man. You don't win 2 nationals over nothing. Tough choice here for Brodie as well.
Really tough.
Yeah.
You just do not know what is in the arsenal or what's in the hand. It could be just a Nick, could be Venomous Bite. It's just...
The just the Nicks are the ones which are extremely scary.
Okay, Tunic.
So we're going to use a Hiss here, but not get the Slither token off of it.
But that will go to 4. That will force Brodie to use. Is that all you got?
Yeah. And if that's not enough, we might see a Just the Nick. But looks like we will be gaining 1 health off of the Prognosis because we're banishing Sift. And Sift, a very good card to see in the banish zone, just because it helps the new as well filter that deck once you're able to trigger with a Chi.
And now Brodie's left with just bonds and ancestrals. Just gotta come in with the weapon and arsenal the bonds.
It's just weapon, arsenal, bonds. But also, you have to be quite grateful in this scenario, right?
Exactly.
If you weren't stripping that bonds and you're setting for another turn, that means Brodie lives for another day.
Yeah, well, you're leaving in your arsenal, and that's a target.
That's a dangerous place.
That's a dangerous place against assassin, right?
Yeah, that's true too. That's absolutely true as well. This hand, he's happy to block with the Warmongers in this case, right? If he doesn't need the extra blue, well, we can always throw it away.
Yeah, Gordon Khoi fully in control of this game right now. The tempo is all his. What he needs to worry about is just drawing that disruption, making sure Brodie is never playing with a 4 or 5 card hand.
Yes, Gordon is the solo new in this top 8 bracket, so a lot of it is on him to try to disrupt as much as possible, try not to break a hand. Most importantly, he needs to preserve life. Life is the one thing which, at any point in time, if Brodie finds that go-off turn, he's, that life lead will be absolutely diminished.
Oh, 100%. And then, yeah, I think Gordon's pretty happy just to take 2.
If he wants to utilize the boots a little bit more,
Yeah.
or the equipment a bit more, he can always...
Oh,
throwing the
blocking with
Codex.
Codex.
Very interesting. Because of the readiness of the arsenal there, he's decided, okay, I want to use it for more than just finding a card for my own arsenal.
Here we go, Beckoning Mistblade. One of the most scariest daggers, you know. If you don't block this, you can be so punished. Like we saw on Gordon's turn 1, that levels having that inherent go again and +1, being able to basically have a pseudo all 3 modes.
Yes.
And following it up with a disruption. You really
Yes.
have to respect this, because this works on so many good blue cards. Your surgical extractions, for example. One of the best targets for it.
Wow, so we're pitching away another Transcend card here with the path well traveled. 2 cards in hand. Are we going to see another levels at play?
Probably. So weakest
No,
link.
just weakest link for 6. But with...
Oh, and Brodie does have a Transcend card in his hand.
Yeah, and we don't have... I mean, the scale peelers are technically online at the moment. So this weakest link cannot be just blocked with armor alone. It's not enough. At most, his armor is blocking for 3 across the
Oh, looks
board.
like Brodie has 300 wins.
Oh,
And path well traveled in hand. And we know his arsenal is bonds.
his arsenal is bonds.
Well,
So-
that is a very strong weakest link. Yeah.
Looking to take the 6 and then just throwing away the path well traveled and just
Yes.
giving it go again.
But he got rid of it in his hand, right?
Yeah.
Most importantly, he couldn't use it to transcend with those 100 wins. Couldn't to go find that descending gust wave, which would enable his bonds, right? So it's a big win for Gordon, knowing the hand and saving so much damage.
Yeah, that would have been absolutely devastating. But 34 plays 17 at the moment. Gordon is well within the driver's seat, and he can smell blood and water, right? Under 20 health for Zheng, where they have to start blocking with cards. You're very happy as do.
And Gordon still has this equipment.
He does his equipment. He
So
hasn't
is this-
blocked with the battle worn armor yet.
Yeah, still has the rousing waves, still has these stilettos, and those are ready to use whenever.
Whenever is right.
They're not just equipment, they're enable pieces, there's disruption as well.
Gordon doesn't know this, but in Brodie's arsenal is that bonds of ancestry. And starting with the blue 100 wins is a great spot because it kind of baits Gordon into thinking like, uh-oh, is he going to transcend this turn? Do I have to block later on?
So the second 100 wins coming in.
It is open deckless, so I think Gordon knows there isn't any... Gordon knows that there are 3 Winds of Eternities in Brodie's deck.
So that 100 wins will be coming in for...
4.
Is it the red one?
Yep, it's the red one. So it's 3 base plus the additional one from the 100 wins before this.
Yeah, so that'd be coming in 4. Oh, Gordon thinking about blocking with a rousing wave. And you know when you block a rousing wave, you want to use it next turn.
You want to use it next turn, absolutely. It's like the moment you block with any of the battle-worn equipment, it gives you this opportunity to play this mind game with your opponent and say, I am ready to crack these. I've gotten full value out of them. Locking down with the Command and Conquer and the Stilettos. And now we're coming in for 5.
Gordon being very careful with his life, preserving
Yeah.
as much life as possible.
Not blocking
If he doesn't need a card, he will just block with it. Like a Command and Conquer, that's like one of the best pieces of disruption.
Absolutely. And going down to 28 for Gordon at the moment. 28 plays 17. Gordon did keep a 3-card hand and 1 in Arsenal, pitching away a double trouble for the Scale Peelers. The Scale Peeler is really good at denying value from the equipment.
Scale Peeler is so annoying in Consent. It makes them not want to use their fridge, and then it also forces cards of its disruption. Zen is most famous for, I'm going to throw in the fridge and go for a power turn. But with Scale Peeler, you cannot do that.
It's extremely difficult to commit everything at one go. And Gordon being very methodical here, not having very explosive turns at the moment, but nonetheless,
Just poking with his daggers, right?
he's got the life lead. He's got the ability to make Brodie kind of afraid of what the fallout might be. So any sort of incidental damage you can do from these pseudo Kodachis is massive.
All right, so Command and Conquer coming out.
Yeah, every turn, Gordon's found answer after answer to put pressure on both the hand and the arsenal of Brodie Spurlock.
Brodie looking in the grave, seeing what bronze targets he has. His hand has a lot of free blocks, Elliot. So
It has a lot of 3 blocks. The Winds of Eternity, very good at doing something like this.
Gordon's like, I'm happy I poked for 2 damage.
I'm going to give a smaller turn.
I stripped 2 cards from you again. So
Right.
Spinning wheel kick.
Yeah, this is going to be a chip game for now, right? It's going to be 4 into a 2.
Yeah,
We're definitely not playing the bonds from Arsenal in this case, so
he's
it's just
really
going to be
trying to
spinning
save
wheel
that
kick.
print.
Just going straight and saving that bonds for that 1 cash in turn. To be fair, Gordon is at 28, and Zheng have turns that can be ridiculous, like
Yeah.
30 plus damage turns, right?
And you do not want to face those turns. That's why you prioritize those disruption cards so much in this matchup. You prioritize the scale peelers so they can't fully use the equipment
Yes.
how they want.
Yes. It's really up to Brodie to find that breathing room, and for Gordon to, if Gordon bricks a hand, this game could turn around real quick, real fast.
Fateful Scene perfectly blocking out the spinning wheel kick.
Really good use. We haven't seen a lot of Fateful Scenes in this list so far, but Gordon has opted, some people like to put in more aggressive cards, but Gordon told me, he's like, hey, I'm going to run 3 Sync Belows and 2 Fateful Scenes. Just a good defensive suite. Doesn't hurt if you drag out the game because you are new. At the end of the day, you can use your opponent's deck against them for extra card advantage.
Oh, look at that blocking.
Oh,
Blocking
yeah.
levels.
Yeah, because he's got the Tunic up to 3 on his turn, so there's a lot of options here. You can just pitch to send a Surgical Extraction to bait something out.
I wonder what's in Gordon's arsenal. It's been there for quite a while.
Yeah, there are a bunch of things that we could actually see from here, whether it's a Siren's Call, whether it's a Hiss or a Venomous Bite.
And that one floating is so scary when you're facing a surgical.
It
you
is.
do not know what can come from that.
Yeah.
Like he could just pop the he could just pop the arousing wave, get to 5, or he can get up to 7.
Yeah.
And it's so hard to read.
It's very hard to play around this when you have
what's
potentially 2
happening.
floating. Yeah.
Exactly.
So yeah, it could even go all the way up to, I believe it can go up to 9 in this case. You can get a red Venomous Bite in Arsenal,
Yep.
pump it by 4, and then use the arousing wave to get to a 9.
So you really have to like read what the situation is.
Yes.
Right? It's
Unfortunately, Brodie has not been able to set up any big turns yet. The equipment suite is technically
live?
turned on.
Yep.
Yes. It's like you can get full 7 value out of this entire thing. But,
if you
think
block
about
for 7
armor. Yeah.
and you get punished with a red Venomous Bite,
That's it.
that's it.
Yeah. You're losing a key card from your hand.
You're
And
probably
it's very
losing
like the
that
chi.
chi
Yeah.
that you
You're
put
losing
your
that
equipment
chi. He's going to make a silver. He's going to rip a card off the top of the deck.
And Brodie he's found the Red Descendant to go with the bonds. So Brodie's hand is quite good, but he's probably wanting to utilize all those cards, but that Surgical Extraction is saying no.
Truly a difficult position,
Oh,
but he's
like
looking to just
12 for
2-card
6.
block this. Yeah.
It'll be so massive against the 7. Oh, it looks like he has it. He does.
He has the hiss. So going up to 7, pushing it by 1, and using the go again.
Choosing to use Sliver.
Yeah, choosing to use Slither. I think he doesn't want to clunk up his arsenal as well.
Oh,
So banishing the 100 Winds blue, which I think is perfect. He's going to try to set up
when he banished
and
the
a
Red
descendant.
Descendant too.
Yeah. So making 1 silver from this, but more importantly, he now has a
IPing
starter.
Brodie, right?
Yes,
That
IPing
Descendant's
Brodie.
basically going to stay in the hand. 28 to 14, Elliot.
This is Gordon inching closer towards that finish line.
And here we see a Siren's Call and a Prognosis.
Yeah. So whatever damage that Brodie wants to do.
and a Codex.
And a Codex.
Wow.
Wow, this is one of those moments where...
So that Beckoning Mistblade is going to put so much value if it hits.
Mm-hmm. One of those moments where usually we don't want to clunk up the arsenal with the Slither, just in case, you know, we have to block with our hand. But in this case, the Slither have been really, really helpful. It could have...
Yeah, that Slither would have been
would
real
really
good.
helpful. Real good right now. But, you know, sometimes you have to take these risks, and you sometimes don't want to take unnecessary risks. So just IPing himself in this moment, sending out the Mistblade, the Beckoning Mistblade.
So important if this weapon hits or not.
If this
it
connects,
hits.
if this connects, we are going to see a big pain train of the Prognosis coming in for 2.
Go again.
Go again, and most importantly, we can actually use Siren's Call. If he blocks with a card, we can actually gain 2 life.
This actually saves them having to use Undertow Stilettos to
Absolutely.
enable the Codex, right?
Absolutely.
And so he still has that 1 block, and he still has access to the Sliver on demand.
There's many things we can do. We can Siren's Call, draw a card, see what other options we may have, pitch it, use now the scale peelers, and then use the Codex.
Yeah.
And would have 2 floating still. So we can actually take back Command and Conquer. Or Weakest Link. You know, I mean, the world's his oyster at this point in time.
Exactly. He has full control, full tempo of this match. And he's just drawing disruption after disruption.
Yeah.
Like, Brodie has not really had a turn.
He's not been able to make any particularly great hands yet. We haven't seen damage above the 14 at this point in time. But Gordon really methodically chipping down away, gaining life, getting rid of key cards for the matchup.
Throwing 1 card down.
And we're going to
Coming
see
for
the Siren's Call showing that hand. And
Ripping the
this
winds.
blue is going right in front of this card.
And he's drawing a card.
He's going to draw a card.
And he's gaining 2 life.
Yes, and he's gaining 2 life, which is really the most important bit. You already got the information out of the Prognosis and Siren's Call combo. Right? Sometimes you want the Prognosis to hit because like, oh yeah.
He drew a blue as well.
And we might actually be able to do a banish from Mask into the Codex. This is absolutely a great
go
card.
into the play you talked about, go into the Scale Peeler, into the Command and
Yeah,
Conquer.
yeah. There's just so many things. Banishing a card at this point in time is probably better than using the Scale Peelers because there's just no value from Brodie's hand. He's on 2 cards.
Exactly, but it's just how Gordon wants to approach this.
Yeah.
It is live.
Yeah, and we haven't finished resolving Prognosis yet. So banishing a card from hand right now is still going to be extra juicy.
I think they finished because the two cards have been banished.
Yeah. The 2 cards. Okay, the 2 cards have been banished already. Okay. Interesting, interesting.
So Gordon,
So yeah, I think we can still do Rise and Sun Setting Moon, but it means that we will have to Scale Peelers in this case.
and I think the Scale Peeler is fine. That Command and Conquer, hitting that bonds.
It might be stronger than that, right? Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Just the fact that we can do a 2.
might force some equipment that Brodie might not want to. So he's playing that out,
Yeah,
seeing what his options are.
yeah. So drawing a card.
Because he'll probably be drawing that card from the ponder. So now he gets to choose if he wants it or not, right?
Yes, absolutely. And better still, I think, like you're saying, because we have Tunic on 3, we can still Codex into a CNC for 6. Ooh, taking 1 more damage.
And then here we are, Codex of Frailty.
Okay, so
Quickly grabbing that Command and Conquer.
he knows exactly what he needs to do now. Brodie's deck might not have that many 3 blocks, so this could almost be a guaranteed hit onto that arsenal. Yep, using Tunic,
Command
and
Conquer
you're sending
6.
6.
And Brodie's hand only blocks for 5, and Gordon knows that. Because he has full knowledge from Siren's Call.
Yep. But this is just a flat 6, right? We don't have any more resources floating, so Arousing Wave is closed off.
I know it's a flat 6, but he can't just use his equipment, right? He has to use his equipment and cards from his hand to block this out.
Yes.
Because of the Scale Peeler. So it's actually in a very tough situation.
Yeah, no, his hand might just doesn't have that block value, I believe.
And Gordon knows that.
And Gordon knows that he saw it, yeah.
Oh no.
So we have to...
Might be just blocking one, losing the bonds and trying to Arsenal Descendant.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, losing your second Bonds of Ancestry here of very little value is crushing for this matchup.
And I'll be dropping down to 9, Elliot.
My
That's
goodness.
30 to 9.
30 to 9. This is one of those games where, you know, when the new does good, you can see just how oppressive it can be going to the Ninja matchup. Not letting them play the game that they want to play. And it's a big reason why Gordon's using these Icelander sleeves. He always felt like it was stopping the aggro decks.
Oh, Gordon Sanders.
This is gas.
Bonds of Agony. You
This
thought
is
the
gas.
prognoses were annoying. That Bonds of Agony is even worse.
Yeah, and really depending on what's in Gordon's
Oh, and he's
arsenal,
got the
right?
Transcend card too to go with it.
Absolutely. I think that's the probably the strongest part of this is we'll probably get to use the Sync Blow as a...
I don't think Brodie will be attacking.
I doubt he can
Turn,
do
right,
anything
yeah.
at this turn, yeah. But we'll probably activate all three modes of Bonds of Agony after this, right? Get all three reactions out, get the full suite on. +3, look at the hand, strip all the cards, and remove copies from the deck.
And Gordon's Arsenal is so unknown.
Still unknown. It doesn't matter, right?
Out of 4 in his head on a Bonds of Agony turn.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see on the Bonds of Agony turn. Yeah, turn after turn, really putting Brodie through the grinder here.
Hey, I'm playing this Bonds of Agony. I have 3 cards in hand, 1 card in Arsenal.
It's on
have
you now.
fun.
Yeah, have fun. I mean, the Arousing Wave is available for activation. He's so far ahead. The Stilettos right now, he wouldn't mind cracking them just to go for another attack after this.
Yeah, it really depends on what his Arsenal is, right?
It really depends what Arsenal is. Absolutely, you're 100% correct here. We can even use New if we're very confident.
This Bonds
at this stage.
actually, this Bonds of Agony might even kill him.
it might. Just the fact that
just
you
the
activate
Nyx?
3, just the Nyx, you have a +3 from itself. You have the Arousing Wave for that extra point of damage.
Like, is this the turn you have to throw your equipment and just hope for the best? You're on 9.
You're on 9.
You don't have much time. You found your Art of War.
This is one of those games where really Gordon is showcasing the power of New. And, you know, when you have threat after threat, things that really require blocking, well...
Like, Brodie has cards that block, but what is this follow-up, right?
What does the block do? Yeah. It's not furthering the game plan. A tough spot here for Kid Wonderboy. The only thing that I think Brodie can hope for is that Gordon draws into one of those like brick hands, right? A lot of times in the Assassin class and with the Room Blade class sometimes, it comes down to drawing some good pairs. Like you don't want to see all NAAs, for example, if you're Azalea or if you are a Room Blade. Well, New and most of the Assassins have the same thing because you have a lot of attack reactions and defense reactions in your deck.
You know what? Soon, Gordon won't really rely on the disruption when Brodie's on such a low life total. Why do I need to disrupt them when I can just kill him?
Just kill him, yeah. And I realize the Transcendent card in his hand is actually Path Well Traveled.
Yeah.
So it's definitely going again. We're definitely going to follow up to this thing no matter what. If we're laying down multiple cards in front of this Bonds of Agony to prevent the trigger, Gordon can just kill him straight out. Just Path, move on to the next attack, and send full damage. This is not an easy position. If, for whatever reason, the Bonds of Agony can connect and hit the Art of War, I don't think there'll be a lot of reprise from this. Okay.
All right.
Looks like we're throwing the fridge.
But that's only for 5.
Yep. 5 is pretty good here. And letting it resolve. All blocks have been resolved at 5.
Now let's see what Gordon's going to do. At minimum, he can strip two cards, right? One from the Bonds and one from the Mask of Recurring Nightmares if he chooses to.
Yes. And depends what's in Arsenal as well, because we're definitely going to transcend, right, this turn?
Yeah.
Oh, this is
All right.
very carefully navigated by both players, honestly.
I like Brodie's approach. This is like the turn to just throw your equipment and hope.
Worst case scenario on this turn, because he has the Crouching Tiger in his hand, he can still defensively use that Art of War to make sure that the rest of the copies are safe.
Yeah. Well, he
And
only
fill
has
up
one
his hand.
copy left, right?
Yes, he only has one copy left, but you don't want to. You definitely don't want to lose that one copy. It's one of the few outs to go for those massive, massive turns. Art of Wars in Zen usually are worth about what, 6 to 7, sometimes even 8 value. So
Now Brodie has 6 cards in hand. If
Gordon
Gordon has
still-
something better. He can just, pass over.
Oh, it's pass over, not path
No.
well traveled. So it's not the go again one. But it will find, I think Brodie has blocked over levels of enlightenment. So if we can go again here and somehow use new,
You know,
actually we can just use a bunch
when
of
you're, when you're looking at your graveyard as assassin player, it kind of just tells you Codex, maybe? in
Codex,
Arsenal?
maybe. Yeah. But this Passover going to be really spicy for transcending this turn. One of the craziest and coolest mechanics of the set with Inner Chi is not only are you getting an effect from playing the card, but you get it back as resource after that, which just fully turns on this hand once again.
So Gordon really struggling.
Yeah, thinking about,
I don't think he can actually, he can transcend,
he can transcend.
but I don't, for Venomous Bite, he needs to pitch a blue to get that, to get the Fang Strike.
Yeah, so he has to pitch the Chi in this
Finishing out of
case.
war.
Yeah. He has to pitch the Chi in this case
Yeah.
and use it on both the Arousing Wave and the he can use it on the Arousing Wave and the Hiss, and the Venomous Bite in hand. So that'll be a
Yes.
total of 3 different attack
Okay, pitching the
reactions.
sink.
We're giving it go again from the Stilettos. So that's 2 reactions done over here. And then we're going to banish a card. Oh no, we're just going to deal straight damage
This
to the
actually
top.
tells me
This is
might
going to
have
be
Codex.
yeah,
or,
he might
or,
Codex.
Or even a 2-cost disruption, weakest link, command conquers.
Yeah, this is, it's, to me, it's shouts and screams Codex.
So this spawns will come in for 4.
4 plus
7,
4? Yeah.
Yeah, 8.
Yeah, 4 plus 4.
Free damage. And let me look at your hand.
Let me see that hand. Tons of cards to
Tons
take
of
out.
options.
Taking out the Transcend here might also be very helpful. I mean, it makes a much smaller turn, but the safe play here, I think, would still be Art
100%
of
Art of
War.
War.
Yeah. The safe play here is the Art of War in order to prevent, using that Crouching Tiger as free fodder.
You don't want to you don't want him to filter his hand. You don't want him to output those crazy amounts of damage. He has 6 cards in hand.
Yes. Absolutely, absolutely.
And maybe it's weakest link or something in this arsenal. He still has 2 floating. He has
Yeah.
weakest links in his graveyard too.
That's true. It might say a lot, right?
Yeah, banishing Art of War.
So he's still thinking about it. If that's the weakest link in Arsenal and you just banish an attack here, one of the 3 blocks,
Huge.
actually huge, right? What will Gordon do?
So Gordon's probably figuring out what's he gonna do next turn. He's played against a lot of Zens. He should know. He knows all the lines that
Yeah.
Zen's capable of.
This is the matchup that he's been practicing for like a month
and
now.
now Gordon gets to look for his deck, banish the last copy of Art of War,
Mm-hmm.
and he can probably figure out what is in Brodie's arsenal.
And yeah, and more than that, I think what's in Brodie's arsenal might be Art of War, right? Or
No,
he plucked one out already.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's,
yeah.
it's the Sending Gulf.
That's right. He plucked the last one.
All right. Now what does Gordon have? Oh, it is Codex.
And that is the Codex. This is devastating, right?
Let's
He
grab-
knows what is in Brodie's hand.
Let's grab
He
that
can pick the
weakest link.
weakest link. Gets both the Frailty and the Ponder token.
What amazing ponder from his last Codex. And now this is demanding 2 cards.
Yes, it forces a block because this is lethal, but most
Oh, I
importantly,
forgot about that. Yeah.
He's on
I
6.
forgot he was on 6, actually.
Yeah, he was on 6.
I was more wondering about the effect.
He's on 6, so we can still just block the Shuko if we really want to preserve cards, but either way, we're going to be dropping a card this turn. And if we do that, Gordon will get to ponder twice, effectively.
You're either, it's more of you're either blocking this or you're losing that chi you search for alternatives.
Yeah.
And I know your hand, and he knows that you need that inner chi.
Yeah, this is a really rough spot for Brodie. But Gordon, I mean, I have to say, very methodical play so far. The cards have lined up, but he's taken every inch and margin that he can get.
So rough. He has to block with 2 red, but
2 red
chase
cards.
the tails and Mauling Cleat. That's like 13 damage
Yes,
worth he's blocking.
agreed. This is a very tight
But
one.
this is so difficult for Brodie at the moment. It's just, what can I do? If I lose my chi, what am I doing? If I block, what am I doing?
There are just no good options at this point in time because you don't have enough damage present in the hand to do anything meaningful to Gordon next turn, right?
Yeah, exactly. Gordon's still on 30 life.
Yes. 30 life is not an easy one to climb. And when you're on 6, every attack is a significant attack. And that banish pile looking really spicy, right? If you're the new player, you have options. You have 100 wins inside of there. Things that allow you to just extend the chain a little bit more.
Right, fully committing the block.
You kind of have to, and
Speaking
I think
about
it's
the
great.
banish pile earlier, this weekend I've seen so many new players banish 3 copies of Ancestral Harmony. Waiting to the late game and just playing them out and then playing all the blue tech go against to finish off. It's
Yeah.
like, I've seen like 25 damage worth of
From the
hero
new
build.
side, using ninja cards.
Yes.
Yeah, we've been there, man.
Very
and it's
satisfying to watch.
Very satisfying. That looks like Gordon understands the position he's in. There's no reason to block cards unnecessarily.
yeah.
So 2 into 1. Activating Zheng. We'll get another Tiger. We're gonna find a combo card. We need to
Chase
find
the tail.
damage. Yeah, we need to find damage, and we need to find it fast.
And so that's coming in for 4. And then a tiger for 3. No, a tiger for 4 actually.
Yeah.
So that's 8 damage.
That's 4 into
And
4.
if he takes that, he's still on 20. What? 5 cards.
Yes, this is just absolute bloodbath. And now 4.
Yeah, no, look at going, no blocks, no blocks.
No blocks,
So
as in-
playing so fast, so comfortable. He knows that he is about to wrap up this
Yeah.
game.
Oh, the Kakara is only for 1 just now. I forgot the frailty.
yeah.
Hence why it's only at 20 at the
Now
moment.
let's have a look at Gordon's hand.
Gordon's hand has a Desires of Flesh, a
So-
Bonds of Attraction
so
blue.
2 blues.
He's got tons of resources. 2 blues are enough for him to swing both daggers. And as long as he has some significant
damage.
attack, yeah, it'll be more than enough.
Oh, Brodie drew cards. So Brodie drew 2 Sacred Art and Drop in the Ocean.
That is not what you want to see.
Luckily, he has Sink Below to
Yep,
shuffle one of them back.
to help that out. But now it's very difficult when you have the and the Mistblades. Honestly, the Beckoning Mistblades.
I think you have to throw your Shuko.
Yeah, through Shuko here, yeah.
in front.
If you give another wide combat chain,
That's
that's spelling doom. It's not just wide, but it's +1.
+1, go wide, 2 attacks, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I like this, throwing the Shuko.
Yeah. Just as the doctor ordered. Now we're
levels.
going for this is gonna be like probably go again
Oh,
draw card.
it would have been horrible for Brodie if he let that hit, right?
Yeah. This is a go again draw card. If not, if he didn't block that one, we'd be seeing this as full modes on once again.
Even better, tech for 6.
Yeah, 6 go again draw card.
Oh, and
Here is
another
Bonds.
Bonds. 2
Come.
cards in hand. It still has a rousing wave.
2 cards in hand. A rousing wave. We are definitely going to be activating this, and as Brodie, you want to hold on to your hand as much as possible. We haven't had a chance to sink yet, although the drop in the ocean could be helpful even in some cases.
It could be, but like,
But still, it's such a tall order at this point in time.
yeah,
You
he
know,
can-
Gordon's fight up to the top 8 has
No
been
blocks.
Yeah, no blocks. Whoa.
so that's 2 reactions. Just a nick.
Just a nick, and I think
I think that's
Dude, double just
just
a
a
nick.
nick.
So that's going to be game. You know, Gordon really had a long journey coming to this top 8. He fought against Shoma in the Swiss round.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, knocking him out to X3. And then now facing off against Brodie Spell. He's fought his way all the way through, hitting Nova Chan as well, who's squarely in the top 8.
Hey,
so
Gordon's showing, you know, we always talk about Team Blue Pitch and, you know, the Americans, Brodie Spurlock,
Mm-hmm.
Michael Fung. Gordon's showing he can compete with these top-level players, and he can beat them.
yeah,
This game,
absolutely.
Gordon...
He practices with me, that's why, you know.
Oh, yeah. I'm
I'm kidding.
hope
I'm
he
kidding.
gives you a shout-out.
No. But he's really one of the most hardworking players I know in Singapore. And every single year, he's been showing time after time how seriously he takes this game. That was surgical, right?
That was a masterclass on how to play Nuke Instant, right? Just-
absolutely. Always
just
pressured, never let up.
Never lost life when he didn't need to. Never kept cards when he never needed to. Just
Yes.
constant disruption after disruption after disruption.
Yeah, the aim of the game for him is card efficiency. He doesn't want to be blocking unnecessarily, but when he can preserve the life, he will.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Gordon's will be happy to versus next semifinals. It's another Zen.
It's
And
another
if-
Zen. Regardless of what happens, it's another Zen.
And if he can do what he just did to Brodie,
Yeah, sky's the limit, man.
Sky's the limit. Might be in the finals after that, right?
You know, I have a fun fact. This is Gordon's first top 8 cash. Like, a top 8 calling cash.
Calling cash. I was like, he won two
He's won
nationals.
so many things, but for every callings participated in, this is first cash. And
so
it's in top 8.
first top 8.
No,
Yeah.
no.
No?
First cash. He's never made min cash.
Oh, really?
At a calling event prior to this.
So this is also first top 8.
His first top 8 in calling. That's right.
Good start. He's already
Good
into the, he's
start,
already into
good
the top
start.
4. Looking
Yeah.
very strong into these fields of Zens in the top 8.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we're going to go to a bit of a backup game for you guys. This is going to be Justin Koo's game up against Naib. So Naib, all the way from the US, from Tennessee. And they're playing a bit of a, this one, you know, we saw.
Those decks look thin.
Those decks look really thin, my friend. And life totals-wise, I don't think we have a counter. We can see a life pad a little bit here and there. But Naib is on the aggress.
It's pretty. I like how it flashes and it's like, you know, Ardor will turn into a Bond's turn.
The
It's pretty-
boss jet, yeah. This is very different from what we just saw,
Yeah.
right? This Zen is on the attack.
The Zen is
whereas
going off.
The Zen is going off, right? You can see there's 2 cheese in his pitch zone now. And yeah,
I'm
Naib,
just trying to figure out the life difference. Maybe
like, it looks like 1923.
90, yeah.
Something like that, yeah. We'll get this figured out in just a bit, but this is our backup game from the side. Don't have a lot of space in this convention, so hey, there we go. Thank you. No. Esma, you gotta move it up a bit more, my man. Okay. Well, we'll adjust the camera a little bit more for you all in just a bit. But yeah, Justin Koo, very close to being undefeated yesterday. Went 6-1, only losing to Pudding Tam.
Yeah, in the... No, Justin Koo. He lost to Nova too.
Oh, he lost to Nova.
He lost to Nova
Yeah,
in
sorry,
the
he
last
lost to
round.
Nova
We
in the last
featured
round.
him in round 7, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. Only losing to Nova in the last round of yesterday.
All right, so we see the Bonds coming in for 5. Banishing aspect of Body Tiger.
Okay, I mean, we just want to go for long attacks, right? That's the whole game plan for Zen. And still with that 1 floating, I believe we've cashed in all our armor already.
Oh, and Naib still has 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, he's going for the up, down, as they call it. The loop-de-loop.
That's massive from Naib. All right,
This is
blocking for
massive.
5 with the balance of justice because he knows he's probably cashing this in. Following up with.
So, yeah, no super big up-downs in this one since we searched for aspect of Body Tiger. This is the final game that's ongoing for the quarterfinals. So after this, we'll be cutting to our top 4. Yeah. We'll try to get more information on who else has won the other brackets in just a bit. But we can watch this in the meantime. This foil card is being blocked by another foil card. And, and still 4 cards in hand. Wow. Blocking with an Evil Steel Soul controller.
Leaking one.
Leaking one.
Remember when we were watching Nova and Justin's game yesterday? It was just the 1 and 2 damage that kept leaking and leaking, and
It's all about the chip down,
yeah,
right?
just finishing them off like that.
Yeah. Once you get that chip down, it's massive in the sense that when you get your next big combo turn and it's too big a lead, every time you're committing cards, you're not sending damage back, and then the Kakura is going to get massive, massive value. Justin left with 2 cards in hand. Spinning wheel kick
for 5.
Yeah, spinning wheel kick is just so good here.
Yeah.
We're still going to see a chip of
Chipping
2
2.
damage. All right, so just from the lower bracket, we can tell you that David Yao, the first seed, has won against Nova Chan. So David will be proceeding to play Gordon Ko in the semifinals. And So Jia Zheng from Singapore playing Kayo has beaten out Pudding Tam in the quarterfinals as well. So
Wow.
wow.
The Singapore people really showing up.
Ah, man. I'm so proud of
2
him.
Singaporeans
I'm
in the
so
top 4.
proud of him, man. But yeah, we have to wait for this final quarterfinal game to be played out between Naib and Justin.
So the Pistols?
The winner of this one will be playing against Jia Zheng in the semifinals.
Coming in the pistol for 2. So the out of war turn is over.
Out of water.
Leaked 5 damage.
Wow, that's really good. We saw this exact same scenario yesterday, right? At first, looked like heaven and earth. Big health difference. Right now, it's 1922, and that margin for error is going to be smaller and smaller every single time. Because I think it's right back to Naib after this pistol shot.
Those decks are getting thin, Elliot.
Yeah, oh, looks like we are double transcending once again.
Path well traveled, giving the pistol go again. Not like it.
But
No-
no
not like he
resources.
needed it.
Yeah, yep.
And Rising Sun Moon being able to filter 1 card. Most likely the Chi?
Most likely, we don't really need 2 cheese unless we're like resource starved in this case. But other than that, man, being able to sink a chi and trade for a good attack, that is worth its weight in gold.
So bottom decking that.
So this is our backup match from the quarterfinals. Allows our players, in between, we want to make sure that we can give you as much coverage as possible. It looks like we're back to Naib's turn. He did take the pistol for 2 and has the Orihon pitching 2 cheese, and we're going to draw 3 cards off of this.
There's an Art of War as well.
And there's an Art of War. This could not be any better for Naib at this point in time. So just a truck ton of cards back in his hand.
In his levels.
Oh my goodness, we're gonna see like a full activation, and oh my goodness, the third one. So we can still activate Zheng.
Yep.
We can use it to get a Crouching Tiger, use the remaining float
Wow.
for the Art of War, and draw two more cards. Yeah, that is what do we call disgusting here in this part of the town?
That's not disgusting.
This is like a Cosmic Awakening pitch, right?
Yeah,
The Dream
100%.
Cosmic Awakening pitch. 3 cheese in Zhen's Banish Zone, and off the Orihon. You love to see it.
Oh,
Well, depends on where you are, but
what a hand.
what a hand. Depends on which side of the table you are. You either love it or hate it. This is Such a commanding position to be in. At 18 to 22, if you can do this with the Art of War, or maybe even draw into an Ancestral Harmony, 22 health is within kill range.
Especially with the Balance of Justice already
Already
being
gone.
used, already gone.
Yeah.
You have lost that 2 block, drawing a card.
Yeah, we have no equipment left on Dash's side, just the Tunic.
Okay, choosing to grab, chase the tail from Zhen's ability.
Okay, so this tells me a lot of stuff, right? This also tells us that it's very likely he has like a aspect of Body Tiger somewhere in his hand, or he intends to just extend the chain as much as possible and maybe save that Art of War. Question is he ready to pull the trigger to do more of this?
Levels.
Oh yeah, let's see more cards first, right? I mean, we're gonna
yeah.
get all the modes.
I'll choose
here.
all the modes.
I'll choose all the modes, yeah.
Hey, and then maybe I'll throw an Art War to give it the +1. Better that Tiger just search, maybe?
We can also do what Gordon was showing us just now, levels for 6. All 3 modes activated.
I'm gonna let you block first.
Then we'll show you +1. Oh, that's a nice
That's
one
a nice
as well.
one.
That's a nice one. The Hold the Line here, fully activated. It's blocking for 5 with the... Well, it's blocking for 2 by itself, but it has 3 absorbs, right? So, in essence, we are technically eating up 1 of the absorbs that's going to spill over, the prevents. Because this is coming for 6 now, so we're leaving 2 as preventable. We don't have the Shuko, so we can't really like tear through.
Oh, it does have Ancestral Harmony too.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Close the
really
chain.
good. Closing the chain here. The Hold the Line effect still stays. And we hit
we banished the
Banish a
Descendant.
Descendant? Descendant blue?
Now, does he have that bonds to go with it?
We still need a pitch for this Descendant blue because we're out of resources.
Yeah, that's
But
the,
we have
the fourth
another
G.
4th G. Yeah, this stack is really, really crazy.
So that Descendant's coming in for free go again.
3 go again.
That means he would
That was a
have to
blue.
have bonds in his hand or an Arsenal because he's already used Zen's ability to search that chase the tail.
Yeah.
That is banished.
I mean, he just made this blue into a red, right? And that's one of the powerful things that a lot of the MST heroes have brought to the table. Giving blues
So
on
one
weight
card
and
left
synergy.
in
One
Justin's
card in
hand.
Justin's hand. No way.
Oh, no, so no bonds.
No bonds, but we're just coming on ahead with
Is that all you
that
got?
all you got. Yeah. So we can't close the chain at the moment without giving a card.
Now that Binding Bruise is coming for free. That will eat.
It'll
Eat the
eat,
whole
but we'll
line.
still make a crouching
Tiger.
tiger. That's the most important bit. Unless Justin chooses to give up the tunic. But looks like we're just going to go past it. We're using Chase the Tail, but with no tiger beforehand.
Sorry, Binding Breeze doesn't get affected by Ancestral
Oh,
Harmony.
because
It's not a
there's
combo card.
It's not a combo card, so just 2. Yeah.
So that chase...
So the Chase the Tail is just going to leak 4 damage here. And then Justin's going to get a card back from that's all you got. It was supposed to be a really big turn, I think.
I
but
think Naib's running out of resources.
yeah, the gas is low.
Like, his deck is so low. You know, there's... half that deck's probably filled with cheese. Playing Sensor.
Wow. Sense is a really good card in this format.
But it's really hard to guess what you are going to play now, right? Back then, you know, you just call Bonds or Descendant.
Exactly.
Now,
exactly.
the game's going in so late. Most of the time, they just have Zen have cheese in their hands, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is not a full block just yet, but Justin's going to leak 1 damage as a result of this. Justin tearing through Naib's discard pile in order to see what is it that he can name, right? What are the options for naming in this case?
What am I naming? Okay, so I'm playing Sink Below. So I think Naib's strategy just throw every card
Throw
in.
everything inside and then slowly chip away, get Hakura value.
So looking at Naib's graveyard. Trying to count the audibles. 1, 2, 3. So all the audibles have been used. It's pretty hard.
Yeah, right now, I think the only way we get through this is Naib getting to exhaust out and fatigue by attrition, right? In this case, we want to pressure cards out of Justin's deck as much as possible. There is a possibility that you can be aggressive about this and still thin Dash's deck. If Naib has piled everything, we've got a strategy.
Yeah, but looking at that deck, there's probably less than 20 cards.
Yeah,
And Zen plays all the transcend cards. So half of that deck is filled with cheese.
yes, half
So-
of it is full of cheese.
We don't actually know what's in there. Like what power cards he has left.
Difficult spot here. Did you think that we'd see a fatigue dash in this particular meta, Newson?
100% no.
Yeah.
100% no.
It was not on my
That was definitely
bingo
not my
card.
radar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's just
I was preparing for Calling Manila, just writing down, okay, what are the top 4 decks I'm going to see represented? What do I think the spread's going to be like? I was like, yeah, I think it's going to be 4 Zens, maybe a couple of Prisms, a couple of News. What, we have a Kayo?
we have a fatigue dash.
We have Fatigue Dash, and 1 New and 5 Zens. So almost close, but no cigar. So just using the
Kakara
Kakara
too.
here. Yeah, you're seeing the cheese really just stack up, like you were saying. And the question is, you know, do we have enough to make Crouching Tigers and just try to go 2 into 1,
Oh,
2
just
into 1?
passing.
That is not what you want to see. But trying to set up, I guess what Naib's trying to do here is also try to set up a hand, right?
So pitching the Heart of Findle, which is a proxy for the Wild, right?
Yes. Gaining that 1 for loading the pistol.
Loading the pistol.
Yeah,
Shoot.
this is basically just your standard day as dash, right? It's pistol chamber, pistol. Pistol chamber, pistol. That Heart of Fyendal is being shown here, but it is a standard for the Wild Ride. Or the Wild Ride's a standard for itself. Time is figuratively ticking for Naib at the moment. He needs to find an answer to get through the pile of cards that Justin is presenting. And of course, this chipping damage of 2:2 every single time.
100%. But, you know, Justin's almost got there. Counting by the deck size, let's see.
I think that looks like 15 to
15?
20 cards. Yeah, 15,
yeah, so
80 cards.
once it's just left of all cheese, Justin's accomplished that fatigue strategy. Now, yeah, he's so excited for that. I'm so shocked that KO was able to beat Pudding.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that whatsoever.
You know, just as a side commentary on this, I think it's because we saw how So Jiazheng was playing in that first game.
Like lightning speed?
Lightning speed and also very aggressive, like taking a lot of risks. Right?
Yeah.
In order to beat some of the best decks in the format as KO, you have to be able to have the guts to press Scabskins or to be like, you know what, damned if he has a D-Rec in Arsenal, I'm pulping this turn.
Yep.
And just going for it.
Risking it.
You got to risk it for the biscuit sometimes, and perhaps that's the edge that KO needs.
Is that Ripple?
I think this is a
Ripple away?
Trom and a Ripple away. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. So all right, so that's a Trom, I believe. This round's on me.
Hey, is that what you call it?
I call it Trom.
Is this just you or like most people?
I don't know.
That's the
Most people
first
says
time
it.
I've actually heard someone. I was,
I
like,
don't- oh,
I was like,
man.
what are you saying, Elliot? Trump.
Trom. I don't know. It's something I just use colloquially, I suppose. But this round to me is really good because it kind of nullifies the whole Kakura and Crouching
Tiger.
Tiger thing. And when you're low on gas as Zen,
You
that
don't-
5th card doesn't really matter.
Yeah, you don't care if I give you another card, right?
Yeah.
I know half your deck is cheese.
Have a deck cheese. So it might just be even more bricky in that sense because you're overloading your hand. You can't really filter it out.
And if I can save 4 or 5... Oh, he just passed, right?
I think he's just
Yeah, he passed.
Yeah. Oh, this is not good. Naib's looking like in a world of hurt.
I think it's fine to pass at this point. He probably doesn't think he can do 9 damage to him. And having 5 cards without the disrounds on me effect active.
Yeah, so he's not going to waste
push him
card.
there.
I mean, interesting enough, that means he's not trying to waste cards as necessary, and now is a good time to use life as that resource.
1 card in hand, coming on the pistol. I think that's a Battlefront Bastion.
Yeah. Oh.
Look at that graveyard, just filled with defense reactions, filled with block cards.
Yeah, that is a thick stack.
Like free sigils being used.
And at 16 health, this is going so differently from how it was in yesterday's game with Nova.
So dropping down to 2, Elliot. This might be the turn.
This is one of those Hail
Oh.
Mary turns that he has to do. No wonder he couldn't go off the last turn because of the.
You don't want to
this
waste
round's
that
on me.
Sacred Art, yeah.
Yeah, this round's in me and the Sacred Art. This is where you need to put all your marbles in a bag and say, let's roll them.
And the preserved tradition.
Being able to recycle a card.
a crucial card.
Yeah. This is finding a good combo card this turn that he can tune up with Zheng.
Adding 2.
So let's decide, what are we putting into the deck? This is going to be very telling.
Oh. Bonds?
Bonds might be a great target, but unless there are cards left in the deck that are worth getting out from Bonds, this is a toughie.
Most likely it will be Bonds or a card that utilizes the Tigers to maybe chase the tail.
Chase the Tail's a pretty good target here. I would say even trying to find more like a Tiger Swipe in order to utilize the fact that all your Crouching Tigers have +1 this turn might be very useful. We have to take advantage of the Sacred Art. The Sacred Art turn is where there are dividends being paid for every time you can generate more Crouching Tigers.
Really making sure what he has left.
Yeah. He has to make the optimal decision here.
Yeah, do not want to make a mistake putting the wrong card and then just realizing, oh, I can't actually...
There was a better card to be taken from this. Yeah. At 2 health, though, this is the turn that Naib needs to take in order to try to close it out. If he can't close it this turn, he's just going to be dropping cards. He's locked. He's in pistol lock mode. Still having a very tough time thinking about what is the correct answer here.
So Justin's hand does look like it has all the cards in there blocked for free, so he will probably have to do more than 30 damage this turn. And yeah, putting back Chase the Tail.
Great. So Chase the Tail here. We'll get all the activations. We already have 2 Crouching Tigers generated from the Sacred Art Jade Tiger domain. So that's quite powerful for us. It's easy for us to activate the full potential of Chase the Tail. Question is, Justin's still holding onto a full grip. Can he get through this? I think there's quite an easy block across.
Very hard.
Yeah, the resources and the life as a resource component of this is Justin's probably be able to take all these little pokes from the Tigers and then just block the big ones.
30 damage.
30 damage.
That is what he needs. And that's not counting that Arsenal might be a defense reaction. Okay, activating Zen. Getting another tiger. That's his third tiger in his hand.
Third tiger, and that's each tiger is worth 1 damage each
Yep.
on this turn, so still very, very good.
Oh, banishing the Sindon.
Okay.
Oh, so he must have bonds.
He must have a bonds,
He
I
probably
think.
just put Chase the Tail back to the deck because he was missing one more to banish from the graveyard.
Yeah, no, and so he can just banish the Chase the Tail from the graveyard, from Bonds of Ancestry, find the last Chase the Tail from that Bonds, play it on that Chain Link, and then still do the full shebang. I mean, maybe he's found a way. I mean, what I love about Flesh and Blood, especially at the highest level, is just the level of grit and determination these players have.
So Crouch Tide coming in for 1.
Yeah, we're starting off nice and slow, 1 damage at a time. We have 3 in our hand to play with. Gotta test the waters first. Okay, 1 more for 1. Every single crouching tiger matters. And here we go for another 1 damage. This is death by 1,000 cuts.
Oh, so he played the Descending Gust Wave. And now he's playing Bonds of
Ancestry. Yeah.
Grabbing that Chase the Tail. 3 cards left in hand.
3 cards left in hand, 1 in the banish zone that can be played. And that deck looking awfully thin. That is not a deck. Yeah, it's just a couple of cards.
Dick of cheese.
Yeah,
that's what's left.
That is cheddar cheese and a cheeseburger, so...
Oh, that's a fateful scene in Justin's arsenal.
Oh, that is nasty. But these low to the ground attacks looking pretty good at the moment. Another tiger coming in. I think this is where we're gonna start using the Chase the Tail first. Yeah. So activating the combo from this.
That's coming in for 4 go again, giving the next tiger +3 and +1 from the Sacred Art, so they'll be coming for 4.
Mm-hmm.
So Justin dropping down to 10.
Okay, we have the aspect.
making more tigers.
More tigers in this case.
His 5th.
This is his
tiger?
5th tiger. Right now, if you imagine there's a tiger swipe somewhere here, that would be insane. That would be insane.
So that's gonna come in 9. 1 card left in hand, 1 resource, I believe.
Mm-hmm. But if
He knows Justin has no more cards.
Justin has no more cards in hand, but at Arsenal always pretty scary.
Oh, it's a fateful scene.
Yeah. So I don't think there's going to be any massive fallout from this. And Naib was going to have to, he's really blowing a lot of his gas in this turn.
I think this is his final push. I just do not think he has any more power cards or any cards that attack more than 2.
Tiger Swipe! But the Fate Foreseen! Oh my goodness. Gosh. He was really... If that Tiger Swipe connected, we would make 5 more tigers.
Oh, wow.
We would have made 5 more tigers with +1 on them.
Oh,
wow.
that Faithful Seed coming in
It would have been
clutch.
lethal. It would have been lethal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that pistol's lethal. That's asking for 1 card. And Naib drew 4 cheese. That's game, Elliot.
That is game, I think.
You can't block. 1, 2.
Oh, okay.
Like 10?
10 cards, maybe inside that.
9 of them are probably 9 or 10 of them are probably cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From here on out, I mean, we're
Look,
throwing
he just had to
block
with
an
an E-strike.
Yeah,
well, there's one of those cheese.
Oh, the first one's right there. All we can do on the turns is to activate Zheng, make a crouching
that's
tiger.
another Zen.
Yeah. All we can do is do this.
But you're just burning your resources now. You know that Justin has 3 cards left, and he's just gonna block you out and then lock you with the pistol until you have a deck filled with cheese.
Yeah, it's just gonna be this 2-1 cycle for a while.
Banishing
he's
wins.
still banishing the wins here. So he will do whatever it takes to take cards out of Justin's hand.
That's coming in for 1.
Taking that 1 damage and then sending 2. I mean, this is not a particularly great 100 wins.
And takes 2.
Wins of Eternity.
Justin's deck does play big attacks. You know, yeah, has your Battle from Bastions, has your Command Conquers, Weakest Links, Amnesias.
Yeah, but sometimes, you know, all you need to do is
Pistol?
pistol,
1 card.
shoot, pistol.
And that's game.
And that is game. Wow. What a real Gryphus and Justin Koo going up into the semi-finals. He will be playing up against So Chia Zheng on that Brute. Kayo, a value monster, presenting, you know, much more damage than what can normally be blocked with, and usually needs big burst damage to get through.
I can't wait to watch that game.
That's going to be a really fun one. We'll be shifting over to Justin Koo versus So Chia Zheng in just a bit, but we'll take a short break. And when we come back, your top 4 for the Calling Manila Flesh and Blood Day 2.
A cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Race you to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young Spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
from which the future grows.
us to preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden, and I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racing to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young Spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
from which the future grows.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and our top 4 bracket has been sealed. Don't want to be too much of a show-off now for my region, but we have 2 Singaporeans in the top 4. Gordon Khoi playing up against David Yao from Hong Kong. They're battling out at the moment on another table, whereas we just saw Justin win his match against Naib, going up against So Chia Tung as Kayo in the 7th seed. So, you know what's going to happen, right, Newson? We're going to have a no mirror finals.
No, yeah,
We had
very
5
surprising.
Zens.
5 cents in different brackets.
5 Zens against the world. No Zens, or rather, no
What?
Zen mirror finals.
Yeah, well, all the heroes managed to take down Zen, so they were prepared to take down Zen.
Yes. They all had a plan, and they went into the Zen, and then they, came out even after the bans. So, Justin Koo and So Chia Tung, that's the game that we'll be watching. The players are already shuffling up, done their sideboarding. They're going to present it really, really soon. Now, this is not a matchup that I was expecting to see in the semi-finals. How do you think this one will play out? Because we got this prediction wrong.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. So, KO's more of a bigger damage output, not like Zen, right? It's not like the
It's not
4, 5,
bursty.
5, 5.
Yeah.
KO's like, 10s and 7, 8s, right?
Yeah,
So,
so it's like 6 into 7, 6 into 8.
KO really needs to pick when that deck goes off, especially going wide, having your wild rides, your pole pings, your inline strikes, giving that go again, always trying to get 2 attacks in.
Yes. Try to make sure that agility really pays off, and knowing when to press the scabs at crucial times just to inch that margin a little bit more.
And I don't have his deck list on me, but I don't know if he's playing any of those item breakers, those arc smashes,
No.
sin
Oh,
packings.
Yeah, no. I've actually seen Cha Chung's list, and there is none of that. No arg smashes.
Yeah.
No smashing performances.
That's the card I was thinking of.
Yeah, no, none of that in this list. He came this with the idea of Unga Bunga, we're gonna beat Zens, and now he's facing down a mechanologist.
I think he probably has cast bones in his deck as well.
Yes,
That is
he has
a
3
very
copies.
good setup card.
Absolutely.
That with a Command Conquer 12 go again. Like
Mm-hmm.
that rips Justin's whole hand.
That rips the entire hand. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, the unfortunate thing is that Justin Koo will be the one who decides who goes first or second. So, depending on that, I know Jia Zheng's pretty particular. Cast Bones is only in very specific sort of scenarios, right? If he's going first, he loves those cast bones, but when he goes second, it's almost like, we'll cut a couple copies.
I think he can afford to put those in this matchup. This matchup, there
Absolutely.
is 0 pressure as going into fatigue. You have all the time in the world to set up for KO.
Yes, and I think that's exactly what he needs to do, right? We're
And that
gonna
deck
use
is
those.
thick.
That deck is
Elliot.
thick, and he needs to really utilize those Blood Rush Bellows in efficient ways. We can't afford
And that Savage Stash.
and the Savage Sash, they need to go off at a time where they can make a big enough margin where Justin is forced to not just block, but have no retaliation with the pistols.
And honestly, I think there will be crucial turns where that Scab Skin level rolls are crucial. He is not always guaranteed those go again attacks. Sometimes you just have to risk that Scab Skin levers to deal the output of 12 to 16 damage with 2 attacks.
Gotta tie up those boots nice and tight, and then roll those scabs.
But after seeing So Zheng in that bubble match against Riptide, we know that he is quite an aggressive player. He takes risks. Like when he went to free life against a Riptide deck to try finish up the game.
Yeah.
That is what he needs to do here.
Yeah. His favorite words is "we ball."
Yeah, we ball.
And that's all he wants to do all the time, right? He's going to be able to just draw these cards, look at the hand, say, is there a need for me to pressure on this moment? Can I get 2 attacks in? Answer is no. Well, okay, cool. Press button, roll time. He's going to be one of the more... he's a less risk-adverse guy, right, in the Singaporean scene, and it's always a bit of a toss-up when he's put into a corner. He's not afraid to take those risks because he doesn't play this game to lose. He plays it to win. He's never trying to play from behind. He just wants to get ahead and in front as much as possible. So a lot on the line, especially for Justin, who's, he is the last Filipino standing in the Manila Calling itself.
So 2 Singapore players, 1 Hong Kong player, and 1 Filipino player.
Yeah. That is what it's come to. our semi-finals match. I can't believe we've casted almost 13 games of Flesh and Blood this weekend. It feels like it's gone by so fast. A very standard loadout coming up from So Jiazheng, and for Justin Koo over here, we've seen this setup time and time again. The biggest one is the Stonewall Gauntlets. But unlike Zen, you can actually close the combat chain at any time.
So
as
it's
KO.
basically a -1, on the Blurrish Belgian.
Exactly.
Good start. Good start earlier. Pulping, turn 1, dominate, no defense reactions.
No defense
In the
reactions.
arsenal. This is going to leak some damage.
And it's going to make a might token, most importantly. Well, hopefully it makes a might token.
So if we look at this, 3 cast bones, very important card. 2 massacres, that could be
A lot.
That
Yes,
is
I
one
forgot
of
to
a
mention
tick.
this. Yes, he has a lot of intimidate tech
Yes.
in this list.
a massacre on a Blurrish Fellow turn. That comes in for 10 intimidate.
That's
After
would be so
mandible
good.
claws, that's pretty good.
It gives a lot of ability for you to. I don't think he's running like 3 pulpings, 2 savage feasts.
Yeah, the Savage Feast is important too. Setting it up with agility tokens. Make like we said, going wide is the plan.
Going wise the plan, and you need more cards to do that, right?
3
So-
wild ride yellows.
Yeah. In this case, I mean, we're not going to go to fatigue in the traditional sense because Kayo uses a lot of these cards.
He plays 1 tear
Ten.
limb from limb.
Yes, that is his secret tech that he's been holding in the entire time. He loves the tear limb just because it gets you over the top on certain key turns.
And that's what he needs in this matchup. So I can't wait for him to
yeah,
pull that off, tear limb from limb. I've not seen that card since for a while.
yeah. No, this is like post EVR sort of meta with
Yeah.
Rhinas and stuff on Levias. But in KO, that's not a card you see very, very often. Heading a sink below from Justin's side, we're still leaking 2 damage. And I think more importantly, we're going to be making a might token, right? Yeah, the might token on behind. We've got claws coming in.
Now, he plays Sigil. Priority does go back to him.
Yep, so I think we'll be up to 41 at this point in time and just Arsenal passing. That's a really, really good card to have. I mean, Sigil turns 0. You don't have to worry about it as a no block. You just filtered it out, gain 3 health. Job is done.
All right, loading up the pistol and chamber. Induction shoot.
Induction.
Shoot.
Yep. That's all we need to do.
I don't think will be blocking that much this game.
He can't afford to, really. There's no real big need to tempo.
Sensor's a really interesting card against Kayo. Has so many attacks, and sure you can name Blood Rush Bellow, but
Sometimes- yeah.
I'm not pressured to do anything, right?
Yeah. In fact, you're not just going to willy-nilly use that Blood Rush Bellow.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for the turn where I have a line, and if you censor me and call it, I
Wow.
don't mind waiting.
Jiazheng just flipped and won that clash with the Clash of Might. Now he has 3 tokens, especially because of the Apex Bonebreaker.
So he's really utilizing those mites, wants those huge attacks. So
Here we go. And
wild
he
ride.
saw the top card of his deck because of the Clash.
So that is
So
Bare
this is
Fangs.
almost a guaranteed go again. And if that's a Bare Fangs red on top, yeah. We have a chance of actually going from a 8 into an 8. 16 damage, that's tough. What will it be? We're going to discard... Oh, the Bare Fangs red. That's the one that I think Jiazheng definitely wants to keep. Yeah.
But maybe he has another one, or swing big or something like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, that could be really good too. But, making a might from behind, this is still 8 damage being presented. Unlike Zed, where it's so close to the ground, a lot of times, Justin has to present more cards in front first, rather than the back.
Yeah, and you're taking for 8, you're taking for 7. These defense reactions, they take multiple copies to cover up, and sometimes you're still leaking damage.
Yeah, and every defense reaction you use up front, well, Jiazheng has just a bunch of pulpings just waiting to be set up.
All right, great start. You're really utilizing that mandible claws. Go again.
You need to do that in these cases,
Right.
especially if your opponent's going to be just doing block. Yeah, exactly.
So that's coming in for free. Go again.
the more times we can activate the claws for value, the better it is at making sure that Justin doesn't chip us down too hard, too fast.
And so Zheng does have an alternate win condition. He does not need to kill Justin. He only needs to burn through all the sigils, burn through all the aces, and just get him down to 2. And that reckless swing will finish the game for him.
Yes. There is always that out of reckless swing.
Is that all you got? Just the defense reaction for free.
Yeah, and not getting any additional
draw.
value. Yeah. And this is a 6.
Crash the
Very
mind.
nice. Very nice. So we are going to be leaking some damage, I believe.
So this turn was a 8, 11, 17 damage turn.
That's very nice. 17 damage is 17 damage. So we're keeping 1 card. We're taking 3 as a result.
And it really doesn't look like he lost any crucial cards, really. It just
Everything
good
was...
brute cards, but he didn't lose crucial key cards.
Yeah, I mean, the Bear Fangs would have been nice to have around, but, you know, you can't complain about that.
Yeah, you can't.
We still presented damage. It could have been 2 more, but Bear Fangs would have caught another card off the top of the deck. So Clash of Might still putting in the business.
So pistol coming in for 2.
It's that and Arsenal pass. All right, cracking that Might token. And this is what the value engine of Kayo really wants to do, making sure that every single turn, what we're doing is we're just cracking ahead and making Might.
Hey, CNC for 7.
Yeah.
Give me 2 cards and a piece of armor, maybe.
2 cards, piece of armor.
You're not using your defense reaction.
T-Rex are turned off. And most importantly, we see that there are 2 cards in Jia Zheng's hand. So the question is, what is he going to do? Maybe a wind-up? I feel like there's an agile wind-up coming at the end of this turn, to set up.
Oh. Blocking for 6.
Yeah, so it will bring the power back down to 6 for the CNC.
But that's 2 pieces of equipment already. Agile wind up, setting up.
Setting up. That's exactly what you want to do. So we make both an agility and a might token for next turn.
Does look like so kind of had experience bursting fatigue decks. The way you see he's playing, really setting up not just willy-nilly attacks, right? Not just sending 1 attack.
Yeah.
He's trying to really go very wide.
Yeah. No, he's played against, I think, Battle Hardened Singapore 2024's champion, Brian Kong from 1&1 Collectibles. And that guy is a dash masterclass to play with. So tons of experience in this fatigue matchup. 2 damage once again. And, So here, just very happy to say, yeah, send the bill, 2 damage. We're going to come back with a 5-card hand. I've got the agility token. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm going wide.
Does he play run the runner?
And this is Amnesia coming in, so not necessarily a card that does a lot.
Do anything against...
I don't think so.
Okay.
There's nothing specific that we're looking for.
Right?
Yeah. But a card is a card, right? So
Walking
6 damage is a
skins.
6. Yeah. So we're going to take 4 damage here, going down to 30. But life still relatively high in this case.
That's 2 sigils burned through.
Wow. Now, not to be disheartened. He is still all smiles at this point in time. So's turn once again. Waiting to use Command and
7
Conquer
go again.
for 7 go again. If you think this is bad, sometimes you have to block it up front.
Oh, he does have the firewall.
You're going to expect a bunch of these blocks coming up from just inside. But you can deal with 1. Can you do with 2 Command and Conquers?
Your deck is filled with reacts.
It's filled with hold the lines.
And he's my bet is he probably has 1. That's probably what So's thinking. Oh, and he
has hold the lines?
He has 2 hold the lines.
2 hold the lines
he's
in hand.
going to take 6 and lose his Arsenal.
And we're going to lose the Arsenal as a result. Which
Oh,
isn't
and
that's all
another
you got.
defense reaction.
Yeah.
That Command and Conquer was huge.
Yeah. Jia Zheng here really, the agility token did its job.
Yeah.
Most of the time, no one expects the Spanish Inquisition, like the second Command and Conquer.
But for So, that's always Command and Conquer's gone.
Yeah. That's all 3. Goodbye. And I don't think there's any dig up dinners in this list, so we won't be able to recycle any of these cards. All we can do now is pitch one of our hold the lines. I think it's very clear to So that if he's pitching that hold the line,
He's probably got another...
he's got another hold the line in hand.
No, might be another defense reaction, yeah?
It might be another defense reaction.
Hold the line is a blue, might be
That's
6
true.
below, effect
That's
14.
true. I mean, just get a lot of reads on this. Justin has used so many D-reacts at this point in time. So you can kind of calculate a little bit more of what's left in the deck, what's been pitched down.
So he's really using his equipment really aggressively. Oh, Blood Rush Bellow, double Beast Within.
This is going to be one of those turns. Is it the Beast?
Oh,
no,
no,
we got
it's
rid
the
of the swing big in this case. I mean, he was, you can see what I'm saying when he's taking the gamble. He could have pitched the swing big in order to guarantee
it.
the Beast Within, but he's choosing like, hey, if I manage to get the Beast Within off the 50-50, this swing big is going to be massive.
That Wild Ride is coming in.
This is a red Wild Ride,
So 8 should be coming in for 8 go again.
yeah. 8 go again. We still have an Arsenal card. Discarding away another swing big.
Man.
Oh, you hate to see it. But 8 damage is still 8 damage. And we know that the last card in hand is a Beast Within.
And Arsenal is hold the line.
Yeah. Let's see how Justin wants to deal with this wide turn. We have the last sigil in hand, a blue and a Fate Foreseen. Oh, okay, so we're not activating the second part of Hold the Line just yet because we've only drawn and discarded 1 card. Hold the Line just really, really effective.
Hold the line block the 5, right? Because of Blood Rush Bellow.
Oh, Blood Rush
Yeah.
Bellow. So if it just fully blocked the entire
Fully
thing.
blocked the
right,
thing
right,
with a
right.
free
We've,
block.
we've
Yeah,
actually
3
cast
plus
Blood
5.
Rush
Yeah.
instead. That's right. So we didn't get an additional action point from this. We rolled a 2, but we can still send the Mandible Claw.
That's coming for 5.
So not the most impactful turn. We went for 8 into
You really wanted that Beast Within trigger.
Yeah. And just taking 2
Taking
here.
2.
So a full block. And like I was saying, in order to get past this matchup, you really, really need to use those Blood Rush Bellows as effectively as possible. Can't really take those kind of risks.
Okay, that's the last sigil.
And that's the last
no
sigil.
more life gain.
Okay.
Apart from, Heart of Findle and Oasis of that.
You know, yeah, and just all these other cool...
Oh, there it is.
Tear limb from limb. We're going to be...
Draw a card.
Draw a card. And we're going to discard a random card here. No more swing bigs in this pile, I think. That's
Weakest
a
link.
weakest link. Okay.
So
We're getting plus
+6.
6 on this next attack. And we've already
Might.
discarded a card, so the Might token has been generated.
So next attack has +7. So that's... Is that Brute attack?
The
Brute
next
attack
brute
action.
attack action. So not yet, right? We're just going for 4, making this a bit of a break point for some chip damage with the Mandible Claw. The question, what's the follow-up, right? And it has to be specifically a brute attack action. So a lot of the generics, like the CNCs, which you don't have to worry about, but cards like the Weakest Link, as an example, those don't really get any additional effects from it. Clean blocking with that Fate Foreseen. And where's a Savage Feast? Okay. Discarding the other Savage Feast.
Drawing a card.
We're going to draw a card, and this allows us
13.
to... Yeah, oh my
12,
goodness.
sorry,
This is
12.
12. 12 damage, and we refilled our arsenal. 12 damage. We still have 4 cards in our hand, so it can still be a clean block for 12. But at this point in time, Justin's pretty happy with the way he's fatiguing out So Jiazheng.
Yeah, that is one. That is his one tail limb from them. So
It's the only one. And Justin knows this, right? Like, he's seen the list. Sometimes when you're doing in the Swiss rounds, you bring a one-off card. Sometimes people will be like, oh, maybe he might have the second one. Do I have to play around that as well?
Yeah, so
It's always the mind games. 12 damage is nothing to scoff at.
taking 6, dropping down 30.
Okay, I mean, the life totals are squaring down faster and faster. It's back to Justin. He did hold on to 2 cards here, so it's probably going to be pistol into pistol, and maybe an arsenal in this case, or we could always send that into an attack.
It's like a command and conquer in Justin's hand.
Okay, so I mean we can always load up, use the pistol, and then send 6.
Flash of agility.
Oh, this is really good. We're getting that agility token back, but with a 3 and with a 3-card hand, it's very possible for us to do something about it.
Definitely very doable. Look at that swing bigs coming in for 9 go again.
9 go again. Wow. We have only 1 floating at this point in time, so I don't think there's anything that we can realistically play from Arsenal at this point. Yeah.
Nah, yeah.
I think, well, maybe Cast Bones.
Oh yeah, that'd be very ideal.
That would be phenomenal right now.
All right, so blocking for 7, using the fate. He's burned through quite a lot of defense reactions already.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Brute demands of you, right? You have to commit multiple cards because the chip damage isn't like 1 or 2 points most of the time. It could be like 4 or 5. So right now we're only covering up 4 plus 3 so far. Yeah, that's 7. And are we playing Cast
yes,
Bones?
there we go.
Wow, that means that Savage Feast was actually phenomenal from the previous turn.
That draw was
The draw was perfect.
Now,
the clash was
We're going to
perfect.
get the +6 one.
Oh, it's a
Plus
5. And he didn't make another might this turn, so no agility for him.
But looking at that, we might see another Cast Bones activation next turn.
Yeah. I mean, we're eventually going to the Cast Bones.
So,
But it's quite... Okay, so let's look at the spread. There's some things that you don't want to have, like the Wild Ride.
you want to have the Wild Ride.
You want to have the Wild Ride first? Yeah, it's kind of one of those mixed bag where things could go wrong. But you'll love to see it. I mean, 5 might is still 5 might.
It's +5, right?
It's +5. Anything that can roll damage into the next turn, like big setup things,
Looks like
that's where Fatigue really struggles with.
Looks like you drew another Cast Bones.
Okay. And we've known
blocking.
Judge. Yeah, ooh. Because all we're gonna do is probably we're gonna roll scabs. I can almost feel it in my bones right now. Oh, okay. No, we're gonna wind up here. We're gonna wind up here and then play Cast Bones.
Very disciplined. Just 8. 8's good enough, right?
And it's even better than that because we guarantee a might from the wind up before we play Cast Bones.
So you're guaranteed.
So
you're not guaranteed,
but the
you're,
whiff is much lower.
Yeah.
Yeah. The whiff is much, much lower because you've already got 1 might on the field. Even if you miss 1 card, we're still going to hit 6 might. And 8 go again is... You don't want to... you really don't want to see 8 go again. It can be a very ineffective block. We're only blocking for 6 in this case.
Taking
We're going
2.
to take 2. And we're going to discard the Mighty Wind-Up here, making 2 might tokens.
So, very unlikely.
Yep, so we're going to get, what, potentially 8 might next turn?
With an agility?
With an agility token?
With 4 cards in hand?
Yeah. This is just very disciplined of him to also just block the Wrecker Romp when he could.
Let's see.
1,
2,
2,
3,
3,
4,
4, 5,
and
6. And this is such a good spread of cards. A nice mix of blues, yellows, and key red cards, right? We see 3 reds in Clash of Agility, Weakest Link, and Lightened Strike. 2 blues and a
You
piece
really
of
want
them.
to see that line strike. Being able to draw a card with that agility, except going wide as well, right?
Yeah. In this case, I mean, there's also an argument where you're just saying +2, like on it as well. Yeah.
Because it's all about the raw output.
Yeah,
right now.
if you're going to just be taking 2 and 2, and you can send, an extra +2 over the top, on top of your 8 might tokens, I think that's a mighty fine trade for a fatigue matchup.
So that is the second cast points, 1 left, 2 Blood Rush Bellows left.
Here we go. Placing the pitch back under and then drawing our 4 cards.
Did get the line strike, I believe.
Yeah. So this is Amnesia. Doesn't do a lot.
Doesn't
in this
matter,
case.
right?
Doesn't matter.
Vanilla 6.
Yeah. And I don't think there's any necessity to even block this out at the moment.
Or maybe...
I mean, we have enough to
does it-
send...
Does it look like it... Does it,
Unless
I don't think he has a line strike, Elliot.
No, I don't think so. But we actually can just send Weakest Link and Clash of Agility next turn if you wanted to.
Oh, looks like you might want to block.
Oh, we're blocking in this case with the Weakest Link.
Taking 3 damage.
Yeah. Surprisingly not with the Clash. I guess he's keeping the Clash for as an attack, but the Weakest Link has a very relevant on-hit effect. We'll see how this plays out for Jia Zheng.
All right. 8 mites are popping with the agility. Oh, is that... I still don't know if that's a line strike. And
Yeah,
it is,
okay,
yep,
okay.
all right.
So that makes a lot of sense now. We're doing E-Strike draw a card, I believe, because we blocked that turn.
So that's coming in for 5.
That's 13.
13, go again.
Yeah, 13 go again. You cannot ask for a better turn than that. Like everything just going in his favor. Having the Mighty Wind up to generate 2 might. Cast Bones, hitting all 6. And then having an Enlightened Strike so that you can activate 1 mode for free.
Yeah, and he probably going to follow up with a, 6.
Yeah, there's an opportunity for 6. In fact, there's also an opportunity just to swing the Claw and then
And
Arsenal.
Arsenal and set up again.
Yeah. It really just depends on how Justin prepares to use his hand to block.
And Justin has Heart of Findle in his hand as well, so that doesn't block as well.
Yeah, that Heart of Findle really not working in his favor. He will be low enough health if he doesn't block, but if we're blocking 9 in this case, we're chipping away close to 4 damage. And if we take more, then the Heart of Findle has some value.
Looking to block with 9 cards. Does he have the defense reaction to cover up all 13?
Ooh, I mean, covering it all up might be useful, but there's always that follow-up, right, that you have to worry about when
So
it
blocking
says go
6.
again. Yeah.
Taking
Ooh,
7.
That's a lot of damage to be taken.
Dropping to 19. Remember, Elliot, he's used all his sigils, I believe.
Yeah, so the kill range is
so-
within sight, right? 2 is huge.
Hey, I'll just send this piece of it. I don't want it in my head. I don't want it anywhere. Just
Take 3.
take 3.
Yeah, take 3. And we have to use it
16.
here. 16.
And
Johnson
then
really clawing in.
Last game we saw, he was still on 16 when Naib was still had
He was, yeah, 2.
20 something cards left.
Yeah.
And he's gone through all his big turns. So he still has a lot of power cards. Blood Rush Bellows, the 3rd cast bones. It's still widely available to him. And on 16, it's looking good for him.
Yes, absolutely. I think one good thing about KO is that a lot of your yellows are threats,
Yeah.
right? And you're generating incremental value off of the Might token, off the KO passive this entire time. Look at the way he's blocking.
And you're
like-
actually not going through your deck as fast as in, right? You're not fatiguing as fast as in.
Yeah, because you're not having these long chains.
And you're
each
not
card
and
is
you're not
worth a lot
searching
more.
every turn, right?
Yes.
You have like good quality cards in this deck.
So at the end of, I think this is the end of Justin's turn, So is discarding the Agile Wind-Up. Oh no, it's on his turn. Okay, so on So's turn, he's discarding the Agile Wind-Up and then probably just smacking with the Riled Up.
Sitting up.
Yeah.
Attack for 6, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Because he's discarded at 6 of power
Yep.
from Wild Up. And
That's
get
right, so it's
+1.
+1. Exactly. So this is technically just, 2-card 6.
So he's sending his like resource cards, right? But his resource
Yeah.
cards still hit for 5, hit for 6.
Yeah, not a bad turn, honestly. He did stem some damage. He's still presenting 6. When you're playing at 19 to 17, Justin's health isn't that much of resource anymore. You can get blown out by 30 plus damage turns from Kayo still.
There's
Remember,
Oasis.
we have that Savage Stash.
Yeah, there's that Oasis Respite. So he would gain a life, but take 2. So
it's like technically you just took 1
One.
damage. Yeah.
resetting, and here we go again.
I think we're just loading up pistols and we're trying to, go Cowboys.
Trying to have a look at So's hand, see if he can utilize the agility. All right, just taking
Yep.
the 2.
No, this is a great sign, right? The fact that he's not blocking cards in his hand, it doesn't. Oh, there's a massacre inside, and this Battlefront Bastion. Okay, now that's something which is gonna put a little bit of a tighter clock. It's not. There's no relevant on hits here,
Oh, he's blocking the Massacre.
but he wants to make more might tokens, I guess.
Really wanted to see that Massacre in action.
Yeah, it would have been really good, especially because Intimidate as a card.
It's so important in this matchup.
It's so important in this matchup.
It's
right?
a card they can't block with, right?
Yeah.
Like, so those pack hunts that he plays, the Massacres, they matter in this matchup.
Oh yeah.
And that's the
100%.
sin packing. Hope that's a defense reaction, man. Yep.
Yep.
You won't be able to use that this turn.
Very
Coming in
well
for
read.
8.
Very well read there by Jia Zheng.
Give me 2 to 3 cards if you want that sync below back.
And you kind of have to, but the problem is, it'll just be in your hand at this point in time.
So 4, that's
And,
a lot.
and one
then
more
sync.
from hand. So sinking back in, we're going to give the sync below back to Justin's hand. And that's all she wrote. No additional follow-up from the agility. Unfortunate there.
Let's see if So's found those Blood Rush Bellows.
Not yet, I think.
Can I see 2 cards right now? It looks really blue heavy Massacre. All right, just blocking 6. Doesn't want to go too low. He doesn't
Yeah.
want to get pistol locked. Remember that.
Yes. While he can afford to tempo it down a little bit more, he's more than happy to. We still haven't seen the Sash come into play yet. Neither we use the Scalding Flashback. This
Hey,
is
I'll
just
just
7.
send for 7. Oh,
7 is good. 7 is good. Still asks for cards.
send above rate.
Yeah, we do know that Justin has that sync below in Arsenal, very likely. So it's not going to be one of those things where it's like, oh, I'm going to take out 3 cards from his hand. No. It's literally just 1 card from hand, 1 card from Arsenal.
Yeah, so I think So can just wait patiently, keep blocking, send some attacks, rip cards, and just wait for those Blood Rush Bellow turns. That perfect Sash turn. Perfect Sash turn is a Blood Rush Bellow Sash turn, right?
That's all we're trying
that's
to
the
find
dream.
right now. Yeah, right now, I think So just needs to make sure he can set up that one big execution turn. 30 damage. That's all it takes to bring Justin down from 30 to 16. Yeah, I say like it's so easy. And more importantly, it's like, that's the level that we're playing at now,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
30 damage is possible.
You need
for these
a
heroes.
breakthrough. You need to you need to set up these big turns in order to try to beat these fatigue decks.
Yep. It is possible because the fatigue decks actually give you time to find that stack. So there we go, blocking a clean 7 using that last sync below and a data link, I believe. So 3-card hand. It's going to be pistol into a
Line strike probably.
E-strike, I think. So clock is ticking. This 11, it's a total of 11 by 7. I think Jia Zheng could drop as low to 4 HP at this point in time.
Still has Scowling Fishbag and 1 block from Skepskins if needed.
Yeah, this could have been a crazy turn to just use the flashback on the...
And rip the line strike.
and rip the line strike. I mean, it could save you potentially 7 health.
It could, but
Yeah, but it's one of those risks. that
it's
you
like
gotta
3
take.
cards. Are you really
Yeah.
gonna throw your flashback in there, knowing
Yeah.
that mostly it might just be all like blues?
Yeah, I think it's really much one of those things where you have to kind of soul read, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Justin being very methodical here at this event. You know, we've seen him play throughout 2 days now, and this guy he's playing a fatigue deck in timed Swiss rounds.
Yeah.
So
Very impressive.
the patience, the mental fortitude, and really just still winning these games in time. I think that's where you got to give the man his props.
Yeah.
So
Still has a lot of power. You know, I'm looking at his deck list, and I haven't seen
his list is gas.
I haven't seen a lot of wild rides. I haven't seen any bear fangs.
Yeah, we've seen quite vanilla stuff so
Vanilla,
far.
yeah, it's been just vanilla raw damage, right? But
Yeah.
like
The big
the
ones.
big ones aren't here.
Yeah,
Weakest link.
Unfortunately, we also gave up 2 swing bigs so far.
Yeah,
but
I think all the swing bigs are gone.
I think all the swing bigs are gone.
Well,
so
that's a blood rush bellow.
it is a blood rush bellow. Are we gonna
One
just
rough
say,
shot and a wild ride.
yeah? Are we gonna just say, this is my time? This is what I was,
So that
was
weakest link
built for.
does affect their hand because there is a wild ride, and
This is a toughie.
but I think he can cover it, or he can just wait a turn if he can clear out his arsenal. Like he could block
just
with the run
set
rough, he
up?
could block with the run rough shot, scaling fish bag, and scab skin.
Wow,
perfectly meet that
okay.
6.
That
But-
would be quite sick. That would be quite sick.
Really thinking, what is the best line? Or if he even feels like he can wait and save the blood rush spell for later, he can just block it out. Pitch the blow rush spell, attack or claw, and we'll pitch the blow rush spell
Yeah,
to play
that's true
attack.
too.
Like,
That's
you're
true
not on a timer, right?
You're not on a technical timer here, and neither are you on the timer when it comes to Justin's like poke attacks. But there will come a time when you're just chipped down a bit too low.
Yeah.
So
He is on 14.
he is on 14, so he has to be very careful about the blocking patterns that he's presenting, and more importantly, what else can he be waiting for at this point in time? We only have 1 cast bones and 1 blood rush.
2.
Blood rush bellow.
There's 2? No,
No,
one.
we played 1 earlier on. So this is our second one.
Oh yeah, this is the second one. Yeah.
This is the second one. So we only have 1 cast bones and 1 blood rush bellow left in this game.
Always good to check. what
Always
reactions
good to
is
look,
left.
yeah.
I think the card to look for is how many hold lines have you used. That card is the.
It's the big tell.
It's the hate card, you know.
Yeah.
Against Blood Rush Bellow turns, you do not want them to block for 5.
Oh yeah, certainly one of my favorite Enigma cards. Hold the line. We still have also 1 more block on the scab skin, so there are options here where we're blocking 1 card from hand, kind of wasting the Scowling Fleshbag in this case, and a card from hand, but it would allow us to preserve a 3-card hand with Blood Rush Bellow, and maybe try to claw back by...
He honestly can't let this hit, right?
He can't let this hit.
Yeah.
Because
I don't think
lose a lot.
I don't think Justin has a hand either, so you don't want him to draw a card because that wild ride will be getting ripped.
Tight spot here for Soja Zheng, our 6th seed
Alright,
here
so-
at Calling Manila.
So he is choosing to block
Yeah, okay.
it out, right?
I was thinking the same thing, right? Like when you want to block with a 3 block from hand,
I think this is the
using the armor.
most suitable play.
And
Also,
then
he does have card in hand.
It's probably going to be the Savage Sash turn after this, you see. We're going to use that Blood Rush and hopefully draw into 2 cards, see whatever's in Arsenal to be a starter.
Yeah, so blocking out for 6.
Yeah, this kind of tells me that it might be a Savage Sash turn because we're getting rid of the big resource card as well.
Oh, you would know since you tested them all the time, right?
So sometimes. I play Enigma, man. This is not my favorite matchup. Okay, so it looks like we're just going to try to do a setup turn. It's just a setup turn. I don't think it's a Savage Sash turn just yet.
Maybe next turn.
Maybe next
With
turn.
the Blood Rush Bellow.
And it's very likely that we want to keep this card.
Oh, passing.
Yeah. I think that's all we're trying to do this turn. Wow.
And does he have any disruption?
Wow. Okay. So IPing himself in that point and using the equipment in a slightly ineffective way
But sometimes you have to IP yourself to save for these bigger turns.
to save for these bigger turns, right? Yeah. I think it says a lot to what, it says a lot to Justin what Soul's plan is. And if I'm Justin, I'm thinking, I need to send damage right now because he's going to let me leak it through. He's not going to be giving up cards at this point in time. He just IP'd himself. Those cards are precious. So we have a few options here. I mean,
I think it is a 9 strike in the
arsenal.
arsenal.
So it might be, this is 2 go again, it's a 5 go again, it's a 7. So that's 14 damage. Zheng has to give up cards for this, if that's the case.
Oh, 9 strike going to go
Yep.
again.
This is 2 into 5.
And then that Battlefront Bastion will be coming in for 7-2. So that is going to threaten lethal.
Now he has no choice but to,
He has to throw a card down.
he has to throw a card down.
Because
And it's
he
not,
should be on 6?
yeah, it's not what he wants to do.
4.
So 4. 2 into 5 is 7
Oh, he
damage.
needs
So,
to throw 2 cards down.
yeah. Or he has to give up the Savage Sash. I mean, at this point in time, things are not looking hunky-dory. The IP there, very difficult spot that he was in, but gave a bit too much breathing room to Justin at this point in time. And having to block
Blocking.
with a Blood Rush Bellow is not what you want to see in this fatigue matchup. I think it's, we can only
That
use,
was a very good Savage Sash turn.
it would have been a very good Savage Sash
So it's
turn.
coming for 7 go again.
Problem is
Yeah,
we-
pitching 2 reds,
Yeah, and the big part is that we actually drew a bunch of no block cards in that run. So no choice but to give up the Blood Rush Bellow. With this, unfortunately, I think So Jiazheng's tempo is completely lost here. He's
Yeah.
going to have to going to have to respect every single pistol shot that comes by his way. This firewall blocking for 4, only leaking 3 at this moment in time.
Going down to 13.
13 plays 3, however, and this is not where you want to be. Totally sacrificing the agility token here, not getting very far with it. This pistol being squarely blocked
having
for
the block.
2. Yeah, and we're setting a weakest link for 6. Can we block this out?
Oh, no.
Oh, and 2 no blocks.
Wow.
Wow, Justin Koo going all the way to finals in his home country. This is a story for the ages. First going over to Taiwan. He's been really running the calling scene in Asia really,
has.
really well. What a great year for him. This year's national champion as well in the Philippines.
Yeah, well, unfortunate for So, just not finding
The right cards at the right time.
and maybe taking a little bit too much damage to set up bigger turns.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and those pistols and those big beefy Command Conquer's Battlefront Bastions.
Okay. The risk reward of this, I think, really showed in how much risk Soul was taking right throughout the game. And it just didn't pay off this time. He had some really big turns. I think the back-to-back cast bones, phenomenal. But then when it came from playing behind, I think that's when things went a little bit awry. So, congratulations to Justin. We're going to go check out the second part of the bracket on Gordon's game versus Nova Chan. Oh, no, versus David Yao. Versus David Yao, that's right. So, what we're going to do is we're going to check out that bracket, and when we come back, we'll have your finals. So don't go anywhere. Folks, it is time. One of my favorite times of any calling. It's the finals, where we'll determine one person who will be the new champion of Calling Manila 2024. Newson, this finals, were you expecting new versus Dash IE?
I was expecting a new,
New? Yeah, yeah,
but
yeah,
I was
yeah.
not expecting a Dash IE in the finals.
Yeah.
After looking at this top 8 bracket, you're mostly going to choose Zheng has the best chance to win. But Zens have all been knocked out in top 4.
Everyone's
all the Zens,
gone. 3
Zens were knocked out in top 8. The last Zen remaining was knocked out in top 4, and now it's just new versus Dash.
Yeah. This is one to remember because it's not even just boost Dash, it's the most controlled version of Dash. This meta, we say it's a really fast and very quick meta, but generally speaking, this control Dash has been making waves throughout the entire bracket. And from my understanding, Justin has been specifically cracking the code to try to target Zens and News. So Gordon, who's also a finalist, he managed to beat David Yao up in the semifinals. Well, he's got a plan, and he's going to try his best to see who can out-fatigue who in this case.
So Philippine hero versus Singapore hero.
A Singapore hero, 2 national champions. Well, Gordon, no shade to Gordon, but he's not this year's national champion for Singapore.
Still a national champion.
But still,
right?
a national champion in my heart. In my heart.
Not in your heart. He's
No,
still
he's still a national
he's
champion.
Still a national
He's
champion.
always a national
Doesn't
champion.
matter what year he won, he still has that title.
I love that. I love that, Newson. But yes, so 2 giants within the Southeast Asian region clashing head-to-head in this finals. The players are looking through their sideboard guides, looking at each other's deck list and kind of figuring out what is their game plan going in. This is for all the marbles, folks. Someone's going to home with a trophy. Could this be Justin's second trophy home? Or will this be Gordon's first Calling Cash / top 8 championship? What an incredible narrative for both these players. So let's go to the player profiles real quick. We'll start off with Justin Koo. So, he didn't really share with me a preferred hero at this point in time. I think he plays quite a fair bit. I've known him as an Azalea main.
Yes, so did I.
Yeah, but accolades-wise, we know him from Calling Taipei Championships. This was in 2023. He was also Battle Hardened Manila Champion that happened this year. And is also Philippines National Champion of this year. He's been on a rampage this entire time.
Hey, he's been he's 3-time champion. He's won 3 different level of events, calling Battle Hardened Nationals.
Just as James White envisioned it,
Yeah.
right? Someone who can really represent at the highest level across the board. He goes to the local game store Unbox, so big shout out to them. That's his training ground. That's where, he was born and bred. This champion that he is.
Yeah.
And on the other side, we have Gordon Ko. Okay, so we saw him earlier on. One of his favorite heroes is Guardian, so Bravo is a big part of his repertoire. So I kind of see why it fits into that new narrative where blocking and value trading is very important, right? Accolades-wise, he has been the 2022-2023 Singapore National Champion. He was a battle-hardened Singapore champion last year, and across he's traveled for so many events at this point in time. Multiple battle-hardened top 8s. So a man who is no stranger to high-pressure scenarios as well. He's just waiting for that one big win.
Hey, you know what's funny? Both these players are 3-time champions, right?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They've had, a lot of time. They have had scenarios where they have had all that pressure just sitting on their shoulders to close these games out.
Yeah, now Justin might have the calling champion, but being a 2-time Singapore national champion isn't easy.
It's
Singapore is one of the most competitive countries in the APAC region for their plays. And multiple Singaporeans have shown that in the past.
This year, we saw even players like Eng Chu Heng, who were in calling top 8 in Phuket, also did very well on Kayo back then. So we've had all round just a fantastic year of Flesh and Blood in Southeast Asia, and I cannot be happier to see these 2 players facing off in the finals. And just last shout out to One of One Collectibles, where Gordon has spent a lot of his time on Fridays, just chilling out, playing great games with great friends.
Big shouts to 101 Collectibles, always at every major tournament, every calling, Pro Tour, Worlds, you'll see them there. and just having a good time. Loves being a part of the Flesh and Blood community.
Yeah, they've really provided me tons of cards, so I can't hate them. Okay, so the players are still waiting up on this, but it's almost ready to board their decks. And yeah, I don't know how it's going to play out. I've not really seen or tested myself the new versus Fatigue Dash sort of variant, but I can imagine it's quite a slow one.
It will be quite slow, but in theory, you know, pistols are better than daggers, you know, because your daggers are attacking for 1, but your pistols are attacking for 2.
So
like
it's
two daggers is 2 damage, 2 pistols is 4 damage. That math will work,
Yeah.
will matter.
And
at
we
the end.
saw Justin's list. He actually has the Purifiers and the Chambers, depending on the matchup. Now, what Gordon needs to guess is he boarding in those Purifiers? Because if he does, then maybe there's more incentive to bring in the 5 D-Reacts from his sideboard, right? He has 3 Sync Belows, 2 Fate Foreseens. Those could come in very handy, especially in the late game, to just do 1-card blocks.
And the most important thing is Nu is known for her defense reactions, right? Sorry, attack reactions, right?
Yes.
Justin's deck is filled with defense reactions.
And different kinds as well.
Yeah, timing,
for different breakpoints.
Timing those reactions will be so critical for
So,
Gordon.
yeah.
Because he needs all of them to hit. He does have a hisses to play around most of reactions to go wide.
Yes.
But, you know, the Venom Spites, the Justin X, those have to be timed perfectly to leak damage.
Yeah, and I'm very sure that Gordon has less attack reactions than Justin has defense reactions. in this
100%.
case, right? So it's all about lining it up. It's all about that soul read once in a while and figuring out just from the cards themselves, can I spot when there's a defense reaction in that arsenal waiting to be ripped?
And a critical card for Gordon is that Sacred Art.
The Sacred
Jade
Art,
size.
yeah.
That card will be very key. That's one of the big pop-up turns for Nu,
Yes.
right? Finding that early, being able to get the +1, making the tokens.
I think this is going to be very interesting as well because in this matchup, both of them really want to look for the weakest link,
Yes.
right? Weakest link for Gordon is going to be present damage on top of the, like, you know, getting rid of the purifiers that we were talking about. Justin can't really recycle those or like preserve tradition them. Whereas for Justin, every time we're stripping chi out of Gordon's hand with those weakest links, well, that's one less activation of the Mask of Recurring Nightmares. A very big part of counter-fatiguing Justin in this case.
Now, I don't know, I don't have the deck list on me, but I think one crucial card, if it's in Gordon Coast Lift, is the Nerf Scalpel.
Yes.
Do we know if that's in his deck list?
I don't think it's in his list. I believe it's just going to be the Beckoning Mistblade, the Spider's Bite, and
Scale
the
Peeler.
Scale Peelers, right? So we've seen Justin's deck for quite a fair bit. A lot of attack actions. So I think the Spider's Bite and the Mistblade might be the weapons of choice in this game. You want to be able to get the Mistblade to go slightly wide and lower to the ground. The Kodachis still technically hurt Justin's.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fake Kodachis.
no one
Kodachis
wants to
too.
block for 1, right?
No one wants block for 1. But that's where cards like That's All You Got become pretty crucial in the game. That's All You Got also very good for playing the bait game with cards like Prognosis. So we're going to see how that plays out. Lots of defense reactions. Both these players on their A game the entire weekend.
Gordon thinking he still has cards in the sideboard, but does he need to put more cards in
Yeah,
to raise
we
the
fat
fatigue?
decking? Yeah.
No, this is a legit strategy.
Yeah, no, for sure,
If they're
for
trying
sure.
to fatigue you, you put more cards in and try to outgrind them.
I think this is one of those things which both players have some experience in. I think Gordon's played a lot of fatigue matches as a Guardian main before this. He won his first national championships in 2022 with Oldhim, and then 2023 with Lexi. Both these decks had to deal with quite a bit of the fatigue meta, if you think about it.
I think he's played with the fatigue and he's played against the fatigue, so he should know how to approach this.
Absolutely, absolutely. That experience at the highest level, all those experiences, all those high pressure scenarios, they really, really do count. And Justin Koo himself, right? I think the weight of Philippines is on his shoulders right now. They want to
100%.
see a win on their home turf.
They want to see a Filipino, they want to see a Filipino champion,
In Philippines, yeah, for sure.
and I'm sure you want to see a Singapore champion.
I just want to see the better player come out of this feeling good. And to be fair to me, there are no winners and no losers. Both these players, in their own right, just really deserving this finals spot at the moment. It's so cool that we've been looking throughout the weekend, and every time Justin's won a game, You can hear a whole crowd of Filipinos just cheering him on. Love to see the spirit and all this energy that the community is providing to him. So decks are being presented at the moment, and looks like they're just going to cut and go straight into the
Wonder
game.
if Gordon's going to bring in the flick knives in this matchup.
Oh, that's a really good and interesting point of view, because the flick knives does stop, it brings the effective health down to 2.
And sometimes like flicking a mechanic display in the late
It's
game
so much better,
is
yeah.
so much better, right? Doesn't need a hit, allows the next blue to get the +1 and go again.
I'll make it, I'll just force the on-hit with the flick knives.
So just looking at his list right now, some double troubles. Definitely more of a more premium blue cards. The double troubles that have inherently get that +2 on rate.
Okay, so from
So
the
no-
equipment list, we're not seeing the flick knives come in. Instead, it's going to be a rousing wave, the undertow stilettos, very standard list from what we're seeing. But weapons of choice, definitely the mechanic misblade and the spider's bite. Spider's bite, I think, really good into this list of Justin Koo's, just because he's running Command and Conquers, Weakest Links, Amnesias that we saw, and even Battlefront Bastions. Lowering that block value on those is huge, because Justin's more than ready to throw those cards from the table to block attack.
So it looks like Gordon has chosen to go first. He was the highest seed and
He
is
was-
shooting someone.
Yeah. You don't want to just let Justin go first, put an item on the table and say, pass.
Pass.
Yeah. So anything we can do to get information off of the hand, forcing the block. This is why the Battlefront Bastions are so good, right? We're now denying Gordon to filter his hand to pitch another blue for the Spider's Bite if necessary.
Sometimes it's really important. I think the pitch stacking will be important in this matchup.
This is going for multiple cycles. I can just feel it.
It's not a Zen deck. You want to save your gas for the late game.
And I think that's the sacred undercurrent desires in his hand. I could be mistaken, but just a quick glimpse of it. Prognosis, what are we banishing in this case? Throwing in front the evil Steel Soul Towers. So it is an action card, so we will be gaining a life.
Hey, going to 41.
That's not a bad way to start the game. On to Justin's turn now. They're both presenting quite tall decks in this case. And this Spark of Genius actually going to be pretty important this time. There are no item destruction cards in Gordon's list, so it's very safe for him to, you know what I'm going to do? Load. Let's start searching for a Purifier, a second chamber, what have you. And you can also notice from the, what's that called? The equipment loadout from Justin, he's now opted for the Teklo base arms as well. So
must be packing those Evo.
He's playing both the controllers and the
those
towers. Yeah. So really depending on what he wants to do. Love the inclusion of these evil Steel Soul cards, originally intended for Teklo Vossen players. It's become a source of 6 eventual block on them across time.
All right, pitching those. How we got loading the pistol.
Yep, we're just chipping away, shooting for 2. We're gonna give it go again, using the first chamber. And we don't boost a lot in this, so playing a Weakest Link here is really nice. You gotta take cards away from Gordon's hand. He might try to be aggressive about it and just say, I'm gonna eat 6 and there's nothing for me to discard, so that's fine.
Yes, but like I said earlier, I think people are too comfortable taking too much damage, and then like
it's too late, right?
the last game, he took a little bit too much damage and couldn't establish his final push. And you really need to worry about just taking too much damage.
Oh no, 100%. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
6 damage out of 40 is a lot of health, right?
That might not matter at the start, but then as you go on, your life will trickle, and those pistols will be constantly coming.
It's 15% of your life,
Yeah.
like totally not an insignificant amount. So we're blocking 2 cards here. Gordon using both a Bonds of Attraction and saying, two can play this game. You want to send me 6, I'll send you the same exact receipt. Just that mine says a good portion of your cards are turned off. These D-Reacts, nada.
Command and Conquer coming out 6 has access to the Rousing Wave if he chooses to do so.
We're just blocking 3 in this case. And using an Oasis. So that's even better in this case because
Not getting that life.
not getting that life, but also kind of stopping the arousing wave from doing anything. Like there's no incentive. We're going to keep doing this over and over again, right? Hada Fiendel being pitched. We're going to just do chamber pistols for as long as we can do that.
It's coming in for 2.
So Hada Fiendel only gives you the health if and when you are lower health.
Good time to use the Sync Belows to filter the hands.
Yeah, we got to find proactive hands is what Gordon needs to be doing at this point in time.
Gordon's really aggressively blocking these pistols.
Yeah, he knows the importance of holding his damage and holding his health at a high value, because once we enter that late game, he needs to use it as a resource to just take and send bigger attacks. The Spider's Bite, very tricksy.
Yeah, you don't really want to put a card in front of a 1 block, right?
You'd never want to do that unless it'll net you back a card. So cards like that's all you got become very valuable. Okay, so that was a no block, and now our Command and Conquer is coming in for 6, but we have to block with 3 cards minimally because we have the Spider's Bite effect.
Yeah, so
Okay, no, the Firewall though, giving us a great ability to ignore the Spider's Bite on hit, and we're cleanly, squarely blocking for 6. Load and load. We're going to see this rodeo many more times in this game, ladies and gentlemen. It's probably going to be Pistol. Go again.
Pistol.
And, you know, we have cards like Sensor. So the curve that Justin's playing with is very, very tight. But he also has the Tunic on 3 at the moment, so we could still see him send another 6 back. It doesn't matter what the 6 is, as long as it's a 6, right? Amnesia, a weaker Sling, Command and Conquer.
Any card that has a good radiant damage is fine.
Yeah, you just want to do on-rate things and abuse the fact that a blue plus the Tunic allows you to extend it a little bit more with the Tectoplasma Pistol.
Blocking with the stilettos.
Okay, that's giving some information over to Justin, leaking 1 damage on Gordon's side. And now we're using the Ripple Away.
It's coming in, coming in for 4.
Mm-hmm. This is a 2 for 4. It only deals damage right now, so no actual effect. But Ripples tend to be very, very good, especially when Codexes are involved.
100%. And I think it's really important to know that Codex does play a big role in this deck. If somehow Gordon is able to play Codex with Justin having 1 card in hand,
you can leak damage.
It's like damage.
Mm-hmm. It's like Intimidate in its own way,
Yeah.
right? You're just forcibly removing cards from your opponent's hand that they cannot choose to block with. Okay, this is an important one. Prognosis coming in, and Gordon just holding on to 2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. The Stilettos as well, a very key point here. It can always be a fake out, right? It's like, if you overblock this Prognosis, well, I'm going to Stilettos. Don't use any attack reactions here. Go wide. Send something bigger to disrupt your hand.
The thing about Prognosis is Justin doesn't really play a lot of tech actions. Most of his deck is defense reactions, so gaining that life and getting Prognosis to actually hit is the mission.
Yes. Well, we have the Firewall here, which is always nice to place in front of these stealth attacks, especially ones that have a much bigger threat if you just leave it unchecked.
Yeah, so maybe putting down the Firewall, maybe having a defense reaction in the arsenal. Probably does this, to be honest.
Yeah. yeah. Justin has always shown us time and time again that you should never assume that he doesn't have one. So Firewall,
Showing the sensor, putting him at the bottom.
Absolutely. And if we have
Just a
pumping
nick.
with just a nick, so going up to 6 in this case.
Or double just nick.
Wow, going up to 11.
So this will be leaking damage. So currently he is 7 over.
Yeah. And we know that there's not enough defense reactions
In the hand.
So
Looks like a Fateful Scene in the arsenal.
It is a Fateful Scene in the arsenal. We're going to be able to take 2 cards off the top with just the nick. And that's going to be a lot of health in this case.
Oh, that is very lucky.
That is very lucky.
But he's leaving it on top.
If we leave it on top, the Prognosis will not get a trigger off of it.
That still gets banished, though, right?
It still gets banished, but we're not giving 1 life to Gordon in this case.
Yeah. So
We're going to resolve
he'll
triggers.
be banishing 3 cards, right? 2
3 cards, yes. So the first one
Just
won't give anything.
Prognosis.
Oasis doesn't give anything. And then 1 card from hand.
And
And then one more from
the
Prognosis.
second.
From the second Just a Nick. Right? Total of 3. And that's one more.
life.
Yeah.
So not bad. Got rid of a Sigil, Oasis, and a Weakest Link.
Yes, yes. But none of the items. So this matchup, most of the cards for Justin, they're 3 blocks. Like he looks at them and says, this is worth 3 block, this is worth 4 block. But the cards that help him win the games,
Ooh, this round's on me.
this rounds on me is a pretty nice one. But sometimes giving Nu that extra card might not always be that outstanding. It does turn off the blades.
Yeah, that's what's about what I was going to say. And it kind of turns off the blue stealth attacks that attack for 1, right? It turns into 0.
It does. It
Like,
does.
you know, like the Bonds of Agony.
the bonds.
Oh,
And
second.
then third, the
Just
final
Nick.
Just a Nick.
It really needs to make use of these Just Nicks. They are so crucial. That is one of your biggest check reactions in the deck.
Yes, one of the biggest. But that might be the last one, and that means no more
that
Trixies.
is the last one.
Yeah, that is the last one. So very few, big combat tricks like that after the fact, and it just hasn't lined up that well for Justin, where the defense reactions didn't really sync up with these big attack reacts.
All right, so back at it. Load up the pistol, attacking for 2.
We're going to keep going on this merry-go-round for quite a fair bit, folks. But really, what a grueling finals. We've gone through, I think this is turn 6 at the moment, and we're at 38-36. So this is not going to come down to health so much as resources in the deck.
Deck size is
Deck size matters.
key. How many power cards are left? I think Justin, it doesn't matter how many power cards, he has the better weapon.
He has the better weapon, he has the better field, like the board state, that can utilize blues so much better than how Nu can utilize those blues in the late game. Because Justin's list, there are no good blues that Gordon can utilize from Nu's ability.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think,
This deck was designed in mind with T-bones, blue T-bones,
This round on me?
This rounds on me. There's really nothing that much that Gordon can banish and then be like, yes, I'm gonna swing it from 8. It's Ripple Away.
Ripple Away is
probably
the best card, right?
It's like 4. So I don't think this is what he's looking for. But Bonds of Agony coming for 0 so far.
4 cards in hand, though. And
4 cards in hand.
Is it ever going to be coming with 0?
We know that there's just so many things that he can do at the moment. There is a hiss in Gordon's hand. So you can actually get
And
the
just
full...
the Nick?
And just the Nick. So he can just go straight up to, what's this? 3 + 5, 8 damage off the cuff.
3 + 5, and then
And then
Bonds
3
will
more?
get 3 more.
Yeah, so 11 damage.
So sink below.
Yeah, big question as to how much do we have to block here.
T-bone, this round's on me. And
Yeah.
I think that last card should be a Fateful Scene.
I feel like...
Plasma Purifier.
Oh, the Plasma Purifier is the one thing he didn't want in his hand. So he might have to sink it away, lest it gets totally ripped out of his deck. That's a win con. We can't afford to get the win con ripped away by Bonds of Agony.
Is that? And
That's
then is
oh
that?
god. So I think
So very defensive hand.
very defensive hand. I think what we need to do here is really just throw as many cards onto in front of this Bonds of Agony as possible first.
So potentially it can block for 13.
Yes.
If he throws down the 2, this round on me and T-bone with the sink below and this round on me.
Yeah, certainly I think it take a bit of a risk if you wanted to, but the upper limit of this is 11, so he has to account for it. Actually, a little bit more. There's a grain that tips the scale inside as well, so we're going to
He
really
can
banish the
transcend.
last card. He can transcend. I mean, he just played a blue. So actually, the upper limit's 12 in this case.
Giving it +1.
Okay.
Activating the mask.
Now we have to decide what are we banishing here. Tough spot.
Mask super good in this matchup, just ripping cards out of their hand.
Yeah, Mask basically converts your chi into a one-for-one trade with your opponent, right?
Yeah, and those cheats go back in your deck, and those cards don't go back in yours, right?
Only thing is that at the end of the day, even if you're
blue T-bone,
blue T-bone, nice.
going into has into a sliver,
So now we are activating all the way through.
and that's all 3 reacts.
That's all 3 reacts, and we certainly have
6. So that's
6
6
damage.
coming in for 6, right?
Yeah. The problem is there is just a nick coming in as well, so a total of 11 damage.
So it's coming in for 12. This
For-
round's on me will be -1.
Yeah, -1, so it's 3, 6 plus 5. 3, 6 plus 5, yeah. Bonds
3,
is 0,
6.
3, 6,
11
5, 11, yeah. -1, so it's 12, but -1 from
This
Tom.
round.
Yeah.
Still has 2 floating,
Still
and
has
has
2
go
floating.
again.
I think he has to sink down this Plasma Purifier. He cannot afford to get it ripped out.
Oh, Drew Sigil.
Drawing Sigil is pretty clutch here.
Yeah, so drawing Sigil, he can just play Sigil in response, and then Bonds will not be ripping anything.
Yes, Bonds will not be ripping anything. That is exactly what needs to happen right now. Honestly, what a clutch Sigil of Solace. This year, a lot of Sigils really doing God's work.
Yeah, we still are at Pro Tour LA.
Mm-hmm.
Alpha Trade, drawing that Sigil.
Yeah, and question is, are we going to keep this rounds on me? That's all you got in the arsenal, or we're just going to use it to stem more bleeding?
So that's currently that's blocking for 10.
This is blocking for 10. So we're going to take
Leaking
one, and then with the trigger on the stack, we're going to play out the Sigil of Solace to gain 3. So after all of that,
And just
Justin
the
net
trigger.
2. You just Nick triggers?
Still gets a look at still
Yes.
gets a look at the dig.
Yeah, so Bonds of Agony lets him see the entirety of the deck.
2 plasma purifiers.
Yeah.
Sticking
2 chambers, 2
chambers.
purifiers. That's exactly what it takes.
Going through that deck, seeing what
He needs to know. And I don't want to give it away, but like Gordon is a master at memorization. He is one of those guys who doesn't just track your pitch stack, he's tracking yours as well. He's catching his and yours. Oh, I know it's 12. It's 12 also because there was the grains that tipped the scale.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, right? So 12 minus that. So I forgot because we saw the chi that was pitched away. So the grains actually just nullifying out this round's enemy. And as a result of that, we get a see-through deck. We're still going to nick 1 off the top.
And let's see what we're nicking.
Very nice. And that's all you got, which doesn't really do that much. We're not going to get any more additional information, but every D-React that's gone is worthwhile.
All right, Justin's open now. 2 floating.
2 floating. So
Codex?
if this is a Codex, that could be... I mean, it doesn't change, but it just gives Justin a card back. It could just be that into CNC.
Yeah, so that's 6 damage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's 6 damage. Right? Yeah.
If it's Codex, he's losing that card and taking the damage.
Regardless,
Regardless, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think this is
Codex
the
and
Codex.
Royalty, yep.
Yeah. What a great series of events here
So that is
for Gordon.
going to be 6 damage and establishing an arsenal from that ponder.
Yep, so it's just 6 damage straight up. Nothing we can do about this one. Unless we're...
Unless we're going to use the Crown of Providence.
Yeah, we could use the Crown of Providence in this case. Very few other opportunities to do so. And we got to recycle a
No,
CNC?
just going to save that for later.
Yeah, we're not going to recycle the weakest link. And the CNC, I think, was only for 5 in this case because of this round's on me.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think that's why it's only... He's not taking the full suite. I was just thinking, like, why is it going to 32?
So back to Gordon.
Back to Gordon. No pistol. Wow, the first few times we haven't seen Justin send out a pistol.
So has the Death Touch for the Arsenal if he can get rid of levels. Misplay is so good to going wide, making your blues a little bit more stronger. And,
Yes.
and having go again. And with that levels in hand, it's very strong.
Yeah, I think this is where we're going to give up one piece of the Teklo base armor. No. If we give up one piece of Teklo base armor, it tries to steal some tempo back in the sense of we want to not always be on the receiving end. We need to send pressure back. Even if it's a fatigue matchup, sending pressure back is very, very important. The Spider's Bite coming in. This usually telegraphs our levels of enlightenment, right? Because we're trying to get as many blues as possible into the pitch zone. So let's see what the mode is. It looks like it's going to be...
+2 go in?
+2 go again, just for damage?
I think so. You don't need to draw a card if you don't need to, right?
Yeah, but it could also find us, maybe a Transcend at this point in time. Transcending and Mask is always very preferable.
I think he values the damage more.
The damage more.
Currently.
So, yeah, taking 2.
Still has 1 floating. Taking 3, actually.
Taking 3.
Because of the Spider's Bite.
Yeah.
Okay, closing the chain. We're playing Double Trouble.
Okay. So we have Double Trouble, and we need to activate 2 different attack reactions. The Stilettos, clearly a good choice at this point in time, because we have that 1 floating. Question is, maybe there's something like Leave No Witnesses in the hand, or it could just be an Arsenal target, or even another Codex. We have a Tunic as well.
Possibilities can be endless.
Possibilities can be endless.
Oh, no, it's Death Touch.
It's Death Touch in the hand, so it just was the Arsenal at this turn.
Yeah.
Okay. That's really good because it opens Gordon up to do a lot of cool shenanigans where you have a more blocky hand and then using that Tunic in order to send 6 or 8. Sometimes it's even better to just send the 6 and hope that it hits to have an inertia token, especially against an opponent with many, many defense reactions.
Yeah, and Double Trouble's effect actually mattering. Banishing 2 cards from the top.
2 cards from the top. Wow. Yeah, this is how you strip cards from your opponent without even just fatiguing them traditionally, right? And there's no blocking here. We're just ripping them off the top.
All right,
no blocks.
No blocks.
Here. Yep, and we're just so not baiting anything out here from Justin. Very prudent play. It's very rare that we've seen Justin just say, "I'm eating everything this turn," and that's exactly what happened. We just blocked 1 card.
Back to pistol attacking the 2.
I love this. I love this. With Dash being so close to Living Legend, we're gonna miss moments like these.
Are you?
Somewhat.
Because I'm not.
You're not. I'm just gonna miss these very core items. We've been playing with Chamber for the longest time. The Plasma Pistol, just such a part of my core memories. Maybe because I'm a Prism player and I love footsteps, so they never do anything to me.
I think I've seen enough pistols.
For a lifetime, yeah?
Fired.
So this is a 6 damage Command and Conquer coming back in. We're going to try to hide another card in Arsenal. This is just another day, another play for Justin Koo.
Wants to give him 2 cards, and he probably will because that Death Touch in Arsenal is too crucial to lose at this point.
Yeah. I mean, we took an off turn technically, right? By doing this. So blocking with a Leave No Witnesses here and an Infect.
Check the Fateful Scene. Just play out the Death Touch.
Just straight up shipping this 6 damage Death Touch. But you gotta be worried. We have a Tunic counter. And just because we baited with the red in the pitch zone doesn't mean Gordon isn't gonna want to throw a Venomous Bite or a Hiss.
We see Justin has found the second Induction Chamber.
That's a good one to have. Because it kind of accelerates the game plan that he needs to do.
Oh, attacking with the pistol 3 times is a lot better than 2.
Yep, math dictates so. Yep. 1 blue pitch just doing so much more.
6 damage.
6 damage.
The Stiff Touch is a threat. It can potentially be worth 8 points of damage.
So now we're determining what token we're going to use from Death Touch side, I think. Or we're still going into
I think
reactions.
we're going to reactions.
We're going to reactions in this case, yeah. Very methodical.
Okay. Bending over the sigil, stick below,
Yep, and
covering the 7, and we're going the hiss.
yeah, so we still have 2 points that we need to account for in this
So that's
case.
coming in for 9.
That is coming in for 9. 9 is to 7. We don't have an additional reaction in this case.
Taking 2, dropping to 25, giving a blood rot.
Okay. Now we're talking. The chip damage is coming in. This time not from Justin, but on Gordon. Like, Gordon is just throwing out all these effects left, right, and center. We're going to gain 1 health back. Hey, trusty old Heart of Fyendal.
Probably just sitting out the second induction chamber. Taking 2 off from the blood rot. So he's dropping. He's down to 23.
Yeah, and it's just a -1 in this case. The Heart of Fyendal really buffering that out a little bit more.
But every point of damage matters in these.
100%, 100%. But Justin has taken off turn. I would say for an off turn, in order to set up this chamber, that was pretty worth it.
Oh, we see the 3rd chamber, Elliot.
Okay. So it's the math is usually each chamber you need 2 resources for 2 points. Once you have, and the second one's a bit clunky because you need 4 resources in order to do the entire cycle, right? But once you have the 3rd chamber, that's when things get really, really cool because you can have basically 2 blues, activate all of them, and we're swinging in hot.
Spider Spike coming in for 1. There's a premium looking for a scrap. 5 go again.
5 go again is actually mighty powerful in this scenario. Probably wish he could see those induction chambers a lot earlier when health wasn't so much of an issue, but I think Gordon clearly in the driver's seat right now.
So he does have Sigil and Arsenal for Justin. So his life, you're basically playing off 26. But yeah, his life is trickling. This poke damage, these reacts are getting through, and it's very important.
Yes. Slowly up them. Surely, but slowly but surely. Okay, so we're just committing 3 here. We already lost the base legs, so using the Soul Steel Towers, the Steel Soul Towers are not, it's just a block card at this point in time.
Let's go line strike for 7.
Yeah, 5 to 7, 12 damage presented. More power to you.
And Justin has to keep a blue in his hand if he wants to play out that induction chamber. He could possibly just block with 2 cards, play the Sigil, and then an Arsenal induction chamber and save for later. But I think that's too much of a risk against Noob with so much defense.
A lot of
Arsenal disruption.
A lot of capabilities on that part. Thinking very tightly about how he can do this, stemming out bleeding while at the same time setting up this 3rd chamber. Justin Koo is down, but not out of this game just yet, folks. The setup game, you expect to leak a bunch of life, especially when you're trying to, build up that board state. Try to set up for that late game lock. Every single chamber is just worth so much more damage, and we saw Purifiers in the deck as well. So, Enlightened Strike coming in for
7.
that thick 7.
Really struggling if he wants to block this out or not.
There's also the option of using the Crown of Providence here and a card from hand, of which,
Oh, it's taking the 7.
wow.
Dropping to
That
14.
is something we haven't seen in a long while. Justin Koo, usually the one with double the HP
Yeah.
of the other heroes, but in this case, he's the one who's saying, yep, I'm going to play from the back. And surprisingly, so using the Sigil to Arsenal the other card. Gotcha.
Back to 17.
Okay.
Triple chambers.
Triple chamber activated. We're gonna start getting a lot of the close low to the ground damages. And Gordon's gonna have to worry a little bit more about the, what are, you know, little icicles of damage. Ping, 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 little bullets.
So another prognosis, Command and Conquer.
And I believe that's a Transcend in hand.
Transcend card and
yeah,
a
it looks like
Weakest
a homage to Ancestors. Pitching that away. This should say a lot to Justin at the moment, right? Pitching the Beckoning Mistblade. We can't see the other cards in his hand, but if we have a Prognosis and we have another Transcend, that allows us to banish one more card from Justin's hand. Giving up the arms. Thinking about it. Oh, we finally found the Purifier, but how much more damage can we afford to take at this point in time?
Not much.
Not
You're on
much.
17.
Yeah.
Nu is capable of doing big chunks of damage with all the reacts.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Right. Just daggering.
Yeah. He has to get value out of these daggers as
And
much
that's
as
Command and
possible.
Conquer. Oh, that's,
Okay, I mean, this is not the worst place to be in at the moment, but
he does
this-
have access to Crown of Province.
he does
You're
have
right.
access to Crown of Providence. So these are the moments where the crowns really matter. You can still block 2 cards from hand. Those only block for 2 at the moment. But with the crown, you're covering up the full 6. Plus, you'll just, you know, get rid of the card from Arsenal, draw it back to your hand. Draw another one to your hand, at least.
Or even if wonder if he's going to use Crown. Not using... Oh, he had a chance to use a Rousing Wave there.
Oh, yeah. Gordon here, you know, not punishing that component, but I don't think there was any resources, actually.
I think that card was in his hand, correct? Right?
So he pitched for 2/2 and then 2. So I don't think that was floating.
But the Arsenal, did he Arsenal at that turn?
Yeah, no, the Arsenal's just still there. I think it's all from hand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So here we go. We're gonna start loading stuff.
All right.
We're playing the Purifier.
Setting it up.
Wow.
I think he's missing one Purifier to start.
really just start the entire engine. Revving it up, honestly.
But it's pretty hard for Justin. You know, Gordon's ripping cards out of him every turn. He doesn't.
Yeah,
At
but
minimum, he has to keep maybe two blues to really utilize all those chambers, all those pistols.
but we're really running out of like threats per se. We've done 3 just a Nyx. We've seen a bunch of hisses come out. I think there's a Venomous Spite as well.
Let's start looking for scrap again.
Yeah, so all we can do now is just present damage while Justin is happy to block in these scenarios. When it doesn't say stealth in front of it, you're happy to throw a blue right in front of this thing. Of course, there are moments where you have to play around the Sacred Art Undercurrent Desires as well, but there are just so many non-threats from Dash's deck that I don't think it matters.
Sacred Art is so crucial in this game.
It is, but I don't think there's any good targets for Gordon in this case.
I think it's more the access to getting that sliver in fame.
Oh yeah. 100%.
And Ripple always pretty good.
Ripple Away is solid. We love that.
So Spider's Biting into his... looking for scrap into a Spider's Bite. Justin's on 14 now. Couple more dagger hits and he'll have to start respecting this.
Yeah, just really not finding those opportunities and the defense reactions not coming in time with the evasive damage that attack reactions can provide. You kind of, you know, as a player, you really want to see these things, how would I put this? Like, line up in a way where you're effectively using these reactions on both sides of the house. You don't want to draw too many attack reactions and not be able to pay for them. Then you're Arsenaling, like shredding, like putting shreds in arsenals, for example. Those can be times where it gets really, really clunky. And likewise, for Justin, he's hoping to draw the defense reactions when it's on the offensive so that he doesn't draw them when he needs to hold tempo in the future. So sometimes it does require some alignment of these draws. And I think, wow, I think he just took straight up damage from that.
And the Weakest Link Coming in
Yep.
for 6. Pretty good with Aspires by activation.
Yeah.
That Battlefront Bastion is blocking for 1.
I have to think long and hard about this one.
Yeah, his life is trickling really, really fast, Elliot. Usually he likes blocking a lot, keeping his life really healthy, but is he feeling the pressure that his life difference is too much? He's set up all these items, so he has to attack him somehow, right?
Yes.
Try to get the life difference to as similar as possible.
You can use your life as a resource up to a point where when you're sending, what's this? Every pistol shot is going to be worth 3. With two blue pitches or 3 blue pitches, that's a significant amount of life that Gordon has to respect. His clock becomes extremely tight with this board state.
But letting Justin keep 3 cards in hand against the new, which has always been playing with 4 cards, is a tough ask.
Is a tough ask, correct.
If you take too much damage, Nu can just randomly kill you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's that life gap, Elliot. 35 to 13.
Yeah, we are looking at a significant amount. 22 points of damage. Yowzers.
And I like how Gordon's approaching it, pitching all those D-Rex when he doesn't need them. Arsenaling reactions. I believe the last card in his hand is a His. So next turn he can go wide again.
That is really, really helpful. So how much damage are we willing to take? We're blocking
1.
only for 2 damage in this case because of the extra prevention from Battlefront Bastion. Okay, so this is covering 5 in total.
So
And we're
making
taking 1 damage.
Slowly trickling 12.
We're going to show the hand, and it's 2 blues.
2 blues. So this turn,
Not terrible. Yeah, not terrible because we're going to activate the Plasma Purifier, and we're going to start shooting. It's time to return the favor.
so
This is 3 go. This is currently 3.
So this is a maximum of 12 damage, right? Can shoot with the pistol 4 times if he has enough resources.
Yes, exactly. It's
Right.
12 damage off of what is potentially just 2 cards. So every off turn, we can keep doing this.
Every often, but he still has to have cards to recharge those chambers, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
They're not free.
Yes, they're not free. This is a time where the tunic is also very helpful because we are still able to, kind of like shift things around and really stall and bide our time. Even if it takes us, 2, 3, 4 turns to do this, we'll be able to use the tunic to help fill up this board state once again.
Gordon's happy to take 3. The second pistol.
Down to 2, taking 2.
Finally throwing the Rosing Wave block. Maybe a hint that he's going to he might be using it next turn.
Mm-hmm. And this is a very decent hand. We've seen the Venomous Bite Red, a path well traveled.
Out of Desire.
Oh, this is a
Leave no
golden
witness.
hand. This is a golden hand for Gordon Cole. Yeah, and reloading the entire thing. Shooting for 3 more.
Yeah, now that Leave No Witnesses might not have a target for the Arsenal, but I don't think it matters. I think the name of the game is that getting your opponent as low as possible.
As low as possible. But notice how this life gap is slowly creeping in.
Yeah, 27-12. There's a big change when there's the second Purifier online. Instead of attacking for 3, attacking for 4 now.
Yeah, it's break points, right?
Those break points matter a lot. Okay,
So-
playing Leave No Witnesses first after the Spider.
Yeah, because we have a hiss in the arsenal as well.
So keeping 3 cards that has double reaction, has the Histance Venomous Bite.
His Venomous Bite here is just deadly. Because when you have these 2+3 and +4 A reacts accordingly, you can assassinate Justin from a mile away.
100%, yeah, that's
The moment we say no blocks here,
+7 plus a Rousing Wave, 8
it's
plus
dead.
8.
Yeah.
That's dead.
No, that's death, right?
And it doesn't, it looks like it doesn't have any defense reactions in his hand.
Yeah, we have to,
So we have the Firewall.
putting that at the bottom. We're going to start pitching
And
away.
now are we going to throw all these directions? There we go. Venomous Spike, giving +3, creating a Fang.
Yeah.
+1,
So we're going above 4
Hiss.
at the moment.
+3,
Hiss.
create the Sliver. So that leave no witnesses and a Rousing Wave. So right now, that is coming in for 4, 7, 8, 11, 12.
Just taking all that damage.
He's taking 8 life. He's down to 4.
He's down to 4. Just taking all the evasive damage.
Banishing a Spark of Genius.
Yeah.
Just Arsenal and passing.
Yeah.
27-4.
This is Gordon Cole just pushing all the way through on this one.
And let's have a look at Gordon's hand.
All we can do now is keep going. This is only 12 damage. If Gordon feels like he's within a stone's throw of victory,
He can take all this and go to 15.
yeah, because
right?
there's no on hits. That
Okay.
is a hand, and that is a hand.
That is a nice blue hand
It's a nice blue hand, but it gives you Rising Sun, Setting Moon
to find something better, right?
to find
some
something better,
action.
and to
he
also
still-
use the mask.
And he still has the legs.
Yeah.
And we don't know what's in his arsenal. I believe it's the Transcend card.
Yeah, that makes sense. Path Well Traveled.
Path
Well,
Well
unless
Traveled?
he pitched the Path Well Traveled.
Oh,
No, he pitched the Art of Desire Blue. I
Yeah,
believe.
so that
yeah.
is a Transcend card, and I think it's Pathway Travel.
Yes, I believe so.
Gordon happy to take this.
Okay, so Gordon at 21 at the moment. I think they just telling up the health from just now. There was a bit of a discrepancy between the players. This is our third pistol shot coming from 21. Is Gordon going to go down to 18?
Okay, taking another free.
18.
Using last chamber.
Yep, use last chamber.
Load. Start loading. And now he knows he has no arsenal.
This
It
is
means there is no defense reaction there.
big
He
opening
has
here.
to solely draw it from the next 4 cards.
Big, 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 big.
This is his window to close out the game. And Mask of Recurring Nightmares, so strong. Making them banish cards when they don't want to. He wants to keep those blues. Okay, it's Gordon's turn. It's just the turn. Okay, he has
no.
a plus-
Yeah,
So two defense reactions.
2 defense
He
reactions.
has
So
sync. He has sync.
he has Sync and Fate. But I think there's only 1 blue in this hand at the moment, which should be just the data link.
And you kind of have to block with the data link. Data link first, right? You can't just go no block.
You can't just go no
Yeah.
block. In this
And
case,
this misplayed is so crucial. I feel like he has to throw the tunic into front.
yeah, I think
Like-
throwing the tunic. This is one of the last few turns. 12 health is to 4. This is as close as it's been all game. You can see how fast.
I
the
don't think
dash
I've seen
that-
Justin on 4.
No, this entire
This
time we've
Except
never
for the
reached
game
this
versus
stage.
Nova.
Yes,
But in this top 8, I don't think I've seen him lit on single digits.
and normally Justin's just chipping his opponent down, but in this case, the clock of chip is very, very fast.
Yeah, he's been very aggressive in this matchup, just trying to set up chamber profile strategy.
This misplayed. I think we're gonna finally commit.
Yeah, he has to throw tunic.
Throwing the tunic here is probably something he has to really take a gamble on. A no block here
No blocks.
is
Oh, no blocks.
extremely.
Have checked the graveyard one more time.
Yeah.
This is a
An-
crucial turn.
A no block here would make a surgical extraction become a 5, and then
go
suddenly
again.
and go again, and suddenly you have to commit the tunic anyway, right? That's too many options at the moment.
Yeah, throwing the tunic.
Right, making
Respecting that misplayed. All right, Gordon just double checking how many reactions do you have
Yeah,
left?
it's a full blue hand, so Gordon actually very happy to see this one right now. He can still pitch for the Spider's Bite, and this one will have to be respected. And we'll get Chi back, right? Like, because we're gonna be attacking.
All right, closing the chain. Let's go, Spider's Bite, 2 floating. Taking 1, dropping down to 3.
Dropping down to 3.
Any reaction kills him at this point.
Yes.
After he goes through the 2D reacts. And a surgical extraction. 1 card in arsenal, 1 card in hand.
Okay. I mean, this is the moment of truth.
This game has been extremely close. Justin has managed to kind of tie up the life lead, right? Just, I feel like if he's able to survive and he gets to keep a blue in his hand, it's going to be really close. But this Rising Sun Moon is very crucial.
Yep. So
Being
we're
able to
just using
transcend,
this to transcend and to
using the mask.
use the mask here.
So
I think we're banishing the Purifier in this case. I don't think we have time to set up. We don't have the health lead anymore to do this. And we definitely don't want to draw it second cycle.
100%.
We have double defense reactions, so there is a lot.
So it
that
should
we
be
can-
safe.
It should be safe.
But the lack of blues in the hand.
Yeah. I know he wants to keep the Purifier because that is a, you know, it makes the clock a lot tighter, but when your health is at 3, you're clearly naked, no more equipment to protect you. I think we have to banish and do the safe play of getting rid of the Purifier. Alternatively, yeah, we can always sync the... We can still play a reaction in the stage. Fate Foreseeing first.
Wait, what's going?
Yeah, I think
No,
that's what we're
that's-
doing. Okay.
Yeah, mask triggers first, and then
Yeah, you can still react to the mask because
Yeah.
it's an attack reaction, but I think all we're doing is playing out that sync, and we're gonna use that 1 blue to start chipping away.
ooh, Blanche.
This is a decent hand. We still have the path well traveled inside the arsenal.
So this hand is a 4 into a 7.
Yeah, but I think we're gonna also start taking, you know, a bunch of cards away from Gordon at this point in time.
He can.
He
He
has
can
to roll with
survive
some.
this.
He can survive this, but he has to still give up at
This is-
least a card, right? This is 12
is
damage.
9 right now, right? 3.
This is 9 right now. Yeah.
And the last card's a Faithful Scene. I highly doubt he's going to pitch that to tackle it one more time. So
Yeah.
Gordon can drop himself to 3.
Yes, that is true as
But
well.
if he does that, he needs to secure the game on his following turn. Needs to rip every card out.
Yes, every single card out. But crucially, we're out of attack reactions right now.
But I think the big raw numbers like that Blanche taking for 7, that matters.
That matters. That matters a lot.
And that Tunic is on 3, so the Undertone Stilos is active. Will be active for free
Yeah.
from that Tunic.
If he goes on to 3, I think Justin will know very well that he can't just pitch the Fate Foreseen in order to, you know, attack one more time, get that 1 greed attack, because there is a mask and a Tunic still on the side, and Gordon is happy to give them up at this point in the game. Yep, so no blocks on the first one, getting go again. 1 more, no blocks.
Oh, I think I see a better play. If it's a Trinity Cannon's Arsenal, he can actually pitch the blue, play levels in alignment, respond with it, and then activate new to get 2 modes.
Get 2 modes, yep, absolutely. But and that means he's using the new ability and not the mask for the banish. So a lot of decision matrices that we can use.
What? This is the last. This should be the last pistol.
Yeah.
It's Gordon going to go down the free. This game is tight, Elliot. This game is very tight. You know, we thought Gordon was on the driver's seat when it was like that 20-something life gap.
Yeah.
But now it's 6-3.
Yeah.
It might be 3-3 after this turn.
It might be 3-3, and
And-
we could not ask for a better finals here.
And Justin's already established the board. We have to see if Gordon can finish it off.
Yes.
This is his last turn.
There we go.
3
Looks-
apiece.
3 apiece. Tunic on 3 as well. Justin has that Fate Foreseen in Arsenal. Also, Bastion is a really good card for this part of the game.
Now, Gordon doesn't have to kill him. Gordon just has to rip cards. And I didn't see Justin's hand too much. I didn't know if there's any blues in there.
Yeah, but the fact that we kept one chamber still loaded is actually a big deal, right?
Yeah, Gordon does have equipment to block one gun.
One gun,
Yeah.
but 2 guns, that's when things get a little bit dicey.
The Battlefront, so quite a red hand. 1 blue only.
1 blue only. Yep. But 1 blue is still representing a total of
6.
6 it'll be 4 damage here, right? No, 6 damage, yeah. Because we have 1 on the chamber already,
Yeah.
we'll have to load twice, and you can use the Purify once.
All right. This is make or break for Gordon right now, this turn.
It's
We'll
for both
decide.
players, yeah, for both
Alright,
players,
so
this
playing
is
their levels.
huge. Yep, we're going to activate all 3 modes, I believe.
Just one mode is pitch because he's only pitched. There's only 1 blue in the pitch right now, so it's
Yeah.
probably maybe go again.
Yeah, question is, we're not using anything else.
We're
at
not
the
using
moment.
anything else on it. So what is in this arsenal?
I mean, we have to just commit 1 card in front of the table right here.
Yeah, it's lethal, right?
It's lethal,
Free-
and we always have to commit a card. Anything that happens, cards must be thrown. This is a nail biter. It's been a while since I've got to cast such an intense game of Flesh and
And
Blood.
I feel like you're really nervous at the moment.
Oh man, I'm watching with bated breath at this one. Because it's such a... We've reached the stage of the game where both players have no life as a resource. Every decision really matters. And not only that, but they have to kind of understand what potential attacks their opponents can throw their way.
This game is a nail biter. It's
still
expected from both these players. They
Titans, man.
titans of the Fab world. Okay, throwing this into the blocker.
Okay. Getting the...
Oh, giving it a go again.
Yep, so we're using this instead to probably banish a card with the mask. We're not getting for the other... Oh, going down to 1? Is it?
Oh, he chose +2.
He chose +2.
Oh,
yeah.
that...
So going
Oh,
down
that's
to
huge.
1, yeah.
What, is he now that dagger needs a card.
Oh, yes, the dagger needs the card, but we have a Battlefront Bastion in this case.
Now he has leave note when... We're going to go leave note when this is...
And we have the stilettos.
The
we have the
stilettos with the tunic.
And
then
then
there's
to Blanche. Yeah, I think that's game.
I think that... Coming for 7.
No, we have
no,
3
he has
and
enough.
7, yeah.
All right, but now full control, 4 cards. He's on 1. Every dagger
Every
needs
dagger
a card.
needs a card. Absolutely, absolutely.
Gordon is feeling it.
He's got it in his sights,
All right,
unless he
listen.
breaks up in this turn. Oh,
No,
he's
no,
got
that's
5
fine.
into 7. He's got 5 into 7 at this point in time. 5 into 7 is pretty good.
5 into 7 is...
It's pretty good.
Oh, and he's got hold the line, so he can fully block this out, I
He can,
believe.
he can block the 5 into 7 for sure. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
He can go 5. He still has Codex. Force him to discard
Force
a
him to
card.
discard a card. Oh, that's actually very good.
Right?
I think so, yeah.
So And then blocking for
Oh,
5.
yes, that Codex.
And 7. All right, one more turn.
The Codex could have
survives
been
again.
crazy. Yeah, the Codex could have been crazy there, but... Let's see what this hand looks like.
Oh, that's
It's
so
ano-
red.
It's so red at the moment. This is not the hand that Gordon wanted to
All
see.
right, so he's access to Codex.
He does, but there's very little go again on this hand.
So he can go for a dagger and then go into a Codex. So that will rip. Is there defense reaction in that hand? Oh, there's no defense reaction. Oh, it's Heart of Findle too.
Oh.
So, yeah. All right, Gordon really think dagger's really crucial.
Man.
Oh, man. What a...
This is... I wish I gave better commentary at this point in time because that's so much going on. And I can just feel the pressure up in the booth over there.
Oh.
Yeah, you know, you can hear us in the booth going, It's like just so many sounds because the decision matrix that's going through these players' heads right now, it's any one small mistake will cost them the game. It's been a while since I've seen a finals this tight. You know,
Hey,
I think a week ago we were looking at PT Amsterdam, where Shoma was really just throwing his way through and going through opponent after opponent.
So just 3 cards. Yeah.
3 cards.
3.
I know. I'm feeling the same level of anxiety as you.
Can't even speak right now.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same level of anxiety as you right now.
So close.
This is so similar. I think Justin's been in this position before. You know, when he was in Calling Taipei, when he was looking alongside Nick Butcher.
Oh, he's playing Weakest Link. Going to play the Siren School. And that's going to rip the Heart of Findle.
It's going to rip the Heart of Findle, but it might not be enough to stop a chamber attack, right?
Yeah, but he does have equipment.
He does have equipment, yes.
And that Siren School will draw him a card. So you will be playing with 5 cards next turn.
4 cards. 5 cards next
Four
turn.
cards with a card in Arsenal.
Yes.
You can choose
Yes,
a block.
that's right.
And ripping the Heart of Findle is huge.
It is.
Gaining that 1 life, huge.
It is. It is.
Blocking with 2 blues. Playing Siren's Call. Ripping the Heart. Drawing
Drawing
card.
card.
All right.
But we do get to at least fire the pistol twice in this case.
But I think Gordon's fine with that. As long as he draws 2 blues, that's 2 cards. Those daggers are lethal. Draws a venom.
Okay,
3 blues and a venomous
And
bite.
a venomous bite.
And,
I think this, if he can survive this turn, which he most probably can, I think he's got this one.
and I wonder what's in their arsenal.
We have to load the pistol.
Oh, he's loading the Purifier, okay.
Yeah.
So he's taking for free. Right? Load, 1 resource remaining. So that's 2 attacks.
Yeah, we have 2 attacks of 3.
And
over
then,
here.
and then that's when he can throw the mask and still have the tunic and go
Yes.
down to 1. No, go down to 2, sorry. Nice. Yeah, well.
Well defended here.
Well defended here, throwing the mask. Right. There's no... You're not going to die. You might as well save that tunic. That 1 resource could be crucial. 1 blue in the tunic is 2 daggers attacks.
It's 2 dagger attacks, absolutely.
All right. 2 to 1. Back to Gordon. 3 cards, 1 card in Arsenal. How many defense reactions?
We
Hold
have
the line.
We have hold the lines here.
That's just a 2.
That's just a
2
2 in
block
this
defense
case.
reaction. Oh, he's
Yeah.
2 of them.
Yeah. We're reaching. That's a very difficult stat.
Oh, look. He drew looking for
Look for
scrap
scrap.
from that.
Oh no! And then
And then
that's all we can drop. And
Venomous
then
Bite.
Venomous Bite, and that's going to be game!
Wow. What a game.
What a
from
game. Gordon Cole, his first calling cash, and his winning the finals, bringing the trophy home to Singapore.
We
I
see
could
that
not be
scream.
more proud of
Wow.
him. The crowd has gone wild. I think we're going to get Gordon to
Yeah.
come into the interview
I'll-
booth in
I'll-
just a bit.
I'll let you do that with him.
Oh,
But
thanks,
yeah,
Newson.
Hey, like you said, Gordon
Yes.
is...
He's one of the best of us.
Yeah.
One of the best in Singapore, without a doubt, 2 times national champion, and now
Hey,
adding one more
he
trophy.
only needed one chance. Just one top, one calling.
One top, one calling, and, then
ends up
taking
winning
all
it,
the way
right?
home.
Well-deserved champion. And shout out to Justin. He played that game very well. Probably the closest game I've seen
The closest.
for a while.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, big congratulations and commiserations to Justin Koo. This was probably one of my favorite finals I've watched in
It
a
was
long while.
so close.
It was so
The
close.
last 3 turns, it was just so impactful.
So
Every
impactful.
block mattered. Every line mattered.
Every line mattered. So it has all come down to this. After 14 rounds of grueling, intense flesh and blood action, your new champion here in Manila is Gordon Cole. So he's packing up his bag. He'll probably come over. We'll talk to him for a little bit. I'm going to warn you, he's a bit of a troll. So he is going to say some stuff. He's going to thank some people that he usually thanks. But he is generally one of the easiest guys to talk to, and just a great flesh and blood player overall. Okay,
Oh, wait, hold on.
so just getting Gordon in the booth. All right, I got my roommate, Gordon, in the booth with me. We're going to just switch over cameras in just a bit. Okay, Gordon, here, wear this. Okay, good.
Okay.
All right, buddy. It's been a long time. We've been waiting for this. How do you feel right now?
I'm very happy because
Of course.
this is the first time I've actually cashed in a calling.
Yeah.
So like after 3 years or 4 years, I don't make day 2s at calling, and like this is the first time I actually like was in the money, and I didn't expect to bring it all the way back.
home. Yeah. Congratulations, first and foremost. What do you think was the pivotal point in that game for you?
I think for me, I was pretty lucky in the sense that Justin took some time to get his items together, and I was able to keep up the pressure early on.
Yeah.
With multiple hisses, double nicks, and I guess to the extent my deck functioned and drew very, very well.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of the point was when I played the weakest link for 6 when he was at 1. So I had a rough idea. I was like kind of tracking both of our pitch, and I kind of make a guess that the heart is about to come back up, because I pitched down. I think the heart was about to come back up, and I made a gamble there because I needed to make sure that he cannot just like use 2 cards to load everything. So I just needed to take away that
extra blue.
and
Mhm.
it so happened that I got a heart.
Yep.
And that was like a huge bonus because he just got stuck from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, now that the calling's over, what dinner are you going to buy me since you've had this new success?
You know what? When we're in Philippines, we gotta eat some lechon, man.
Oh,
The lechon's
100%.
the best.
100%. The lechon here has been wonderful. We came over here really thinking that it was just going to be a weekend of flesh and blood. A weekend of the boys. What does this win mean to you?
I think it really means a lot because I think this is like Singapore's the first time we have a calling winner from Singapore to the extent. And I'm really glad to be able to bring it home because I didn't win nationals this year, but I won the Calling Manila, so there's that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big upswing in terms of momentum. I know
Yep.
winning nationals wanted to do the hat trick this year,
Yeah,
but instead, we're now calling champions.
Yeah, it's worth it. It's worth it.
It is worth it. So everyone at home, thank you for sending your well wishes to Gordon, and he had a great time this week. Also, we're going to actually do a little bit of a closeout for you guys.
Can I give a couple of shout-outs?
Of course. Please, Gordon, the stage is yours.
I got to thank everyone who has supported me in one way or another. Special shout-out to my teammates, Elliot, whoever roomed with me, Fen Fei, Kayang, everyone in New Mobile, Gary, Carding, Brian, Nick, Malcolm, I think there's too many names to names. Also shout out to our friendly local game
And
store, one of one
you did mention
collectibles.
Ing Chu Hing.
Oh, I'm coming to him.
Oh,
one of one
shucks.
collectibles.
Okay.
Gamosaurus Rex, go there if you want the toughest practices. And I also need to shout out Ing Chu Hing, who's my mentor. He was the one who taught me how to play this deck.
Yes.
And without him, I don't think I would have gotten the scoreline today. And I also like to thank my friends and family back home. And most importantly, my girlfriend for having tuned into the stream and supporting me throughout this journey. Yeah, I'm sorry I had to take a short break from the relationship to be here, but we got it done, and I'm so happy.
We bring
Love you,
the
Joyce.
bacon home, right? Yeah. Okay. With that being said, thanks, Gordon. We'll probably see you at the prize presentation ceremony. And for everyone at home, thank you so much for joining us this entire weekend. Yeah. We'll just do a short commercial break, and then we'll come back to close out the show. Oh.
Okay. What do I do?
Okay. I'm going to just take the headset off of you. I'm going to get Newson back in the booth. We'll close out the show for you guys. From anywhere you are in the world, thank you so much for tuning in to the Calling Manila. It's been a real fun one. Oh. The booth's a bit small this time, but we make do. We make do. Yeah. So, Newson, how are we feeling about this entire weekend so far?
Yeah, it was great. It was a great weekend. Watched some epic flesh and blood.
Yeah. You and I.
Still showing that the Asia Pacific region is one of the best in the world.
Still a powerhouse?
Yep, and Gordon Co definitely proved that. Congratulations, Gordon. Also, congratulations to Justin too, defending the Philippines as best as he could. Coming second is not easy at this level of a
Yeah,
tournament.
at this
right?
tier
With
of a tournament, it's a huge
with
accolade.
the best of the best in Asia Pacific.
Yeah. I mean, we had a lot of members of Team Blue Pitch doing very well throughout this tournament, a great narrative to follow along. And yet, at the top 8, it was stacked. Stacks on stacks.
As well as bringing a deck that no one expected.
Yes.
A full fatigue dash deck, and he was being able to beat one of the best players in the world.
Mm-hmm. We looked at some of the accolades. I mean, putting Timm, he's a finalist all the way from last year's top forward worlds. Just so many things under his belt, even at Pro Tour itself. I think it's been a wonderful time. Thank you for casting 14 rounds of incredible flesh and blood with me, Newson. I had a great time. I hope the folks at home had a great time. Thank you for all the love and support you've been showing in chat. We've been reading them as much as we can in between these nail-biters of games. But I think that's it for this weekend.
Next time we'll see you is the Rosetta World Premiere at Tampa Bay.
So take care of yourselves, and we'll see you for more Flesh and Blood really soon. Good night.